In every corner of the world, there are places wrapped in mystery, places that hold secrets so vast, so unexplainable, that they have become more legend than history. But there is one place above all others, one fortress of silence and secrecy that towers over every other archive, library, or hidden vault. A place that has been described as the most secretive collection of knowledge on earth. It lies not in some remote jungle or buried desert ruin, but at the very heart of Rome. Behind the walls of Vatican City, guarded by centuries of ritual, tradition, and silence, exists a collection of documents and relics that few will ever see. This is not just a library. This is a vault of power, a chamber of forbidden truths. And it has been whispered that what lies behind its locked doors could shatter everything we know about our past, our present, and even our future. For centuries, rumors have swirled about the Vatican's forbidden archives. The official name has changed over time, softened for public ears, but the shadow of its reputation has only grown darker. Ordinary people cannot walk through its doors. Even world-renowned scholars, chosen from among the elite, are given only a glimpse, a single fragment, a page or two, never more. What secrets demand such absolute control? Why guard words on parchment with more vigilance than a nation would guard its crown jewels? The answer, according to those who have dared to ask, is simple. The knowledge stored here has the power to rewrite history itself. Imagine lost scriptures that tell a different story of the life of Jesus. Imagine records of ancient civilizations that predate anything in our history books. Imagine maps of continents that should not exist, prophecies of disasters that have not yet unfolded, and manuscripts that describe beings not of this earth. If even a fraction of these whispers are true, then the question becomes unavoidable. Why has humanity been kept in the dark? The Vatican's official stance is clear. They call the archives nothing more than a repository of church documents, a necessary library for the study of history, carefully organized and preserved. Yet the language they use has always been careful, guarded, and designed to discourage deeper inquiry. Over time, even the word secret was removed from the name, as if to soften its edges, as if to erase the sense of danger it carried. But to the curious, to the restless seekers of truth, the renaming only made the mystery stronger. If the shelves contain nothing more than harmless documents, why has the institution been so determined to keep them hidden? Picture this. Behind walls that have stood for centuries, there are corridors stretching further than the eye can see. Tens of miles of shelves, stacked with manuscripts, scrolls, and records. Some of these documents date back more than 1,000 years. Others are said to be far older, copied from civilizations long vanished. Most of us will never touch them, never even glimpse their bindings. For the vast majority of humankind, the contents of these shelves are as inaccessible as if they were locked on another planet. And yet, they concern us all, for they tell the story of where we come from, and perhaps, where we are going. Over the centuries, countless rumors have slipped into the outside world. Whispers of ancient gospels that were deliberately left out of the Bible. Hints of secret rituals practiced in hidden chambers. Stories of strange artifacts recovered during the Crusades and spirited away into Vatican vaults, never to be seen again. There are even those who claim the archives hold knowledge that is not of this world at all. Records of celestial visitors, encounters with beings from the stars, encounters that would explain much of our mythology and challenge every religious teaching on earth. Why, then, are we told nothing? Why must humanity's story be filtered, censored, and rewritten before it reaches our ears? These are the questions that burn in the minds of researchers, truth-seekers, and skeptics alike. And it is why. The very existence of these archives has become one of the greatest enigmas of our age. But there is something even more unsettling. The Vatican does not deny the existence of the archives. In fact, they openly admit that millions of pages are locked away inside. They simply tell us that the ordinary person does not need to see them, that it is better if such knowledge is restricted to those who can interpret it. But who decides who is worthy? Who decides which truths are safe for humanity, and which are too dangerous to reveal? In those choices lies a staggering power, the power to control not only history, but the very identity of humankind. Consider how our world is built on fragile narratives. Entire nations are founded on stories of their past. Religions guide billions of lives through sacred texts and traditions. Science builds its foundations on theories of where we came from and how we evolved. Now imagine, for a moment, if evidence hidden away for centuries proved those stories wrong. If the true history of humanity revealed a much older, much stranger journey than we have ever been told. The consequences would be earth-shattering. Belief systems would collapse. Governments might lose their grip. Even the concept of human identity could be rewritten in a single stroke. This is why the Vatican's forbidden archives matter. This is why they hold such magnetic fascination. Because within those silent chambers, behind sealed doors, may lie answers to questions we have carried for millennia. Who are we, really? Where did we come from? What forces shaped our destiny? And why, after thousands of years, are we still denied the right to know? The story of the archives is not just about dusty manuscripts and locked vaults. It is about power. The power to reveal or conceal. The power to preserve or to destroy. And ultimately, the power to decide what version of history humanity is allowed to believe. It is no wonder that whispers persist, that fragments of information, leaking out over centuries, paint a picture of something far more dangerous and profound than the Church admits. And so, as we begin this journey into the hidden heart of the Vatican, we must ask ourselves, how much of what we think we know is real? How much has been carefully curated, edited, and sanitized for public consumption? And how much remains locked away, waiting for the moment when the truth can no longer be silenced? The vault is closed. The guards stand watch. The keys remain in the hands of the few. But somewhere, inside those endless corridors of forbidden knowledge, lies a story that could change everything. Tonight, we will step as close to those secrets as we are allowed. We will trace the rumors, follow the fragments, and ask the questions the Vatican has worked for centuries to silence. And by the end, you may find yourself wondering whether the greatest mystery of all is not what the archives contain, but why they were hidden from us in the first place. The Vatican archives are not like any other library on earth. Unlike the public halls of Oxford or the digital records of the Library of Congress, this is a place that thrives on secrecy. Step through its guarded doors, if you are one of the rare few granted permission, and you will not find rows of students flipping through books. You will not find casual visitors wandering with cameras. Instead, you will encounter silence. Stone walls that have witnessed centuries. Endless corridors where the air itself seems heavy with the weight of history. And somewhere, hidden within, lie volumes that the world may never see. For the ordinary believer, the Vatican is a place of faith and ritual. A sanctuary where ancient tradition guides modern devotion. But just beneath that surface lies the most enigmatic archive on earth. It is not just the scale that shocks, the whispered figure of more than 80 kilometers of shelving, filled with manuscripts, parchments, codices, and relics. It is what those shelves represent. Each document is a fragment of time, a piece of human history captured in ink and sealed away. Together, they form a collection so vast that even the scholars who have worked within its walls admit that most of it has never been studied. And yet, what little is known is enough to ignite endless speculation. According to the Vatican's official narrative, the archive contains documents essential to the history of the Catholic Church, papal correspondence, state papers, records of church councils, and administrative letters. In other words, bureaucracy in its oldest form. They claim it is a matter of preserving history, not concealing it. But here lies the paradox. If these records are harmless, why lock them away? Why make it nearly impossible for the outside world to see them? Why impose restrictions so severe that even those granted access are only allowed to request a handful of documents by name, as if they must already know what they are looking for? This is where the enigma deepens. For centuries, whispers have circulated that the official explanation is merely a mask, a carefully constructed facade to shield something far more dangerous. If the archives were nothing more than dusty letters and forgotten treaties, they would not have drawn the attention of conspiracy theorists, researchers, and even governments. But because access is so tightly controlled, imagination fills the gaps. And in those gaps lies the suggestion that the Vatican is hiding not just church history, but the true history of humanity. Imagine walking down one of those endless corridors. The shelves rise above you, stacked with manuscripts bound in leather, parchment yellowed by centuries, brittle scrolls that might crumble at the touch. Some of them are said to date back over 1,000 years, coppered and recoped through time. Others may carry secrets so ancient they predate the church itself. To gaze upon them would be like opening a window into the forgotten chapters of our world. And yet, those windows remain sealed, their curtains drawn, their light hidden. Among the most persistent rumors is that the Vatican archives contain texts deliberately excluded from the Bible. Lost Gospels that tell a different story of Jesus, one where he traveled far from Judea, one where his teaching spoke of mysteries not recognized by the church. There are tales of manuscripts that suggest his life was more complex, more human, or perhaps more extraordinary than the simple narrative accepted today. If such records exist, the implications would be staggering. Centuries of doctrine, billions of lives shaped by belief, could be rewritten with the turn of a single page. And it does not stop there. Some researchers whisper of documents describing ancient civilizations lost to time, echoes of empires that left no trace in our textbooks. Others suggest maps that reveal lands hidden beneath the seas or covered in ice, places known to explorers long before Columbus, long before the Age of Discovery. Such maps exist in fragments outside the Vatican, like the famous Piri race map, but if the archives contain originals, clearer, more precise, they could prove that humanity's story stretches back much further than we dare to admit. The Vatican denies these claims, of course. They insist that the archives are mundane, essential only to scholars of theology and church history. And yet, they have done little to quell the rumors. Instead, their silence only deepens the sense of mystery. When confronted with requests for greater transparency, the Church offers half answers, speaking of preservation, protection, or misinterpretation. But to the outsider, it sounds less like protection and more like control. Control of the narrative, control of the past, and perhaps even control of the future. It is here that the archives transform from a mere building into a symbol of how power is maintained not only by wealth, not only by armies, but by knowledge. Whoever controls the story of humanity, controls humanity itself. And so the Vatican archives become more than just shelves of parchment. They become the key to the hidden narrative of our species, a narrative that, if revealed, could shake the foundations of faith, science, and politics alike. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of all is that these secrets remain so close, yet so impossibly far. They are not buried deep in the sands of Egypt, not sunken beneath the waves of forgotten oceans, not scattered in fragments across lost temples. They are here, in the heart of Europe, behind guarded doors that millions walk past every year without a second thought. Tourists flock to St. Peter's Basilica, marvel at the Sistine Chapel, and wander the museums, never realizing that beneath their feet, just beyond their reach, lies a vault of secrets that could reshape their entire understanding of the world. The enigma of the Vatican archives is not only about what is inside. It is about why it must remain hidden. Why, after centuries, do these truths remain locked away? Is it to protect faith? To prevent chaos? Or is it, more disturbingly, to maintain control, ensuring that only a select few have access to the true story of humanity? The question lingers, unanswered, and it is this very absence of clarity that gives the archives their haunting power. As we journey deeper into this mystery, one fact becomes clear. The Vatican archives are more than a collection of books. They are a fortress of secrets, a puzzle with missing pieces. And every locked door, every forbidden corridor, whispers the same message. There is something here that we are not meant to know. To understand the Vatican's forbidden archives, we must go back to the very beginning, to the moment they were born, and to the world in which they were created. Because the story of these archives is not one of dusty shelves slowly filling with manuscripts. It is a story of deliberate power, calculated secrecy, and the struggle to control not only religion, but the very knowledge that defines civilization. Centuries ago, as the Roman Empire was crumbling, the Church began its rise to dominance. Rome, once the capital of a vast pagan empire, transformed into the center of Christian authority. In this turbulent age, documents were more than ink on parchment. They were weapons. A letter could mean alliances forged or wars declared. A scroll could validate the rule of kings or condemn them as heretics. Information was not shared freely. It was hoarded, protected, and guarded like treasure. Out of this climate of secrecy, the idea of a private archive was born. By the Middle Ages, the papacy had grown into one of the most powerful institutions on earth. Monarchs might rise and fall, but the Vatican endured. And with that power came a natural instinct: preserve everything. Every papal decree, every negotiation with kings and queens, every confession, prophecy, and discovery, collected and hidden within walls no outsider could penetrate. What began as a tool of administration slowly became something more. It became the vault of the Church's memory, and perhaps even its conscience. But why hide it? Why keep such documents away from the eyes of ordinary people? The answer lies in the nature of knowledge itself. The Church understood early what many rulers would learn centuries later. Knowledge is control. If the people knew too much, if they questioned too deeply, they might unravel the carefully crafted narrative that bound society together. So the Vatican locked away what it gathered, ensuring that only the chosen few could decide what truths would be shared, and what would remain forever in the shadows. There is also the element of danger. During the medieval world, heresy was not a small matter. To challenge the authority of the Church was to risk excommunication, imprisonment, or even death. Writings deemed dangerous could not simply be burned. Sometimes they were preserved, hidden away, for the Church to study in secret while the public was told they no longer existed. In this way, the archives became not only a repository of power, but a prison for forbidden knowledge. Scrolls that questioned doctrine, books of magic and alchemy, even early scientific writings that contradicted Scripture. Rather than destroy them, the Church absorbed them. Hidden away, studied quietly, but never allowed to fall into the hands of ordinary seekers. By the time of the Renaissance, the Vatican archives had grown into a vast labyrinth of documents stretching back more than 1,000 years. Scholars of the age, fascinated by rediscovered classical texts, whispered that the Vatican surely possessed works of the ancients that the rest of the world thought lost forever. The memory of the burning of the Library of Alexandria haunted them, and many speculated that the Church had recovered or rescued scrolls from that disaster. Whether true or not, the image of the Vatican as the last guardian of forgotten antiquity began to take root, and with it, a darker suspicion that what was being guarded was not meant to be known at all. The official creation of what we now call the Vatican Secret Archives came in the early 17th century, under Pope Paul V. He decreed that the archives would be organized as a central repository, closed off from public view. Only the Pope himself and a handful of trusted scholars would be permitted access. In Latin, the word secretum was used, meaning private or personal. But to the outside world, it became something far more provocative: the Vatican Secret Archives, a name that invited speculation, that conjured images of hidden scrolls, locked vaults, and truths too dangerous to reveal. Over time, as centuries passed, the archives became a symbol of both fear and fascination. To the faithful, they were a sacred treasury of church history. To skeptics and seekers, they were evidence of deliberate concealment. Rumors began to grow. Some claimed the archives held proof that Jesus had descendants, a bloodline that continued in secret. Others believed that maps of lost continents or manuscripts describing pre-flood civilizations were locked inside. Still others whispered of dark prophecies, warnings of future catastrophes, that the Vatican chose to hide from humanity. Why would the Church conceal such things? One answer is simple: survival. Throughout history, institutions protect themselves by controlling narratives. To admit contradictions, to reveal secrets that might shake the faith of billions, could mean collapse. Another answer is darker: control. By holding on to knowledge that others lack, the Church could maintain its position as gatekeeper of truth, guiding, or manipulating, the course of human history. But here lies the great paradox. By creating such a fortress of secrecy, the Vatican may have achieved the opposite of what it intended. The more it hides, the more the world imagines. The less we are told, the greater the mystery becomes. And as with any mystery, the unknown quickly becomes the stage for humanity's deepest fears and wildest theories. Standing at the gates of the archives today, you see only an unremarkable doorway. But beyond that threshold lies a labyrinth of vaults, miles of shelves stacked with manuscripts that have never seen the light of day. Many of these records are mundane: papal ledgers, political treaties, letters between bishops. But hidden among them, if the rumors are true, are texts that could overturn entire histories, secrets capable of shattering worldviews in an instant. The birth of the Vatican archives, then, was not just the birth of a library. It was the birth of a legend. A legend that continues to grow with each passing century. From their earliest days, these archives were never meant for the public. They were meant for the powerful. They were designed not to reveal, but to conceal. And so, the very act of their creation planted the seed of eternal mystery. As the centuries unfolded, as popes rose and fell, as empires flourished and collapsed, the archives endured. Their walls remained unbroken, their shelves expanding, their secrets compounding. And while the world outside marched forward, through revolutions, discoveries, and wars, the Vatican archives remained frozen in there. Silence. It is here that history itself seems to pause, as if waiting for the day when those locked doors might finally open. The origin of the archives is not just a tale of preservation. It is a tale of control, of how power chose to protect itself by guarding the past. And as we move deeper into their story, the question becomes unavoidable. If the archives were built to conceal, then what exactly is so dangerous, so world-altering, that it had to be hidden away for centuries? The greatest vault of secrets on earth is not protected by stone walls alone. Knowledge, after all, is only as secure as the gatekeepers who stand between it and the outside world. And in the case of the Vatican archives, those gatekeepers are not faceless guards or nameless bureaucrats. They are chosen. They are trusted. They are the guardians of the keys, the silent sentinels who control humanity's access to one of the most forbidden collections of knowledge in existence. Access to the archives is not like entering an ordinary library. There are no public reading rooms, no casual browsing. If you are among the select few who are allowed inside, you do not wander the corridors at will. You do not pull scrolls from the shelves and leaf through them at your leisure. Instead, you must submit a formal request, naming the exact document you wish to see. And this is the first enigma. How can you ask for a text if you do not even know what exists? The catalogue itself is a closely guarded secret, a labyrinth of references known only to those who already hold the keys. Even those deemed worthy of entry face strict limitations. Only accredited scholars, usually from the highest academic institutions, may apply for permission. Religious affiliation is not enough. Curiosity is not enough. Even fame or influence is not enough. To be admitted, you must be recognized not only as a serious researcher, but as one who poses no threat to the boundaries of secrecy. Countless historians, journalists, and truth seekers have been denied without explanation. And those who are accepted quickly realize that their access is little more than symbolic. Imagine standing before endless shelves stretching into shadow, miles of ancient documents within reach, and yet you are only permitted to hold a handful. A few papers at a time. A single manuscript carefully brought to you by an archivist, under their watchful eye. You cannot browse. You cannot explore. You cannot search freely. It is like being placed in a palace of treasures, but with your hands tied behind your back. The knowledge is there, so close you can feel it pressing in around you, and yet it remains locked away. The restrictions are justified with polite words. Preservation, they say. Security. Protection from damage. But the rules also serve another purpose: control. By limiting what is seen, the guardians of the archives ensure that no one will ever grasp the full picture. The fragments you are shown cannot reveal the whole. You can examine a page, a paragraph, perhaps even a chapter, but never the entire story. And then there is the ultimate boundary. Some documents, they say, are simply too fragile, too sacred, or too dangerous to be revealed at all. These are the manuscripts that no outsider has ever touched. They remain sealed, locked away in vaults within vaults, their existence whispered but never confirmed. Are they relics of a lost gospel? Records of ancient civilizations? Prophecies of future cataclysms? Only the guardians know, and they do not speak. To understand this culture of secrecy, you must imagine the mindset of those who keep the keys. These are not ordinary archivists. They are members of a tradition stretching back centuries, trained not only in preservation but in silence. Their loyalty is to the institution, not to the world. To them, the archives are not a resource for humanity. They are the private memory of the Church, sacred and untouchable. Anyone who enters is reminded of this from the first moment. You are not exploring. You are being permitted a glimpse, under supervision. And nothing more. There are stories of scholars who pushed too far, asking the wrong questions or probing too deeply. Some found their access quietly revoked. Others were denied future requests without explanation. A few claim they were warned outright. Some doors are not meant to be opened. The Vatican does not need to threaten or punish. Its power lies in its silence. By shutting the doors, it ensures that no one will ever see beyond the veil. But it is that very silence that fuels the mystery. Because when knowledge is restricted, imagination takes its place. Outsiders wonder, what exactly are they protecting? Why must secrecy be so absolute? Why should documents, if they are only historical, be treated with such intensity? The restrictions themselves become evidence, convincing many that the archives contain truths far more dangerous than dusty paper letters. The guardians of the keys live in the paradox of secrecy. On one hand, they are protectors of history, preserving fragile manuscripts that might otherwise be lost to time. On the other, they are jailers, keeping that history from the very humanity it belongs to. And this dual role gives rise to suspicion. Are they safeguarding knowledge for the future, or keeping it hidden forever? Every great mystery has its gatekeepers. At the pyramids, they are archaeologists and governments. At Stonehenge, they are scientists and heritage organizations. But at the Vatican archives, the gatekeepers hold more than a site. They hold centuries of memory. They hold the untold story of humanity. And perhaps most dangerously, they hold the power to decide which pieces of that story will see the light of day, and which will remain forever in the shadows. For those who have been turned away, the frustration is palpable. To be so close to answers, only to be denied at the threshold, is an agony that fuels endless speculation. And perhaps that is exactly what the Vatican intends. By granting small glimpses, tiny fragments of truth, they maintain an aura of credibility, while ensuring the deeper mysteries remain untouched. The scholar leaves with something to show for their efforts, but never enough to pierce the veil. The question remains, who truly controls the archives? Is it the archivists, quietly obeying centuries of tradition? Is it the Pope himself, the sole authority with ultimate power over what is revealed? Or is it something more diffuse, a culture of secrecy so deeply embedded in the Vatican's identity that no single person could unlock the doors, even if they wished to? As long as the guardians remain at their post, humanity will be kept at a distance. The shelves will remain untouched. The forbidden manuscripts will remain sealed. And the world will continue to wonder what truths lie just beyond reach. But the real mystery may not be what is hidden in the archives. It may be the question of why, for so many centuries, the guardians of the keys have been so determined to keep it locked away. For centuries, whispers have circulated that hidden deep within the Vatican's forbidden shelves are texts that could dismantle the very foundations of Christianity. Not simply old letters or forgotten chronicles, but gospels, entire books of sacred writing, excluded from the Bible we know today. To most believers, the story of Jesus is preserved in the familiar four: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But what if that story is incomplete? What if, behind locked doors, there exist other accounts, different teachings, alternate perspectives, even contradictory versions of events? That would change everything we think we know about the life of Christ. The word gospel simply means good news, and in the earliest centuries of Christianity, there were many such writings. Some spoke of Jesus as a divine figure, others emphasized his humanity, still others offered mystical teachings, parables, and revelations. The early church, seeking order and control, chose only a handful to canonize. The rest, they declared heretical or dangerous. Officially, these so-called apocryphal texts were condemned, suppressed, or destroyed. But history has taught us a hard lesson: destruction is never complete. Forbidden knowledge has a way of surviving. And according to countless theories, many of those rejected Gospels found their way into the Vatican's vaults. Consider the Gospel of Thomas, a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus. In it, Christ's words take on a different tone, less about rigid doctrine, more about personal enlightenment, almost as if he were a teacher of hidden wisdom rather than the central figure of a single faith. Or the Gospel of Mary, which presents Mary Magdalene not as a marginal follower but as a leader, perhaps even closer to Jesus than any of the male disciples. These writings, rediscovered only in fragments in modern times, raise uncomfortable questions. If the fragments we've seen survived, what more complete versions might rest in the archives? Then there is the Gospel of Judas, a shocking text in which the most infamous traitor is not condemned but portrayed as Jesus' most trusted disciple, the one chosen to set in motion the events of crucifixion and resurrection. Such a story turns centuries of belief upside down, transforming Judas from villain into instrument of divine plan. Imagine what that would mean if the Vatican held a pristine, early copy, written close to the events themselves. Imagine the impact on theology, on worship, on the faith of millions who have been taught the opposite since childhood. Whispers grow darker still. Some claim that the archives contain not just alternative gospels, but texts describing events that contradict the very timeline of Christ's life. Records of travels to lands far beyond Galilee. Accounts of teachings that align more with Eastern philosophy than with Western dogma. Others suggest that suppressed manuscripts detail miracles too strange, too otherworldly, to fit within traditional doctrine, events that sound less like divine acts and more like encounters with forces humanity still cannot explain. Why, then, would the Vatican keep such writings hidden? One explanation is simple: control. The early church faced a world of competing ideas and beliefs. To maintain authority, it needed one story, one canon, one narrative to unify followers. Too much diversity would fracture the movement before it could take root. So the bishops and councils chose the texts that fit, and consigned the rest to obscurity. But consigning is not the same as destroying. Many believe the Church preserved those forbidden Gospels, not for the world, but for itself, locking them away where only the highest authorities could study them. Imagine the implications if these hidden scriptures were revealed today. Entire denominations might collapse. The very concept of divine authority could be shaken if humanity discovered that the story of Christ was not a single, unbroken truth but a mosaic of competing voices. Faith, for billions, rests on certainty. To admit that other gospels exist, gospels with different teachings, different messages, would plant a seed of doubt that could grow uncontrollably. There are also whispers of gospels that go beyond contradiction into territory the Church would consider dangerous, even blasphemous. Some claim there are texts suggesting that Jesus survived the crucifixion, that he lived on and traveled beyond Judea. Others claim there are records pointing to a bloodline, a continuation of his family that survived into later generations. If even one of these theories was supported by ancient manuscripts in the Vatican's possession, it would rewrite the history of Christianity forever. The secrecy surrounding these texts only fuels the fire. For centuries, even mentioning them could invite accusations of heresy. And yet, fragments have surfaced in deserts, caves, and ruins across the ancient world. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in 1947, hinted at a broader landscape of religious thought than the narrow view preserved by official canon. If such discoveries emerged by chance, buried for millennia, then what might exist in the Vatican's carefully guarded vaults, where no scroll is lost and no text forgotten? It is worth remembering that the archives are not simply a library. They are a treasure house of everything the Church considered vital, threatening, or worth preserving. Documents seized during the Crusades, manuscripts taken from conquered lands, writings confiscated during the Inquisition, all of it may have been absorbed into the collection. When you realize that, the possibility of lost gospels hidden within those walls is not just a fantasy. It is almost inevitable. To the faithful, this idea is both thrilling and terrifying. What if there are teachings of Jesus that emphasize love and enlightenment in ways we have never heard? What if there are messages about humanity's place in the cosmos, about our connection to forces beyond this world? And conversely, what if there are writings that contradict the heart of Christian belief, undermining centuries of faith and devotion? For the Vatican, the risk of either revelation is too great. Better to guard it in silence than to unleash a truth that cannot be contained. The very thought is intoxicating, that somewhere, behind locked doors, lies a book written in the same era as the Gospels we know. A book that carries the voice of Christ, or of his closest followers, in words we have never heard. What truths would it tell? What mysteries would it solve, or create? Would it confirm the faith of billions, or unravel it in a single instant? The archives offer no answers. They stand silent, as they have for centuries, while the world wonders. But the mere possibility that lost scriptures lie hidden within their walls is enough to keep the question alive. And in that silence, in that secrecy, lies a tantalizing truth. If even one forbidden gospel were revealed, the story of Jesus, and perhaps the story of humanity itself, would never be the same again. One of the greatest mysteries in the story of Jesus is not what we know, but what we do not know. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John give us fragments of his early life, his birth in Bethlehem, a glimpse of him at age 12 teaching in the Temple of Jerusalem, and then the narrative vanishes. For nearly 2 decades, there is silence. The next time he appears, he is a grown man at the River Jordan, standing before John the Baptist, preparing to begin his ministry. These so-called missing years of Jesus remain one of the most perplexing gaps in all of religious history. Where was he during those silent years? What was he learning? Who was he with? And more importantly, why has the Church never offered clear answers? For centuries, the faithful were told not to ask these questions. The silence of Scripture, they said, was intentional. If it was not recorded, it was not important. But for seekers of truth, that explanation is far from satisfying. Human lives do not vanish for 20 years. No teacher, no prophet, no revolutionary leader simply appears fully formed, without a history that shaped him. And so the mystery deepens. Were those years deliberately left blank, or were they erased? Rumors, legends, and scattered traditions across the world hint that the missing years were anything but ordinary. Some ancient accounts speak of a young Jesus traveling far from Judea, venturing eastward into lands filled with wisdom and mystery. In India, there are stories of a teacher called Issa, who learned from Hindu sages and Buddhist monks, absorbing teachings of compassion, meditation, and enlightenment. In Tibet, there are whispers of manuscripts that describe a holy man from the West who came among them, learning their ways and teaching his own. Could it be that during those silent years, Jesus walked among distant cultures, weaving their wisdom into his message? Others suggest travels to Egypt, where the libraries and temples still held echoes of the mysteries of the pharaohs. In Alexandria, the greatest center of learning in the ancient world, he might have studied texts that fused philosophy, science, and spirituality. The desert monasteries of Egypt, home to ascetics and mystics, could have shaped his teachings of prayer, fasting, and spiritual discipline. If such journeys truly occurred, they would explain why his message carried echoes of traditions far older than his time, why his words resonated not just with Jewish prophecy but with universal truths found in many cultures. The Vatican's archives, many believe, hold documents that confirm these missing years, letters, travel records, perhaps even eyewitness accounts of a young prophet moving across continents. Why else would these records be hidden? Why else would the Church insist on silence? If Jesus truly learned from other traditions, the narrative of Christianity as a unique and singular revelation would shatter. It would mean that the foundation of Western faith was not isolated, but a continuation, a synthesis, a bridge between civilizations. There are even more controversial claims that the missing years conceal not only journeys, but teachings that the Church deemed too dangerous to reveal. Writings that present Jesus less as a divine being descending from heaven, and more as a seeker who attained enlightenment through study and practice. Teachings that emphasize not worship, but awakening. Not blind faith, but knowledge of self and union with the divine. If such texts exist in the archives, they would threaten the very authority of the Church, which rests on the uniqueness of Christ's role as Son of God. The mystery of the missing years is not confined to the distant past. In the late 19th century, a Russian traveler named Nicholas Notovich claimed to have seen ancient manuscripts in a Tibetan monastery describing the life of Issa, a man unmistakably resembling Jesus, who lived among them before returning to the West. His book caused a sensation but was quickly denounced by church authorities, who dismissed it as fabrication. Yet decades later, other researchers reported hearing similar accounts. Could Notovich have stumbled upon a truth that the Vatican worked tirelessly to discredit? Skeptics argue that these stories are simply myths, attempts to fill the silence with imagination. But even skeptics cannot answer why the silence exists in the first place. Why does Scripture leap from childhood to adulthood, erasing nearly 2 decades from the life of the most influential figure in human history? Silence, in itself, becomes evidence. And when silence is paired with secrecy, when the Vatican refuses to open its archives, the suspicion only grows stronger. If the missing years of Jesus were filled with travels, encounters, and teachings across the ancient world, then the implications are staggering. Christianity would not be the product of one isolated revelation, but a tapestry woven from many traditions. Jesus would not stand apart from humanity as a distant divine figure, but alongside us, a human being who sought truth, learned, and grew before sharing his vision with the world. Such a perspective would empower individuals to seek their own enlightenment, their own connection to the divine, without needing an institution to mediate. And perhaps that is exactly why the Vatican fears it. The archives may hold the keys to this lost chapter. Travel logs seized by crusaders, manuscripts collected from monasteries, letters written by early followers who preserved the memory of their teachers' journeys. Any of these could lie hidden in the forbidden vaults. But until they are revealed, the world is left with silence, speculation, and fragments. And perhaps that is the most powerful weapon of all. By keeping the missing years a mystery, the Church ensures that its version of Jesus remains unquestioned, while the truth, whatever it may be, sleeps in the shadows. And yet, the silence itself speaks. Because in every culture where whispers of the wandering prophet appear, the story is the same. A man of wisdom traveled, learned, and returned transformed. If these whispers are merely coincidence, they are a remarkable one. If they are not coincidence, then they are a map leading to the forbidden knowledge hidden within the Vatican's walls. The missing years remain one of history's greatest enigmas. They are the blank page between childhood and destiny, a chapter erased or hidden, perhaps because within it lies the key to understanding not just Jesus, but the deeper currents of human spirituality itself. Until the day those hidden manuscripts are brought into the light, humanity will stand before a locked door, knowing that behind it may rest the answers that could change everything we believe about the man who changed the world. When dusty jars were unearthed in 1947 from the caves near Qumran, along the shores of the Dead Sea, few could have imagined the storm that would follow. Inside lay scrolls, ancient texts hidden for nearly 2,000 years, that would ignite one of the greatest controversies in modern archaeology. The Dead Sea Scrolls, as they came to be known, contained fragments of nearly every book of the Hebrew Bible, along with apocryphal works, commentaries, and writings from a mysterious Jewish sect believed to be the Essenes. At first, The discovery was celebrated as a triumph for biblical scholarship. But very quickly, the narrative shifted. Portions of the scrolls were locked away, translation was delayed for decades, and access was restricted to a small circle of scholars. And here lies the mystery. Why would fragments of parchment hidden in desert caves provoke such secrecy? The scrolls themselves are not merely old copies of Scripture. They reveal a world of beliefs, practices, and prophecies that challenge the neat timeline of religious history. Among the texts are apocalyptic visions of cosmic battles, messianic prophecies of multiple saviors, and laws strikingly different from those preserved in mainstream Judaism. Some fragments even speak of a teacher of righteousness, a mysterious figure persecuted by the establishment, whose life bears uncanny similarities to the story of Jesus. Scholars debate whether these references are coincidences, parallels, or clues to a deeper connection. But to those who seek forbidden history, the scrolls whisper of an alternative narrative, one the Church may not want the world to know. The question becomes even more intriguing when we consider how long the scrolls were hidden from public view. 4 decades after their discovery, access to many of the texts was limited to a handful of scholars, many of whom were affiliated with Christian institutions. Researchers outside this circle complained that their requests were denied, their careers stalled if they pushed too hard. When fragments finally began to surface publicly in the 1990s, the world was stunned not only by their contents but by the decades of silence. Why suppress harmless copies of Scripture, unless some texts contained revelations that could not be easily explained? Whispers persist that the Vatican itself became involved in controlling access to the scrolls. Officially, the archives in Rome had no role in their discovery or translation. But unofficially, the suggestion is impossible to ignore. If the scrolls contained prophecies that pointed to more than one Messiah, or teachings that placed Jesus within a broader tradition of mystics, the Church's monopoly on spiritual truth would be shaken. Imagine the danger if the world learned that Christianity's story was not unique, but part of a larger pattern, one that predated the Gospels by centuries. Some researchers believe the scrolls describe a battle between 2 messianic figures, one priestly, one kingly. If true, it raises the possibility that Jesus was only one among many who were expected, one thread in a larger tapestry. Others point to fragments that emphasize secret knowledge, rituals of initiation, and mystical visions, echoes of the esoteric teachings rumored to be hidden in the Vatican's forbidden archives. Could it be that the scrolls and the archives together form 2 halves of the same puzzle, one buried in desert caves, the other locked in marble vaults? Then there are the apocalyptic texts, writings that describe cosmic wars between light and darkness, angels and demons, visions of the end of days. These scrolls speak not only of divine judgment but of battles fought on earth, with language that suggests more than metaphor. To ancient eyes, such visions were spiritual truths. But to modern eyes, they could easily be interpreted as accounts of real, catastrophic events, natural disasters, invasions, or even encounters with forces beyond human understanding. If the Vatican's archives contain complementary documents, perhaps even eyewitness accounts, the implications are staggering. It is telling that whenever fragments of the scrolls contradict or expand upon biblical tradition, silence follows. Some scrolls describe calendars different from those used by Judaism and Christianity, suggesting alternative systems of worship and holy days. Others present laws stricter, even harsher, than the Torah itself. Such details may seem minor, but they paint a picture of a faith landscape far more complex than the streamlined version offered by the Church. Complexity breeds questions, and questions can unravel authority. The discovery of the scrolls also reveals a deeper truth about knowledge itself, that history is not a single story, but a patchwork of voices. The Bible, as we know it, was shaped by councils, editors, and choices made centuries after the events it describes. But the scrolls remind us that there were other voices, voices silenced, buried, and forgotten. If even fragments of those voices survive in the caves of Qumran, how much more might lie within the Vatican's hidden vaults? The parallels are chilling. In both cases, we see ancient manuscripts hidden away. In both cases, access is tightly controlled, outsiders denied, silence enforced. And in both cases, the reason is the same: to protect a narrative, to ensure that the world sees only one version of history. But as the Dead Sea Scrolls prove, no secret can stay buried forever. The sands of time preserve more than stone and parchment. They preserve the truth, waiting for the moment it can no longer be contained. Perhaps the greatest irony is that the Dead Sea Scrolls were hidden in caves during a time of war, when their keepers feared they would be destroyed. The Essenes buried them to preserve them for the future, believing that one day they would be found. That day came in the 20th century, and yet, the truth they carried was once again hidden, this time not by desert cliffs, but by human hands. So we are left with questions. How much of the scrolls has truly been revealed? How much remains unpublished, untranslated, or quietly locked away? Were fragments smuggled into the Vatican itself, added to the forbidden archives alongside other dangerous texts? And most haunting of all, if the Dead Sea Scrolls are only the tip of the iceberg, then what lies beneath the surface, hidden from view, may be powerful enough to rewrite the story of faith, prophecy, and humanity itself. The Dead Sea Scrolls stand as proof that alternative histories exist, proof that voices silenced long ago can resurface and challenge the foundations of belief. But they are also a reminder that control over knowledge is a battle still being fought. The caves of Qumran opened a door, but the Vatican's forbidden vaults may still hold the key. And until that key is turned, the truth remains a mystery, whispering to us from the shadows, urging us to look deeper. Prophecies have always haunted the corridors of human history. From oracles of the ancient world to the visions of mystics and saints, humanity has long sought glimpses of the future. But among all prophecies, none stir the imagination, or the fear, quite like those said to be locked within the Vatican's forbidden archives. It is whispered that inside those marble halls lie manuscripts describing not only the rise and fall of empires past, but cataclysms yet to come. Sealed away from the public eye, these predictions are said to be so staggering, so devastating to the stability of the world, that the Church has deemed them too dangerous to reveal. Among the most infamous of these hidden prophecies are the so-called apocalyptic chronicles, rumored to be texts that foretell wars, natural disasters, and cosmic events on a scale too immense for the modern mind to easily accept. Some claim they describe fire from the sky, oceans rising to swallow coastlines, and the earth itself groaning under upheaval. Others speak of a great deception, a time when humanity will be misled by false saviors or perhaps forces masquerading as divine. The echoes of these visions are felt in many traditions, the Book of Revelation, the prophecies of Daniel, even the warnings found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But according to rumor, the Vatican possesses more, texts so explicit, so detailed, that to publish them would plunge the world into panic. Perhaps the most enduring legend involves the third secret of Fatima. In 1917, 3 shepherd children in Portugal reported visions of the Virgin Mary, who entrusted them with 3 secrets. 2 were eventually revealed, but the third remained locked in the Vatican's vaults for decades, fueling speculation. When it was finally released in the year 2000, the Church insisted it described a symbolic vision of persecution and violence. But skeptics argue that what was shown to the public was incomplete, that the true third secret, still hidden, contains a chilling prophecy about the end of the world. Whispers persist that it foretells a cosmic catastrophe, or even a revelation so destabilizing it would shake the very core of Christianity. Did the Vatican release a sanitized version, while keeping the real prophecy sealed away? And what of the prophecies said to predate Christianity itself? Some claim the archives hold texts taken from Babylonian, Egyptian, and Mayan sources, records of cyclical cataclysms, where civilization rises and falls in endless repetition. These prophecies speak of stars aligning, great floods, firestorms, and the appearance of beings not of this world. If such manuscripts exist, then perhaps the Church has hidden them not simply because they threaten doctrine, but because they describe a future the world is not prepared to face. Throughout history, prophets who dared to speak of doom were often silenced. Nostradamus, the French seer whose cryptic quatrains still fascinate millions, is said to have drawn upon older manuscripts, some of which may have ended up in the Vatican's possession. Could it be that the archives contain the missing keys to decoding his visions, timelines, names, or places too dangerous to reveal? Imagine the implications if the Vatican knew not just vague predictions, but specific dates and events pointing to humanity's future. Even more unsettling are the whispers of astronomical prophecies. Some say the archives contain records of ancient skywatchers who observed cycles of destruction tied to comets, planetary alignments, or even the mysterious dark star that rise to orbit on the edge of our solar system. To reveal such knowledge would not only rewrite the history of astronomy, it would confirm that ancient civilizations knew more about the cosmos than modern science admits. And if they knew of cycles of destruction, then perhaps they also knew when the next would arrive. Why hide these prophecies? The official explanation is always the same: to prevent fear, to maintain faith, to protect humanity from despair. But secrecy has the opposite effect. It fuels suspicion, breeds rumor, and convinces many that the Church is hiding truths too terrible to face. What if the real reason is not to protect humanity, but to protect the authority of the Vatican itself. If the archives contain accurate prophecies of the future, the Church holds a power no other institution possesses, the ability to predict, to control, and perhaps even to manipulate history itself. Consider the possibility that wars, revolutions, and global shifts have been quietly anticipated for centuries, that those in power were warned long before the rest of the world. Such a scenario would make the Vatican not merely a guardian of faith, but a silent architect of history. By withholding knowledge, it controls not only the past, but the future. And if this is true, then the archives are not simply a library, they are a map of destiny itself. Some researchers go further, suggesting that prophecies within the Vatican archives do not come only from divine vision, but from encounters with other intelligences. Ancient texts speak of angels delivering warnings, of beings from the sky guiding humanity. What if some of those prophecies were not metaphor, but record? What if the secrets involve messages from beyond this world, predicting catastrophes and transformations in human civilization? The Church, with its long history of blending faith and power, would never admit such a truth. To reveal it would collapse the divide between religion and science, myth and reality. And yet, silence does not erase the whispers. Every time a global crisis strikes, a war, a pandemic, an earthquake, voices rise, asking if the Vatican knew, if the prophecies were written long ago in manuscripts now gathering dust in locked chambers. Each time, the Church denies, deflects, or dismisses. But history tells us that secrecy and control are often more dangerous than the truths they hide. The prophecies locked in the Vatican archives remain among the most forbidden mysteries of all. Are they warnings of natural disasters, cosmic events, and spiritual battles? Are they visions of deception and control, where humanity will be led astray by false lights? Or are they simply symbolic texts, exaggerated by centuries of rumor and fear? The Vatican will not say. And in that silence, the mystery grows larger, more terrifying, more irresistible. Perhaps one day the doors will open, and humanity will learn whether the archives truly contain visions of our future. Until then, the thought lingers like a shadow at the edge of history. Somewhere, behind locked doors in Rome, may lie a manuscript that describes the end of the world. In nearly every culture across the ancient world, stories exist of beings who descend from the heavens. Some call them angels, radiant messengers clothed in light. Others describe them as gods, wielding weapons of fire and thunder. Still others see them as watchers, keeping a silent vigil over humanity. For the faithful, angels are divine servants of God, guardians who protect and guide. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the archives of the Vatican hold documents that suggest these beings were not always purely spiritual, but something else, something tangible, something that could walk among men? The very word angel comes from the Greek angelos, meaning messenger. Yet throughout scripture and apocryphal texts, angels do far more than deliver messages. They wrestle with men, eat food, wield swords, and appear in forms that inspire both awe and terror. Some early Jewish writings, like the Book of Enoch, describe entire hierarchies of angelic beings, seraphim, cherubim, thrones, dominions, each with powers beyond human comprehension. But Enoch goes further, telling of angels who descended to earth, took human wives, and fathered children who became giants, the Nephilim. This story was so unsettling that it was excluded from the biblical canon. And yet, fragments of Enoch resurfaced among the Dead Sea Scrolls, proving that it was once central to early faith. If Enoch survived in desert caves, what other angelic texts might survive in the Vatican's hidden chambers? Whispers persist that the Vatican archives contain manuscripts expanding on these forbidden angel stories, texts that reveal their origins, their powers, and their interactions with humanity throughout history. Some suggest the Church's records of angelic encounters witnessed by popes, kings, and saints, locked away because they raise questions about the true nature of these beings. Were they emissaries of God alone, or visitors from realms beyond our comprehension? The line between angel and alien begins to blur when one considers the descriptions. Blazing lights descending from the sky, voices speaking from within clouds, wheels within wheels filled with eyes, beings who instruct, punish, or even abduct. To the ancient mind, these were heavenly messengers. To the modern mind, they sound remarkably like accounts of unidentified flying objects and encounters with extraterrestrial intelligence. Could the Vatican be hiding records that link angels with phenomena that today we might describe as alien? Legends tell of documents confiscated during the Inquisition that describe strange beings appearing during medieval times, beings who imparted knowledge of the stars, of medicine, of weapons. Some claim these writings were hidden in the Vatican vaults because they threatened to merge theology with something far more dangerous, the possibility that humanity is not alone. After all, if the angels of Scripture were not purely spiritual but visitors from beyond, then the foundation of divine mystery would shift. Faith would have to wrestle with the idea that heaven may not be only a spiritual realm, but a literal cosmos filled with other worlds and other beings. The secrecy surrounding these angelic accounts is telling. Throughout history, whenever visions of angels were reported, the Church carefully documented them, but only some were made public. Apparitions deemed safe were canonized, like those at Lourdes or Fatima, where the visions reinforced faith. But what of the visions that did not align with doctrine? What of the encounters that spoke of truths the Church could not control? Those, many believe, were buried in the archives, sealed away to protect the faithful from dangerous questions. Imagine, for a moment, if the archives contain records of ongoing angelic encounters, writings that suggest these beings have never left us, that they still walk among us today. Some manuscripts are rumored to describe visions granted to popes, where angelic figures warned of coming wars, upheavals, even cosmic disasters. Others supposedly speak of angels not as protectors, but as watchers, keeping humanity under observation, intervening only when necessary. If these accounts exist, they would suggest a far more active, mysterious role for angels than the sanitized version presented in sermons. And then there are the fallen ones. The Book of Enoch describes angels who defy the divine order, sharing forbidden knowledge with humanity, metallurgy, weaponry, astrology, secrets not meant for mortal hands. Their punishment was severe, yet their influence endured, shaping myths of gods, titans, and demigods across cultures. If the Vatican holds detailed accounts of these fallen beings, then it possesses not only a history of divine rebellion, but a record of humanity's first encounter with forbidden technology. Could this be why such texts were suppressed, because they hint at knowledge too advanced, too dangerous, to reconcile with doctrine? Even official scripture hints at a cosmic conflict. Revelation speaks of a war in heaven, where Michael and his angels fight against the dragon. But what if this war is not only metaphorical, but a literal cosmic struggle, one that continues to this day, unseen by human eyes? If the archives contain documents expanding on this battle, they might reveal that humanity is caught in the middle of a conflict stretching across dimensions, involving beings far older and more powerful than we can imagine. The implications are staggering. If angels are real and active, then humanity has never truly been alone. If fallen angels are real, then the dangers we face are not only earthly but cosmic. And if the Vatican knows this, if it holds documents proving these beings exist, interact, and influence our world, then its silence is not merely secrecy. It is control over the deepest questions of existence: who we are, where we came from, and what forces truly shape our destiny. Skeptics will say these are myths, allegories written to inspire or an obedience. But myth often carries fragments of truth, distorted but not extinguished. And when multiple cultures across the globe tell stories of radiant beings descending from the sky, of knowledge imparted, of hybrid offspring and cosmic wars, the pattern is too consistent to dismiss. Perhaps angels and aliens are not separate mysteries at all, but two sides of the same coin. The Vatican, with its centuries of records, would be the one place where all these threads converge. Letters from missionaries describing luminous beings in remote lands. Chronicles of medieval sightings dismissed as visions. Testimonies of saints who encountered entities beyond description. All of it, carefully preserved, carefully hidden, waiting in silence. Until those doors open, humanity can only speculate. But the thought lingers like a shadow, that within the forbidden archives of the Vatican lie the real chronicles of angels, not as simple figures of faith, but as powerful, enigmatic beings whose story is inseparable from our own. And if that truth were revealed, the line between religion and reality would never be the same again. If the archives of the Vatican contain forbidden chronicles of angels, then it is only logical that they also contain the records of their darker counterparts, demons. For every story of light, there is a shadow. And for every vision of an angelic messenger, history records a tale of possession, torment, and exorcism. The Church has always acknowledged the existence of demonic forces, but what it has not always revealed is the sheer scale of its confrontation with them. Whispers claim that deep within the archives lies a staggering collection of exorcism reports, ritual manuals, and testimonies of priests who faced entities beyond human comprehension. These records are said to stretch back not centuries, but millennia, forming a hidden chronicle of humanity's war with the unseen. The very concept of exorcism is ancient, predating Christianity. Sumerian tablets describe rites for driving out evil spirits. Egyptian papyri record incantations to protect against malevolent forces. And in the New Testament itself, Christ is depicted repeatedly casting out demons, often described as shrieking, convulsing, or speaking through their victims. But what the public sees is only the tip of the iceberg. According to insiders, the Vatican possesses exhaustive case files of demonic possession, some too disturbing to ever release. These are not simple tales of hysteria or delusion. They describe victims speaking languages they had never learned, levitating, or displaying strength far beyond human limits. They describe entities revealing hidden knowledge, predicting events, or mocking the faith of priests with terrifying accuracy. One chilling rumor persists about a locked section of the archives devoted entirely to the black dossiers. These files, said to be classified above all others, contain transcripts of possessions where demons spoke at length about their origins. In some accounts, the entities claim to be fallen angels. In others, they describe themselves as ancient intelligences, older than humanity, tied to forces from beyond the stars. If true, these testimonies would blur the line between theology and cosmic horror, suggesting that the beings Christianity calls demons may not be metaphorical, but part of a larger and far more complex reality. The most infamous case linked to the Vatican is the 1949 possession in the United States that inspired the novel and film The Exorcist. The Church has never denied its involvement, but what remains hidden are the full transcripts of that case, locked away in the archives under seal. Eyewitnesses claim the boy spoke in guttural voices, objects flew across the room, and the entity revealed intimate secrets of those present. If one case in modern history could inspire such terror, imagine how many others, kept from the public eye, lie waiting in the vaults of the Vatican. Some researchers suggest that among these records may be grimoires, books of forbidden knowledge seized during the Middle Ages, containing rituals, incantations, and sigils used to summon or control demonic entities. During the Inquisition, thousands of such texts were confiscated and disappeared into the vaults. The official line was that they were destroyed to protect the faithful. But destruction was not always the Church's way. Preservation for study, or perhaps for power, was far more useful. If those grimoires survive, then the Vatican not only holds records of encounters with demons, but also the very instructions to summon them. This raises disturbing questions. Why preserve such knowledge? Is it to study the enemy? To arm priests with counter-rituals? Or could it be something darker, a recognition that knowledge, even forbidden knowledge, is a form of power too valuable to lose? The Vatican has always stood against sorcery and occultism, yet it is possible that it has quietly maintained the most comprehensive archive of occult texts in existence. A library not of faith, but of forbidden science. And then there are the accounts said to come from popes themselves. Some whispers claim that several pontiffs experienced visions or even attacks by demonic forces. One story, often told in hushed tones, describes Pope Leo XIII collapsing after celebrating Mass in 1884, later explaining that he had seen a vision of Satan asking God for 100 years to destroy the Church. In response, Leo composed the famous prayer to Saint Michael, still recited today. But what he truly saw, what he truly heard, that may have been recorded in detail and sealed within the archives. Was it a vision? Or was it, as some suggest, a direct confrontation with a force too powerful to dismiss as imagination? To admit that demons are real is to admit that humanity is not alone in its struggle for survival. To admit that the Vatican holds centuries of battle reports against them is to admit that this war has raged in secret, away from public eyes. Some exorcists, breaking silence, have hinted that possession cases are on the rise in modern times, far outpacing what is officially acknowledged. Could the Vatican's hidden files reveal patterns, times and places where demonic activity surges, linked perhaps to cosmic cycles or catastrophic events? If so, the archives may not only contain history, but prophecy. Consider the possibility that demons are not merely fallen angels in the theological sense, but entities bound to our world through laws of reality we do not yet understand. Their interactions with humanity, through possession, temptation, and influence, could be part of a larger plan. A plan hinted at in Scripture but fully documented in the Vatican's forbidden files. If those documents were ever revealed, humanity might learn that the struggle between good and evil is not abstract. It is literal, ongoing, and far more organized than we dare to imagine. And yet, the Vatican remains silent. Every now and then, it allows glimpses, a film, a priest's testimony, a sanitized report. But the vast, overwhelming weight of documentation remains sealed. Why? Perhaps because to reveal it would strip away the comfort of disbelief. The modern world prides itself on science and skepticism, but the Vatican knows that behind closed doors, priests are still battling forces that science cannot explain. To make this knowledge public would be to admit that our reality is haunted by something ancient, cunning, and ever-present. The Chronicles of demons, hidden in the Vatican archives, remain one of the most unsettling possibilities of all. They suggest that humanity has never been fully free, that our world is contested ground, and that the battle for our souls is not metaphorical but real. Whether demons are fallen angels, interdimensional entities, or ancient intelligences, the Vatican knows more than it reveals. And in that silence, one cannot help but wonder, are they keeping us safe from knowledge too terrible to bear? Or are they keeping the truth to themselves, while the rest of humanity walks blindly through a world more dangerous than we dare believe? If angels and demons appear throughout the forbidden records of the Vatican, then there must also be mention of their offspring, the mysterious giants of ancient legend, the Nephilim. This subject, more than perhaps any other, straddles the line between myth, archaeology, and theology. It is a story too controversial for Sunday sermons, yet too persistent to be dismissed. The book of Genesis briefly refers to them. There were giants in the earth in those days, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. For centuries, this cryptic passage has fueled speculation. Who were these sons of God? Were they fallen angels, as the Book of Enoch insists? Were they divine messengers crossing forbidden boundaries? Or could they have been something else entirely, beings from beyond the stars, leaving behind hybrid offspring that walk the earth as giants? The Book of Enoch, excluded from the official biblical canon but preserved in fragments at Qumran and in ancient Ethiopian traditions, goes into detail. It describes 200 watchers who descended to Mount Hermon, swearing an oath to take human wives. From these unions came monstrous children, giants of enormous stature who devoured crops, animals, and eventually human beings. The flood of Noah, according to Enoch, was not simply a moral cleansing but a desperate act to wipe these abominations from the earth. Yet fragments of tradition insist that some Nephilim survived, their bloodline lingering in shadow. Could it be that the Vatican's hidden records document their existence, traces of a race erased from mainstream history but preserved in secret manuscripts? Archaeology provides tantalizing hints. Across the globe, legends of giants appear in cultures that never had contact with one another. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, gods who descended from the heavens and mingled with humanity. Native American tribes tell of colossal red-haired giants who once roamed the land, battled their ancestors, and were eventually destroyed. The Greeks filled their mythology with titans, cyclopes, and demigods of immense size and strength. Even in the Bible, after the flood, we encounter remnants of giants, the Anakim, the Rephaim, and most famously, Goliath of Gath. Is it coincidence that these legends echo each other so closely, or is it evidence of a suppressed reality? Rumors persist that the Vatican has been involved in the quiet retrieval and concealment of giant remains. Stories circulate of skeletons measuring 12 feet or more being discovered in digs from the 19th and early 20th centuries, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Were they destroyed, hidden, or spirited away into private collections? Some researchers suspect the Vatican intervened, ensuring that such evidence never reached the public. After all, if the Nephilim were real, they would confirm the Book of Enoch, the very text excluded from the Bible. It would mean the Church knowingly removed a story that reshapes our understanding of human history. There are darker whispers still. Some claim that the Vatican's vaults contain not just bones, but artifacts linked to the Nephilim, massive weapons, tablets inscribed with unknown symbols, even preserved remains. Such relics would not only confirm the existence of giants but suggest they were far more advanced than mere savages. They may have ruled as kings, worshipped as gods, or perhaps enslaved humanity in ages long forgotten. To release such knowledge would unravel the narrative of human progress and force a reckoning with the idea that we were never the sole masters of this planet. The flood myth itself, found in cultures from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, could take on new meaning. Was it not simply a divine judgment, but an attempt to reset a corrupted world? If the Nephilim once dominated the earth, then their destruction was as much survival as punishment. And if any survived, as some traditions claim, could their bloodlines still linger today, hidden among us? Medieval texts, long locked away, speak of giant blood persisting in noble families, of lineages touched by something more than human. If such genealogical records are indeed in the Vatican's possession, They could rewrite not only religious history but the history of power itself. The very existence of megalithic architecture adds to the enigma. How did ancient peoples move stones weighing hundreds of tons, carving monuments that even today defy engineering logic? Some point to the giants, Nephilim laboring with supernatural strength. If the Vatican archives contain ancient engineering records, blueprints, or eyewitness accounts connecting giants to structures like Baalbek, Stonehenge, or the pyramids, it would prove that our ancestors were not alone in building civilization. The danger of such revelations is obvious. The Church's authority rests on a carefully curated canon of Scripture. To admit that books like Enoch told the truth, that giants once roamed the earth, that divine beings mated with humans, would destabilize theology at its core. Christ's sacrifice, the Church argues, redeems mankind. But what if humanity itself was hybridized, part divine, part fallen? What if we were not simply children of Adam, but also heirs to a lineage the Church has tried to erase? Even within mainstream theology, subtle traces remain. The story of Goliath is preserved, though his monstrous stature is downplayed. The phrase sons of God in Genesis is often reinterpreted as mere nobles or rulers, not divine beings. Yet these reinterpretations feel like deliberate attempts to bury something too explosive. The Vatican, with access to thousands of untranslated manuscripts, knows the truth. The silence is not ignorance, it is intentional. Imagine if tomorrow, the Vatican unveiled the bones of a 12-foot giant, alongside manuscripts proving the Watchers once walked the earth. The world's faiths would shatter and reform overnight. Science would scramble to explain. Archaeology would be rewritten from the ground up. And humanity would be forced to admit that its origins are stranger, darker, and more extraordinary than we ever dreamed. Until then, the Vatican's hidden files on giants remain one of the most tantalizing mysteries of all. Were the Nephilim real? Were they the offspring of angels and humans, or something else, alien hybrids, genetic experiments from a forgotten age? The answer lies not in myth alone, but in the vaults beneath Rome, sealed away in silence. And that silence is perhaps the most deafening sound of all. If the Vatican truly conceals records of giants and Nephilim, then what else might be buried in those forbidden vaults? For many researchers, the most tantalizing possibility is that the archives preserve evidence of entire civilizations erased from mainstream history. The stories of Atlantis, Lemuria, and other vanished worlds have long been dismissed as myths, yet they continue to echo in every corner of human culture. Why do so many ancient traditions speak of golden ages destroyed by floods, fire, or earthquakes? Why do so many monuments point to knowledge far ahead of their time? And most importantly, could the Vatican possess texts, or even artifacts, that confirm these civilizations once existed? The legend of Atlantis, first recorded by Plato, describes a great island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules. It was a society rich in knowledge, technology, and spiritual power, but corrupted by pride and destroyed in a single day and night of catastrophe. For centuries, scholars argued whether Plato invented the tale as allegory or preserved a fragment of history handed down from older sources. What is less known is that church scholars in the medieval period often commented on Atlantis in private correspondence, wondering if it connected to the pre-flood world described in Genesis. Some of these letters, it is said, now rest in the Vatican's vaults, never published, never acknowledged. The Church has always had access to ancient manuscripts that the world thought lost. When the Roman Empire absorbed conquered lands, temples, and libraries, their scrolls often found their way into church hands. The same happened during the Crusades, when treasures from the Middle East were brought back to Europe. Could it be that documents describing Atlantis, or similar lost civilizations, were quietly preserved, copied, and hidden away? If so, then the Vatican holds not only theological texts but the blueprint of forgotten worlds. Beyond Atlantis lies the legend of Lemuria, or Mu, a vast continent said to have existed in the Pacific or Indian Ocean. 19th-century explorers claimed to find linguistic and cultural clues suggesting an ancient land bridge connecting Asia, Africa, and the Americas. While science later dismissed the idea of such a continent, myths remain. Polynesian traditions speak of a sunken homeland. Indian texts describe great floods that swallowed entire kingdoms. Even in Madagascar, folklore tells of an ancestral land beneath the sea. Could the Vatican archives contain travelogues, reports, or even maps from early missionaries who encountered these stories firsthand? Some suggest they do, and that those reports describe uncanny similarities across cultures that never should have been connected. Maps themselves may be among the most incriminating pieces of evidence. The Piri race map of 1513, which depicts parts of Antarctica free of ice, has long baffled historians. How could a 16th century cartographer have access to geographical knowledge centuries ahead of his time? Scholars believe the Piri race map was compiled from older sources now lost. But are they truly lost? Or are the originals, perhaps copies of Atlantean charts, locked away in the Vatican's forbidden rooms? If the archives hold maps of the world before the last ice age, it would prove that advanced seafaring civilizations existed tens of thousands of years ago, far earlier than mainstream history admits. Consider also the enigmatic megalithic sites scattered across the globe, the precision-cut stones of Pumapunku in Bolivia, the vast stone city of Nan Madol in Micronesia, the inexplicable Baalbek platform in Lebanon. These structures defy the capabilities of their supposed builders. Were they the work of lost civilizations with knowledge of engineering that we have only begun to rediscover? If so, the Vatican may know it. Missionary reports from the colonial era often described local legends about gods or giants building these sites, or civilizations destroyed by divine punishment. Many of these manuscripts were shipped back to Rome. How many were catalogued, translated, and then quietly suppressed? There are even whispers that the Vatican possesses not only manuscripts but relics of these lost worlds. Strange artifacts, recovered during excavations or handed down through secret orders, said to contain inscriptions in unknown languages or metals impossible to replicate. Some claim these artifacts were removed from public circulation deliberately, to keep the narrative of human history consistent with biblical interpretation. After all, to admit that a technologically advanced civilization existed before Noah's flood would append not just archaeology, but the Church's entire timeline of creation. But perhaps the most dangerous knowledge preserved in the archives concerns not what these civilizations achieved, but why they fell. Flood myths abound in cultures across the world, from Mesopotamia's Epic of Gilgamesh to Native American deluge stories to the Mayan Popol Vuh. Were these merely symbolic tales, or memories of real cataclysms that struck Earth in the distant past? Some researchers argue that the Church knows the answer, that the Vatican holds detailed records of ancient warnings, prophecies predicting cycles of destruction. The implication is chilling. If civilizations like Atlantis and Lemuria were destroyed by repeating natural or cosmic events, then humanity may be approaching another cycle even now. What if the archives contain documents showing that priests, astronomers, and seers of those lost civilizations recorded the movements of the heavens, warning of comets, solar storms, or shifting poles? What if those warnings match modern scientific concerns, from climate change to asteroid impact? The Church's silence would then be more than secrecy. It would be a decision to withhold survival knowledge from humanity itself. The psychological impact of such revelations would be catastrophic. Humanity prides itself on being the pinnacle of progress, but if advanced civilizations existed and were wiped out, it would force us to confront our fragility. It would mean our achievements are not unprecedented, and our destruction may not be avoidable. The Vatican, by keeping such knowledge hidden, preserves stability, but also keeps humanity ignorant of lessons it may desperately need. In this light, the forbidden archives of the Vatican are not just a library. They are a time capsule of worlds erased from memory. They are a silent witness to cataclysms, civilizations, and technologies that once flourished and fell. And in their silence lies both mystery and warning. Could it be that the stories of Atlantis and Lemuria are not fables, but history? Could it be that humanity's true past is scattered across the ocean floor, preserved only in secret manuscripts deep beneath Rome? Until those doors open, we may never know. But the thought is irresistible, that the greatest secrets of our origin and destiny are not lost forever. They are simply hidden, waiting, guarded by those who fear what humanity might do if it knew the truth. If the Vatican's archives truly hold the keys to lost civilizations, then it is only natural to suspect that they also preserve something even more profound, forbidden knowledge of the heavens themselves. For throughout history, the stars have been more than just distant lights. They have been guides for navigation, clocks for agriculture, and omens for kings. But they have also been the keepers of secrets, patterns of cosmic cycles that foretell cataclysms, rebirths, and destinies. Could it be that hidden within the Vatican's vaults lie ancient manuscripts describing the true nature of the cosmos, knowledge so disruptive it could rewrite both science and theology? Astronomy and the Church have always had a complicated relationship. On one hand, the Vatican has historically employed some of the finest astronomers, maintaining observatories that still operate today. On the other, history records clashes, most famously with Galileo, who was silenced for suggesting that Earth revolved around the Sun. Yet even here, contradictions arise. Why would the Vatican, if hostile to heliocentric theory, continue investing in astronomical research for centuries afterward? Some believe the answer is simple. The Vatican has long known that the heavens conceal truths humanity was not ready to accept, truths carefully studied in secret while denied in public. One of the most enduring rumors is that the archives contain records of ancient astronomical knowledge, preserved from civilizations predating recorded history. Maps of the stars, far older than the Greeks or Babylonians, describing constellations invisible to the naked eye or positions accurate only with modern instruments. Such manuscripts, if real, would suggest that our ancestors, or perhaps beings who visited them, possess technology and awareness beyond our comprehension. Could this explain why ancient monuments like the pyramids of Giza or the temples of Angkor Wat align so precisely with celestial bodies? Was this knowledge preserved, copied, and quietly absorbed into the Vatican's forbidden collection? There are also claims that the archives house prophecies tied to cosmic events. Ancient seers, according to tradition, warned of great disasters linked to the heavens: stars falling from the sky, suns darkened, moons turned to blood. Such imagery appears in the Bible itself, particularly in the book of Revelation. But what if these were not mere metaphors, but literal descriptions of astronomical phenomena, comet strikes, solar eclipses, planetary alignments, even supernovae? If the Vatican possesses records correlating these events with past catastrophes, it may also hold predictions of when such cycles will strike again. Some go further, suggesting that the Church knows of hidden bodies in our solar system. Theories of a mysterious Planet X, or Nibiru, have haunted astronomical speculation for decades. While dismissed by mainstream science, whispers persist that ancient cultures recorded the movement of a wandering planet whose return heralds chaos. If the archives contain texts from Sumerian, Mayan, or Babylonian sources pointing to such a body, then the Vatican may be guarding not only humanity's past but its future. Could this be why the Vatican operates its own advanced observatories today, including one in Arizona equipped with a powerful infrared telescope? To the public, it is science. To the initiated, perhaps it is surveillance of something long foretold. Equally unsettling are suggestions that the archives preserve evidence of contact, visions or encounters with intelligences linked to the stars. Some medieval manuscripts, never published, reportedly describe monks or saints visited by beings who came from wheels of fire in the heavens. Were these allegories for angels, or testimonies of something else entirely? If preserved, these records might represent some of the earliest accounts of unidentified aerial phenomena, centuries before the modern age of UFO sightings. To acknowledge them would collapse the neat division between the spiritual and the extraterrestrial. Ancient calendars also play a role in this mystery. The Mayan long count, famously ending in 2012, was not an isolated system. Egyptian, Hindu, and other ancient calendars also described vast cycles of time, measured not in years but in millennia. Many of these cycles are linked to astronomical patterns, the precession of the equinoxes, the wobble of Earth's axis, and alignments of stars and planets. If the Vatican holds ancient manuscripts from multiple cultures confirming these cycles, then it may know something modern science is only beginning to rediscover: that civilizations rise and fall not randomly, but in rhythm with the heavens. Consider, too, the biblical magi. These wise men, following a star, were likely astronomers of their day, blending science and mysticism. Their role in the Nativity story suggests that celestial knowledge was integral to divine revelation. Could the Vatican's archives include manuscripts describing the Magi's actual astronomical observations, charts of comets, conjunctions, or even anomalous lights in the sky? If so, the Church may hold records proving that critical moments in biblical history were tied to cosmic events, not just symbolic miracles. The implications are staggering. If the Vatican has preserved evidence that advanced astronomical knowledge existed long before recorded history, it would prove that our ancestors were far from primitive. If it has records predicting cosmic cataclysms, it would mean humanity is far more vulnerable than it dares to admit. And if it has testimony linking celestial beings to the angels and gods of Scripture, it would suggest that religion and astronomy are two halves of the same mystery. Why, then, keep it secret? Because to reveal it would shatter the boundaries that keep faith and science apart. If humanity learned tomorrow that civilizations like Atlantis charted the stars thousands of years before Christ, or that apocalyptic events tied to planetary alignments were not symbolic but inevitable, the Church's carefully curated story of creation and salvation would collapse. Worse, humanity might panic, or worse still, question the authority of institutions that claim to hold the keys to truth. And so the Vatican remains silent. Its observatories continue to study the skies. Its archives remain sealed. But questions grow louder. What do they know of comets, of wandering stars, of cycles of destruction? What maps and manuscripts are hidden in their vaults, too disruptive to reveal? What cosmic secrets did our ancestors record, secrets that could prepare us, or terrify us, for what is to come? Perhaps one day the doors will open, and humanity will finally learn whether the heavens themselves have whispered warnings into the hands of priests and prophets for millennia. Until then, the greatest mysteries of the cosmos may not be written in the stars above us, but locked away in the shadows beneath Rome. If the Vatican archives preserve ancient star maps and celestial knowledge, then the next logical question is, what did those records warn us about? For scattered across world traditions lies a terrifyingly consistent theme, that human history is not a straight line of progress, but a repeating cycle of creation and destruction. Floods, fires, plagues, and earthquakes are described not as random disasters, but as scheduled events written into the fabric of time. The Maya, the Hindus, the Egyptians, and even the Hebrews all spoke of ages and epochs that rise, flourish, and then end in cataclysm. Could the Vatican's forbidden archives hold the ultimate confirmation that doomsday is not a myth, but a recurring calendar event that our world is fast approaching? The Mayan long count calendar is perhaps the most famous example. Popular culture fixated on the date December 21st, 2012, interpreting it as the end of the world. When nothing happened, the story was dismissed. But deeper study shows the Maya never predicted annihilation. They described the end of one great cycle and the beginning of another. Their astronomer priests tracked the movement of the heavens with uncanny precision, calculating patterns that spanned thousands of years. What they left behind was less a prophecy and more a warning. Civilizations rise and fall according to cosmic rhythms. Now imagine if the Vatican holds manuscripts from missionaries in the New World, detailing Mayan records in even greater detail, records never published because they align too closely with biblical end times prophecies. The Hindu concept of the yugas describes a similar cycle. 4 ages, Satya, Treta, Dvapara, and Kali, rotate endlessly, each marked by a decline in virtue and an increase in chaos. According to this system, humanity is currently in the Kali Yuga, the darkest age, destined to end in destruction before the cycle begins anew. Strikingly, some modern scholars have compared Yuga cycles with astronomical precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes about 26,000 years to complete. This same cycle appears in Greek, Egyptian, and even Native American traditions. Could the Vatican archives preserve comparative studies of these cycles, conducted in secret by church scholars who realized all these traditions were describing the same cosmic timetable? Even the Bible contains echoes of cyclical time. The Great Flood of Noah mirrors earlier Mesopotamian accounts like the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Book of Ecclesiastes famously declares, "What has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun." And Revelation itself, with its cataclysms of fire, hail, famine, and stars falling from the sky, reads less like a one-time apocalypse and more like a coded record of recurring destruction. What if Revelation is not prophecy, but memory, a description of what befell past civilizations, hidden in allegory? If so, the Vatican's knowledge of lost cycles could be the most explosive secret of all. There are also disturbing suggestions that the archives contain forbidden timelines, manuscripts that attempt to date these cycles with terrifying precision. Some researchers claim that monks, mystics, and astronomers across centuries attempted to synchronize the Mayan calendar, Hindu yugas, and biblical prophecies into a single chronology. What if they succeeded? What if locked away beneath Rome is a timeline predicting not just past cataclysms, but the exact century, or even decade, of the next one? Would revealing it spark panic? Or is the silence a deliberate strategy to prevent humanity from knowing just how fragile its future really is? Consider, too, the Church's obsession with apocalyptic literature. Throughout the Middle Ages, texts predicting the end of the world were carefully copied, debated, and often suppressed. Yet they were never destroyed. From the Sibylline prophecies of Rome to the visions of St. Malachi, from the writings of Hildegard of Bingen to the Fatima secrets of the 20th century, the theme repeats. Humanity is warned of cycles of doom, but the most specific details are kept hidden. Could the Vatican's forbidden vaults contain the unedited versions of these visions, the parts withheld from the public because they name dates, disasters, or cosmic triggers? Flood myths may be the most universal evidence of all. Nearly every culture on Earth preserves a story of a great deluge that wiped out humanity. From Mesopotamia to India, from China to the Americas, the tale is the same. A chosen few survived while the rest were destroyed. Scientists argue these myths may preserve cultural memory of the end of the last ice age, when melting glacier caused global floods. But could the Vatican archives hold accounts suggesting these floods were predicted by ancient calendars, tied to astronomical cycles of Earth's tilt and orbit? If so, then the pattern points forward. If it happened before, it can, and will, happen again. Even geological evidence seems to echo the mythic cycles. Some researchers point to layers of sediment, magnetic field reversals, and mass extinctions occurring at intervals, as if Earth itself breathes in epochs. If monks or scholars connected these findings with the ancient calendars, their notes may lie hidden in the Vatican archives, suppressed for centuries. After all, how could the Church allow the public to know that civilizations are destined to fall, not by sin or salvation, but by the impartial ticking of a cosmic clock? Why would such knowledge be suppressed? Because it undermines not only the authority of the Church but the illusion of control upon which modern society rests. If humanity knew with certainty that another flood, fire, or celestial impact was inevitable within centuries, or even decades, governments would collapse, economies would crash, and faith would fracture. Better, perhaps, to keep the truth sealed away, drip-feeding warnings in allegory and symbolism, while those in power quietly prepare. The chilling possibility is that the Vatican is not merely preserving these doomsday calendars, but actively monitoring them. Its modern observatories could be watching for alignments, comets, or solar activity that correspond to ancient predictions. Its theologians may be cross-referencing biblical prophecy with Mayan and Hindu timelines, waiting for the next convergence. To the outside world, it appears as religion and science in separate spheres. But in the shadows, it may be a single operation, the careful tracking of humanity's countdown clock. If this is true, then the Vatican's forbidden archives are not simply historical. They are prophetic. They do not just tell us where we came from, but where we are going. And the picture they paint may be far darker than we dare imagine. If the Vatican's archives truly contain forbidden calendars predicting cycles of destruction, then the next step is even more unsettling. The possibility that the Church has preserved direct visions and prophesies of the apocalypse, messages delivered through saints, mystics, and seers across centuries, but never revealed in their entirety to the public. Unlike the ancient calendars of the Maya or Hindus, these prophecies claim to come from divine visions, supernatural encounters, or even visitations from the Virgin Mary herself. They are not vague myths, but specific warnings, names, dates, disasters, and betrayals. And at the center of these mysteries lies one of the most controversial topics in modern Catholic history, the secrets of Fatima. In 1917, 3 shepherd children in Fatima, Portugal, reported visions of the Virgin Mary. Over the course of several apparitions, they were given 3 secrets. The first 2 were eventually revealed, visions of hell and a prophecy of World War II. But the third secret remained hidden for decades, sparking speculation that it contained the most explosive revelation of all. For years, the Vatican insisted that the third secret was simply a vision of the persecution of Christians in the 20th century. Yet researchers, whistleblowers, and even cardinals hinted that the truth was far darker, possibly a prophecy of a global cataclysm, a schism within the Church, or even the end of the papacy itself. Some who claimed to have read the third secret described it as a terrifying vision of fire falling from the sky, oceans engulfing cities, and millions dying in moments of catastrophe. Others suggested it warned of apostasy within the highest levels of the Vatican, that the final battle would not be external, but internal, as the Church itself was corrupted from within. If such words exist in the full version of the secret, then the Vatican's decision to suppress them makes sense. To reveal them could trigger fear, rebellion, or even collapse the faithful's trust in their spiritual leaders. But this raises a darker question. Is the Vatican concealing prophecy to prevent panic, or to protect itself from accountability when those warnings come true? Fatima is not the only prophecy shrouded in secrecy. Another notorious example is the prophecy of the popes, attributed to Saint Malachy, a 12th century Irish archbishop. According to legend, Malachy had a vision of all the popes who would reign from his time until the end of the Church. Each pope was described in a short Latin phrase, often symbolically referencing their background or reign. For centuries, these phrases seemed eerily accurate. More disturbingly, the prophecy ends with the pope known as Peter the Roman, under whose reign Rome would be destroyed and the last judgment would occur. Many believe that the current or recent popes align uncannily with the final entries of this list, suggesting we are living at the very threshold of Malachy's predicted apocalypse. The Vatican has always been careful in its stance on this prophecy, never fully endorsing it, but never outright denouncing it either. Could it be because the archives contain corroborating documents, linking Malachi's vision to other sources, perhaps even to the apocalyptic calendars we explored in Section 14? If so, then the prophecy of the popes may not be mere folklore, but one piece of a larger puzzle pointing toward an imminent crisis in the Church and the world. Beyond Fatima and Malachi, countless other visions of doom haunt Catholic history. The writings of mystics like Hildegard of Bingen describe fiery storms, floods, and demonic uprisings. Saint John Bosco recorded dreams of war and devastation, with the Church under siege until it anchored itself between two pillars of faith. Even as recently as the 20th century, apparitions at places like Akita, Japan, delivered chilling messages of fire falling from the sky and nations annihilated in moments. Each time, the Church acknowledges some portion of the vision, but often redacts or restricts the most catastrophic elements. The public receives symbols and softened warnings. The full transcripts vanish into the Vatican vaults. The strategy becomes clear: reveal enough to inspire repentance and faith, but conceal enough to prevent chaos. Yet the danger is obvious. By hiding the harshest truths, the Church robs humanity of the chance to prepare. If the archives contain detailed visions of global cataclysm, then suppression may not be protection but betrayal. There are whispers that some popes themselves were deeply shaken by the secrets they inherited. Pope John XXIII, for instance, reportedly read the full third secret of Fatima and turned pale, declaring that it should not be released to the world in his lifetime. Pope John Paul II was nearly assassinated in 1981, an event the Vatican later linked to Fatima's prophecy of a bishop in white struck down by bullets. But again, discrepancies remain. Did the Vatican release the entire text, or only part of it, carefully curated to fit events already past? Skeptics argue that what we were shown was not the full vision at all. Imagine the weight of those hidden words. Imagine knowing that a prophecy describes the destruction of cities, the fall of Rome, or the collapse of the Church itself. To lock them away in archives might seem merciful, but it also creates an atmosphere of suspicion, fueling conspiracy theories that may, ironically, do more damage to faith than the prophecy itself. This raises an even deeper question. What if these prophecies align not just with each other, but with the apocalyptic calendars of ancient civilizations? What if the cycles of destruction tracked by the Maya, the Hindus, and other cultures correspond exactly with the visions of Catholic mystics? If the Vatican's forbidden archives contain cross-reference timelines where prophecy meets astronomy, then the Church holds a roadmap of the future, an outline of humanity's fate that few outside its walls have ever glimpsed. The implications are chilling. The Vatican may know more than it has ever revealed, not just about theology or history, but about the ultimate destiny of humanity itself. Fatima's fiery visions, Malachi's final pope, Hildegard's storms of judgment, all could be pieces of a single puzzle. And the greatest tragedy is that the very people these prophecies were meant to warn, the faithful, the ordinary men and women of the world, are the ones kept in ignorance. If Section 14 raised the spectre of cyclical cataclysms, Section 15 reveals their human counterpart, prophets and visionaries, gifted with glimpses of disaster, whose words were captured, recorded, and then buried in the archives of Rome. The question that now burns is simple yet terrifying. What else have they seen, and what countdown might already be underway? If the Vatican's archives are the vault where forbidden knowledge is stored, then secret societies may be the shadows through which that knowledge moves. For centuries, rumors have swirled that the Church has maintained complex relationships with organizations outside its walls, orders that operate in secrecy, guarding ancient wisdom, sometimes in service to Rome and sometimes in opposition to it. The archives may not only contain documents about lost civilizations, forbidden calendars, and suppressed prophecies, but also records of the alliances and rivalries between the Vatican. Secret knowledge, a vision strangely parallel to certain esoteric interpretations of Christian prophecy. If the Vatican archives hold Rosicrucian manuscripts, then the Church may have had far deeper awareness of this group than history admits. Were they monitoring them as heretics, or preserving their insights for later use? And then there are the even older networks, the Gnostics, the Cathars, the Essenes, groups persecuted for their unorthodox beliefs but rumored to have preserved fragments of hidden truth. Many of their writings were destroyed, yet some survived, like the Nag Hammadi texts discovered in Egypt in the 20th century. But what if others were taken centuries earlier and hidden away in Rome? If the Vatican holds Gnostic Gospels never revealed, they may contain radically different interpretations of Jesus, creation, and the cosmos. The archives may therefore represent not just Catholic history but the preserved voices of the Church's defeated rivals. Why would the Vatican keep such documents rather than destroying them outright? The answer may be simple: knowledge is power. To erase dangerous teachings is one strategy, but to monopolize them ensures that no rival group can wield them. In this light, the archives may be less a library than a battlefield trophy hall, where the spoils of suppressed societies are kept, studied, and locked away. The Church, in this view, becomes not only a guardian of faith but the ultimate secret society itself, absorbing and neutralizing its rivals by taking their secrets as its own. There are also persistent claims that the Vatican has cooperated with secret societies in moments of crisis. During World War II, strange alliances were said to form between the Church, Freemasons, and even occult networks, as each sought to survive or influence the course of history. Some whisper that hidden deals were struck, and that documents in the archives prove the Vatican was far more entangled in clandestine power struggles than its public image suggests. If such records exist, they would confirm that the Church's role in history is not merely spiritual but deeply political, operating in shadows as much as in light. Perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that these secret societies and the Vatican are not rivals at all, but parts of a single larger web. Imagine the archives as the central hub, with different orders, Templars, Jesuits, Freemasons, Rosicrucians, even modern intelligence agencies, acting as spokes. Each group gathers knowledge, but the true collection, the deepest vault, is in Rome. The public sees conflict, but behind the curtain, cooperation ensures that forbidden truths remain controlled, never allowed to disrupt the order of the world. The pattern that emerges is unmistakable. Across centuries, societies that stumble upon forbidden knowledge, whether sacred relics, advanced science, or visions of doom, are suppressed, absorbed, or erased. Their treasures vanish into the Vatican archives, their legacy rewritten as heresy, and their mysteries left to echo in rumor. In this way, the Vatican does not merely guard secrets, it controls the flow of hidden knowledge across civilizations. If this is true, then the archives are more than a forbidden library. They are the nervous system of a shadow empire, linking Rome to secret orders across history, ensuring that the greatest mysteries remain in the hands of the few. Whether this control is for humanity's protection or for the consolidation of power is a question that may never be answered. But one thing is clear: no story of secret societies is complete without the Vatican, and no story of the Vatican is complete without the archives. If the Vatican has worked for centuries to absorb the secrets of rival groups and ancient societies, then one question rises above all others: what kinds of knowledge have they been suppressing? While the archives are often imagined as a library of dusty scrolls and faded manuscripts, many researchers believe they may also contain something far more shocking: evidence of technologies, sciences, and inventions that could transform our world, but which were deliberately buried to preserve power and control. Throughout history, countless innovators and visionaries have appeared ahead of their time, producing ideas that seemed impossible for their era. Some were celebrated, others were silenced. Many disappeared into obscurity, their works confiscated, hidden, or destroyed. Yet what if these ideas were not lost, but locked away in Rome? The archives may hold blueprints, treatises, and prototypes that, if revealed, would append the modern world. Take, for example, the ancient world's obsession with mysterious energy sources. Legends from Egypt to India speak of sacred fires, divine light, and weapons of the gods. The Vimana texts of India describe flying machines powered by unknown forces, while Greek stories hint at sacred fire stored within hidden temples. Even the Old Testament speaks of the Ark of the Covenant as a vessel of immense power, capable of leveling walls and striking down armies. If missionary accounts of these technologies were collected and archived by the Church, then the Vatican may know that humanity's past was far more technologically advanced than we are led to believe. Then there are the forbidden inventions of later centuries. Consider Leonardo da Vinci, a man whose genius seemed centuries ahead of his time. His notebooks contain designs for helicopters, submarines, and war machines, many never realized until the modern era. What is less known is that da Vinci's works were heavily scrutinized by the Church, with some manuscripts disappearing from history altogether. Could these missing pages reside in the Vatican archives, detailing not just mechanical marvels but discoveries too controversial to release? If Leonardo glimpsed knowledge drawn from older traditions or secret manuscripts he had access to, then the Vatican may have preserved and suppressed the fruits of his genius. Even in the realm of energy, suppressed breakthroughs seem to echo across history. Tales persist of inventors who discovered new sources of limitless power, whether through magnetism, resonance, or electricity, only to vanish mysteriously or see their work buried. Nikola Tesla is perhaps the most famous example. At his death, Much of his research was confiscated by authorities, never fully disclosed. While most believe these papers disappeared into government vaults, some speculate that key fragments made their way to the Vatican, funneled through secret networks with deep ties to science and religion alike. If true, the archives may contain not just Tesla's work but a collection of other impossible sciences, an alternative history of human invention hidden from public view. Equally intriguing is the possibility that the Vatican has preserved ancient medical knowledge, healing techniques or substances that could revolutionize modern health. Alchemical texts, descriptions of elixirs of life, and accounts of miraculous cures fill the records of ancient and medieval mystics. Many were condemned as superstition or witchcraft. But were they? Could some have contained real insights into plants, minerals, or processes lost to time? If missionaries collected indigenous remedies from around the globe, it is entirely possible that the Vatican archives contain a vast, secret pharmacopoeia, cures for diseases we still struggle to defeat. The suppression of such knowledge would not only preserve the Church's authority as a mediator of miracles but also protect entrenched systems of power dependent on illness and suffering. Then there are the whispers of forbidden weapons. Medieval legends describe Greek fire, a substance that burned even on water and could not be extinguished. Historians debate its nature, but what if detailed recipes exist in hidden manuscripts, carefully stored in the Vatican archives? More chilling still are rumors of texts describing weapons of the gods, like those in India's Mahabharata, which speak of explosions so vast that they resemble descriptions of nuclear war. If the archives contain translations of these texts, complete with technical analysis by early scholars, then humanity may already have glimpsed advanced destructive technologies in its ancient past. To reveal such knowledge would be catastrophic, and perhaps that is why it remains hidden. We must also ask, is it possible that the Vatican has access to technologies of consciousness and spirit, knowledge of how the mind, body, and soul interact in ways that science has yet to rediscover? Ancient traditions from Egypt, Tibet, and the Americas speak of sound, vibration, and sacred geometry as tools for altering reality itself. If the archives contain instructions, rituals, or even instruments capable of unlocking such powers, then the Church may have suppressed them to preserve its monopoly over spiritual authority. After all, if humanity learned that divine connection or even altered states of consciousness could be achieved through forgotten sciences, the need for institutional intermediaries would vanish overnight. What makes these theories especially compelling is the Vatican's long history of collecting and confiscating artifacts. From the Crusades to the colonial age, treasures were gathered and shipped back to Rome. While some are displayed in museums, many more are rumored to be locked away. These could include devices from lost civilizations, fragments of machines, or strange objects that defy classification. Missionaries, explorers, and soldiers alike may have stumbled upon technologies beyond their understanding, labeling them cursed or pagan, only for the Vatican to quietly seize and archive them. If this is true, then the archives represent not merely the memory of the past, but the possibility of a stolen future. Technologies that could free humanity from energy dependence, heal diseases, or even expand our understanding of consciousness may already exist, but remain hidden beneath Rome. Their release would transform civilization, but also destabilize the very systems of power that rely on scarcity, suffering, and obedience. From that perspective, suppression is not just secrecy, it is control. The chilling conclusion is that the Vatican may not simply guard theological secrets, but also the blueprint for a radically different world. The archives, in this view, are not just a forbidden library, they are a vault of suppressed revolutions, inventions, and sciences that could change everything we know about what it means to be human. What technologies lie waiting in the dark? What manuscripts, blueprints, or artifacts are kept from our eyes? And most importantly, who decides that we are not ready to know them? If the Vatican has preserved evidence of forbidden technologies, then the next step in this mystery is even more extraordinary. What if some of those technologies are not entirely human in origin? For decades, whispers have suggested that the Vatican archives conceal proof of extraterrestrial contact, evidence so shocking that its revelation could rewrite both history and theology in a single stroke. The possibility may sound like science fiction, but history leaves us with a trail of strange clues. Across the world, ancient civilizations left behind depictions of beings descending from the sky, figures with elongated skulls, radiant halos, and powers beyond mortal comprehension. In Christian tradition, these figures were often reinterpreted as angels or demons. But what if some of those heavenly visitors were not purely spiritual beings, but advanced intelligences mistaken for divine messengers? If missionaries encountered indigenous myths that described gods from the stars, would they have suppressed or archived those records? And if those records survive, they may sit in Rome today. Perhaps the strongest hint comes from the Vatican's own institutions. In 1891, Pope Leo XIII founded the Vatican Observatory, one of the oldest astronomical research centers in the world. Officially, its mission was to reconcile science and faith by studying the heavens. But why would the Church, long cautious of scientific innovation, invest so heavily in star watching? Critics suggest that the observatory's true purpose was not to observe stars in general, but to monitor something specific, perhaps phenomena long known to the Church, phenomena linked to the stories hidden within the archives. Fast forward to modern times, and the Vatican statements about extraterrestrial life become even more intriguing. In 2008, Father José Gabriel Funes, director of the Vatican Observatory, publicly declared that belief in aliens does not contradict faith, famously calling extraterrestrials our brothers. A curious choice of words, especially for an institution that has been cautious, even reluctant, to endorse anything outside the rigid framework of doctrine. Why issue such a statement unless the Church was preparing to soften humanity to an even greater revelation? Now, imagine what might be hidden beneath the surface. Rumors persist that the Vatican holds classified files on UFO phenomena, not just modern sightings, but centuries of reports. Medieval manuscripts speak of strange lights in the sky, celestial wheels, and flaming shields that hovered over battlefields. These were often written off as heavenly omens, but what if the Vatican catalogued them as part of a larger pattern? If so, the archives may contain a timeline of UFO encounters stretching back millennia, meticulously documented and kept hidden from the public. Even more sensational are claims that the Vatican holds actual artifacts of extraterrestrial origin. Whistleblowers have suggested that during the Crusades and later colonial expeditions, strange objects, metallic fragments, celestial stones, and relics described as not of this world were seized and sent to Rome. Some point to the legend of the lapis exilis, the mysterious stone of the Holy Grail tradition, as an object of otherworldly power, potentially locked away in the archives. If these objects are real, then the Church may not only have evidence of alien contact but also physical proof of technologies beyond our comprehension. Another thread comes from World War II. Conspiracy theories suggest that the Vatican was aware of the Nazi obsession with occult and extraterrestrial knowledge. Some researchers believe that as Allied forces recovered documents related to the Nazis' Foo Fighter encounters and rumored contact with advanced beings, parts of that intelligence made its way to the Vatican through secret channels. If true, the archives may contain sensitive wartime files, documents linking extraterrestrial phenomena to one of the darkest chapters of human history. Then there is the case of Fatima, Portugal, in 1917, perhaps the most famous Marian apparition of modern times. 3 children reported visions of a radiant lady, accompanied by strange lights in the sky. On October 13th, tens of thousands of witnesses described the miracle of the sun, where the sun appeared to dance, spin, and fall toward Earth. While the Church framed this as a divine miracle, UFO researchers have long suggested it may have been something else, an aerial phenomenon of unknown origin. The Vatican later sealed part of the so-called Third Secret of Fatima in its archives, releasing only a version in 2000 that many believe was incomplete. If the unredacted text remains hidden, could it describe not just prophecy, but an encounter with otherworldly beings? One of the most compelling, and controversial, claims is that the Vatican has been directly involved in post-World War II UFO cover-ups. Some insiders allege that when governments like the United States encountered crash disks and non-human remains, the Vatican was quietly consulted for theological advice. Documents known as the Majestic 12 Papers, though disputed, even suggest Vatican involvement in early UFO investigations. If there is truth to these whispers, then the Vatican archives may contain not only ancient accounts but also modern files that confirm humanity is not alone in the universe. The implications of such a revelation would be staggering. Christianity, like most religions, is rooted in the idea that humanity occupies a central place in creation. The existence of extraterrestrial intelligences would force a dramatic rethinking of theology. Was Christ's sacrifice meant only for Earth? Do other beings have their own paths to the divine? Did angels and demons represent encounters with these intelligences, misinterpreted through the lens of ancient faith? It is easy to see why the Vatican might keep such secrets under lock and key. To reveal them prematurely would shatter not only religion but the entire structure of global power. But perhaps the most chilling possibility is this: the Vatican may already know that contact is inevitable. The softening statements of Vatican astronomers, the quiet collection of UFO data, the sealing of prophetic texts, all of it may be preparation. Preparation for the day when humanity learns that the stars are not empty, and that we have never been alone. When that day comes, the Vatican may step forward, presenting itself as the keeper of knowledge it has held for centuries, positioning itself not just as a religious authority but as the mediator between humanity and the cosmos. Until then, the archives remain silent. Locked doors hide what could be the most revolutionary truth of all, that the very heavens, once seen as the exclusive domain of God, may also be home to neighbors, teachers, or even watchers whose presence has shaped our story from the very beginning. If the possibility of extraterrestrial contact hidden in the Vatican archives challenges our understanding of the skies, then what lies beneath our feet may be even more unsettling. Across the world, ancient ruins and artifacts whisper of civilizations that existed long before our official histories allow. Time and again, evidence has surfaced that suggests humanity's story stretches back far further, into eras of forgotten knowledge and unexplained achievements. And yet, whenever such discoveries appear, they seem to vanish, suppressed, discredited, or spirited away. Could the Vatican archives be the final resting place of these forbidden archaeological treasures? The Church has been directly involved in archaeology for centuries. In the 16th and 17th centuries, papal authorities actively funded digs across Rome, recovering artifacts from the pagan past. But beyond preserving relics for museums, the Vatican also had a vested interest in controlling discoveries that might challenge the biblical narrative. Whenever findings appeared that hinted at civilizations older than the accepted timeline of Genesis, the Church moved swiftly to investigate, and, in many cases, to suppress. The archives, then, may serve as a hidden repository for the archaeological record that never reached the public. Consider the mystery of pre-flood civilizations. Many cultures around the world, from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, preserve myths of a great flood that wiped out an advanced human age. Archaeologists have occasionally stumbled upon sites that suggest vast antiquity, like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a megalithic temple complex dating back over 11,000 years, twice as old as Stonehenge. This discovery alone forces a rethinking of human history. Yet even Göbekli Tepe may not be the oldest. Rumors persist of even older ruins, discovered by missionaries and explorers, quietly reported back to Rome and buried in the archives. If true, the Vatican may have known for centuries that advanced human civilizations thrived before the dawn of recorded history. Equally puzzling are the out-of-place artifacts, OOPARTs, that defy conventional timelines. Carvings, tools, and even metallic objects have been discovered in geological strata far older than humanity's supposed presence. Official science often dismisses them, yet many accounts suggest these discoveries were documented, collected, and then vanished. Some researchers believe the Vatican archives contain entire cabinets filled with such objects, ancient batteries, maps showing continents before the Ice Age, and models of flying machines from civilizations lost to cataclysm. To reveal these would not only disrupt archaeology but rewrite the very foundations of history. The Americas, too, are filled with enigmas. When Catholic missionaries arrived in the New World, they encountered advanced ruins, pyramids, temples, and city plans aligned with celestial events. Indigenous myths spoke of civilizers who came from across the sea or even from the stars, bringing knowledge of agriculture, astronomy, and law. Missionaries dutifully recorded these stories, but how much of that record ever reached the public? Some researchers believe the Vatican archives contain entire codices seized from the Maya, Aztec, and Inca, books burned in public but preserved in secret, documenting histories that speak of lost ages and otherworldly teachers. Africa offers its own mysteries. The ruins of Great Zimbabwe, with its massive stone enclosures, baffled European explorers. Many refuse to believe Africans could have built such structures, inventing theories of lost white civilizations or biblical empires. Yet missionaries in Africa often sent back reports of even stranger ruins, structures hidden deep in the jungle, inscribed with symbols not found in known languages. Were these reports archived in Rome, never to see the light of day? And if so, why? Perhaps because they hinted at global connections, showing that ancient peoples may have traveled and traded across oceans long before Columbus. One of the most enduring mysteries concerns ancient maps. The Piri race map, drawn in 1513, shows parts of Antarctica free of ice, centuries before modern discovery. How could such a map exist unless it was copied from much older sources? Some researchers claim that the Vatican archives contain other such maps, seized from explorers or confiscated from libraries. If so, They may reveal knowledge of entire continents now lost beneath the sea, echoes of Atlantis, Lemuria, or Mu, civilizations that haunt myth but may have once been real. And then there is the matter of giants. Across Europe and the Americas, legends abound of enormous beings that once walked the earth. Reports from the 19th century describe skeletons of giant stature unearthed during digs, often with strange features like double rows of teeth. Newspapers publish these accounts, only for the remains to mysteriously disappear. Some suspect that many of these finds were confiscated, either by national museums or by church authorities, who feared the theological implications of such discoveries. If the Vatican archives hold records, or even bones, of such beings, then they may point to a hidden chapter of humanity's past in which multiple human-like species coexisted. The question, then, is why hide these discoveries? The answer lies in control. If the public were to learn that advanced civilizations flourished tens of thousands of years ago, that they possess technologies we cannot yet replicate, and that their wisdom was lost in cataclysm, the entire framework of history and religion would shatter. Genesis would be reinterpreted, timelines would collapse, and humanity's place in creation would seem far less unique. For the Church, which relies on a stable narrative of history, the danger of chaos outweighs the value of truth. But there is another, more sinister possibility, that the Vatican is not simply preserving evidence of lost civilizations, but using that evidence. Within the archives may lie ancient manuals of construction, knowledge of celestial alignments, or even formulas for lost sciences. If so, the Church may not only hold humanity's past hostage but also wield its secrets to maintain power. Perhaps the archives contain not just stories of Atlantis but fragments of its knowledge that could alter the world if it were ever revealed. As with the question of extraterrestrials, the implications are staggering. To admit the existence of suppressed archaeology would be to admit that our civilization is not the first, nor perhaps the greatest. It would mean that humanity has risen and fallen in cycles, each time leaving traces for the next. And it would mean that the Vatican has known this truth all along, holding the keys to an age of forgotten giants, vanished continents, and civilizations erased from memory. Until the archives are opened, we may never know. But the whispers persist, the anomalies accumulate, and the ruins that we can see with our own eyes hint at a far deeper story. The Vatican may be the final guardian of that story, deciding what the world is allowed to know about the civilizations that came before us. If the Vatican's archives contain the records of lost civilizations, then another category of secrecy demands attention: the relics and artifacts tied not only to human history, but to the very foundations of faith. Across centuries, countless objects of immense religious, historical, or even mystical significance have been rumored to exist. Artifacts said to hold miraculous power, capable of shaping the fate of nations. Many of these relics have vanished into obscurity, their locations unknown. Yet again and again, whispers point back to Rome, to the vaults beneath the Vatican, where these treasures may be preserved not for veneration, but for control. Perhaps the most famous of all is the Ark of the Covenant. Described in the Bible as the sacred chest containing the tablets of the Ten Commandments, the Ark was said to radiate divine power, leveling walls and striking down armies. The Old Testament is filled with accounts of its awesome force, yet after the Babylonian conquest of Jerusalem, the Ark disappeared from history. Some traditions place it in Ethiopia, others in Jerusalem's hidden tunnels. But another theory suggests that the Ark, or at least fragments of it, was discovered during the Crusades and spirited to Rome. If the Ark truly rests in the Vatican, its presence could explain why access to certain chambers is so heavily restricted. For the Ark is not merely a relic, it is described as a direct link to divine power, and in the wrong hands, it could change the balance of global faith overnight. Closely tied to the Ark is the legend of the Holy Grail, the chalice said to have been used by Christ at the Last Supper, and later to have caught his blood at the crucifixion. From medieval romances to modern quests, the Grail has been sought as the ultimate relic of Christianity, promising eternal life, divine wisdom, or immense power to its possessor. While countless theories place it in hidden caves, abbeys, or even lost Templar sites, some researchers argue that the Grail has already been found, and that the Vatican has safeguarded it for centuries. Why keep it hidden? Because its revelation might prove or disprove key tenets of the faith. If the Grail exists, it could either confirm the Church's divine authority or shatter it, depending on what tests and truths it reveals. Another relic steeped in both reverence and controversy is the Shroud of Turin, the linen cloth that bears the faint image of a crucified man, widely believed to be Jesus himself. The shroud is publicly housed in Turin, but debates about its authenticity rage on. What is rarely discussed, however, is the possibility that the Vatican holds not one shroud but several relics of Christ's burial, some displayed, others locked away. Radiocarbon dating, chemical analysis, and other modern techniques could reveal truths about these relics, but access is tightly controlled. Does the Church fear that testing would expose the shroud as a medieval forgery, or confirm it as undeniable proof of the resurrection? Both possibilities are equally explosive, and either could explain why so much surrounding the shroud remains shrouded in secrecy. We must also consider relics associated with the true cross. Fragments of the cross upon which Jesus was crucified have been venerated for centuries, scattered across cathedrals and churches. But how many fragments exist? Dozens? Hundreds? Some skeptics argue that if all fragments were assembled, they would form not one cross but a forest of timber. Yet if the Vatican archives contain detailed inventories of these relics, perhaps they also conceal the true story, whether the Church has ever possessed the central beam of the cross itself, hidden away as too sacred or too dangerous to display. Beyond the Christian relics lie artifacts of deeper mystery, some predating Christianity itself. Rumors persist of pre-Christian relics seized during the Crusades, objects looted from ancient temples, said to hold arcane or even otherworldly power. Some accounts speak of metallic discs engraved with unknown symbols, crystals that seem to glow with inner light, or statues that radiated an unexplainable energy. Such relics would blur the line between religion, archaeology, and science. If they exist, then the Vatican archives may be less a collection of books and more a museum of impossible objects. The Spear of Destiny, also known as the Holy Lance, is another relic steeped in legend. This spear is said to be the weapon that pierced Christ's side during the crucifixion, and myths claim that whoever possesses it will wield immense power, able to determine the fate of empires. Several versions of the spear exist in museums today, but the Vatican is rumored to hold the true one, locked away from public eyes. If so, it may be more than symbolic. It may be a relic whose influence has echoed through wars, dynasties, and revolutions. Some whispers go further still, suggesting that the Vatican may hold relics tied not only to biblical history but to extraterrestrial or interdimensional phenomena. These include reports of strange metal objects said to have fallen from the sky in ancient times, or relics linked to the Watchers described in the apocryphal Book of Enoch, beings who descended from heaven and gifted humanity with forbidden knowledge. If the Church truly possesses such artifacts, then their secrecy becomes understandable. To admit their existence would collapse the boundary between faith, myth, and the possibility of otherworldly visitors. Why, then, does the Vatican keep these artifacts hidden? One reason is theological control. Relics are not merely objects, they are symbols of divine presence and legitimacy. To display them carelessly, or to subject them to scientific scrutiny, risks unraveling centuries of belief. Another reason is power. Possessing the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, or the Spear of Destiny places the Vatican not only at the center of spiritual authority but also at the nexus of mythic power. Even if these relics no longer function as miraculous devices, their symbolic weight alone could shift global power dynamics. There is also the fear of misuse. If certain relics truly possess unexplained properties, energies, technologies, or connections to forces beyond comprehension, then revealing them could be catastrophic. Imagine a world where the Ark of the Covenant is weaponized, or where the Grail becomes the prize of a global struggle. The archives, then, are not only about secrecy but about containment. To hide is, in this view, to protect. And yet, the silence breeds suspicion. For every artifact displayed in churches and museums, there may be dozens more sealed beneath Rome, locked in chambers where only the highest ranks of clergy may tread. Until the Vatican opens its vaults, the world will never know whether these relics are mere legend, or whether they represent the greatest collection of sacred and forbidden artifacts in existence. If relics are the physical vessels of mystery, then forbidden texts are the intellectual ones, manuscripts capable of rewriting theology, reshaping history, and destabilizing the world's largest religion from within. Among the deepest secrets of the Vatican archives are said to be lost Gospels and apocryphal writings, texts that never made it into the official Bible yet claim to preserve the words of Jesus, his disciples, and early Christian sects. Why were these writings excluded? Were they heresy, or were they simply too dangerous because they told a version of events the Church wished to suppress? The first question we must ask is simple. How many Gospels were there originally? Today, the New Testament includes 4, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But early Christian writings suggest that dozens more existed, some even more widely circulated than the canonized ones. These include the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, Gospel of Judas, and the Gospel of Philip. Each paints a startlingly different picture of Jesus, his mission, and the structure of early Christianity. Take the Gospel of Thomas, for example. Discovered in 1945 among the Nag Hammadi texts in Egypt, this Gospel consists of 114 sayings attributed to Jesus. Unlike the canonical Gospels, Thomas presents Jesus not as a divine savior dying for humanity's sins but as a teacher offering secret wisdom, knowledge of the kingdom of God that already exists within each person. If this teaching had been canonized, Christianity might have evolved into a faith of personal enlightenment rather than institutional authority. Was it suppressed because it undermined the Church's role as intermediary between God and man? Equally controversial is the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, fragments of which were found in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. In this text, Mary is portrayed not as a repentant sinner, as centuries of tradition have framed her, but as Jesus' closest disciple, a spiritual equal, perhaps even his chosen successor. In passages, Peter and other apostles express jealousy of her favored position, and Mary imparts secret teachings given to her by Christ. If this gospel were widely recognized, the very foundation of the Church's patriarchal hierarchy could be challenged. Could it be that the Vatican holds more complete copies of this gospel, locked away to prevent the elevation of Mary Magdalene as a leader of the faith? The Gospel of Judas, uncovered in the 1970s and published in 2006, offers yet another shocking twist. Far from being the great betrayer, Judas is depicted as the disciple who understood Jesus best, acting on Christ's instructions to hand him over to authorities so that the crucifixion and humanity's salvation could be fulfilled. This turns 2,000 years of doctrine upside down. Imagine if the Church had embraced Judas not as traitor but as chosen vessel. Would Christianity today have a completely different moral compass? Then there is the Gospel of Philip, a text that has long fueled speculation about Jesus' personal life. It suggests that Jesus shared a close, even intimate relationship with Mary Magdalene, describing her as his companion. Some passages, though fragmented, imply that Jesus may have kissed her often. The implications are staggering. If true, Jesus may have been married, contradicting centuries of teaching about his celibacy and divine separation from earthly ties. Such a revelation would not only alter theology but also challenge the celibacy of priests, the role of women in the Church, and the narrative of divine purity attached to Christ. Beyond these better-known texts, scholars whisper of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of other apocryphal writings that remain unknown to the public. Some are said to detail Jesus' childhood, his lost years between ages 12 and 30, or even his life after the crucifixion. Others describe mystical visions, encounters with angels, or apocalyptic warnings. A handful may even contain teachings that align with other spiritual traditions, such as Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, or Egyptian mystery religions, links that, if revealed, would suggest Christianity is not a standalone revelation but part of a much older, syncretic spiritual tradition. What role, then, does the Vatican play in all this? We know that since the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, the Church carefully curated which books would form the canon of the New Testament. Other texts were branded heretical, destroyed, or hidden. Yet manuscripts are resilient things. Some survive in monasteries, private collections, and underground vaults. The Vatican Library and Secret Archives are believed to contain countless apocryphal works, sealed away not because they are forgeries, but because they might challenge the faith of billions. Consider the Book of Enoch, revered in some Jewish and Ethiopian Christian traditions, yet excluded from the Bible elsewhere. This text describes the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, taught forbidden knowledge, and interbred with humans, giving rise to the Nephilim, giants mentioned in Genesis. If such writings are true, they suggest a hidden history where divine beings, or perhaps extraterrestrial visitors, intervened in early human development. Could the Vatican suppress such a text because it points to a reality that blurs the line between religion, myth, and ancient astronaut theory? Even the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the mid-20th century, raise questions about suppression. Many of these texts align with Judaism, but others hint at early messianic movements that predate or parallel Jesus' ministry. While portions have been published, rumors persist that certain scrolls, those with explosive theological content, were quietly transferred to the Vatican for safekeeping. If true, what knowledge lies hidden about the real origins of Christianity? The heart of the mystery lies in motive. Why would the Vatican hide these texts? One explanation is doctrinal control. A single, unified canon maintains authority, while alternative voices risk fragmentation. Another explanation is fear of destabilization. Imagine if tomorrow it were revealed, with Vatican proof, that Jesus was married, that Judas was loyal, or that Christ's teachings aligned with Buddhist enlightenment rather than sacrificial salvation. The shockwaves through global faith could be catastrophic. And yet, by keeping these Gospels hidden, the Vatican invites suspicion. Each rumor of suppression fuels the belief that the Church fears the truth. Each apocryphal Gospel uncovered outside its walls feels like a glimpse of what Rome still conceals. Perhaps the greatest irony is that the faith built on truth and revelation may be most defined by secrecy and suppression. Until the day those vaults are opened, we are left to piece together fragments from the sands of Egypt, the caves of Qumran, and the whispers of scholars. But one thing is certain: if the Vatican truly holds the lost Gospels, then somewhere in its archives lies the power to rewrite not only Christian history but the entire story of Western civilization. If sacred relics represent the physical power of faith, and forbidden Gospels represent the intellectual power of hidden knowledge, then there remains a third category that may be the most dangerous of all: the secret science of antiquity. Throughout history, whispers have persisted that humanity once possessed advanced technologies, scientific knowledge, and esoteric wisdom far beyond what we attribute to ancient civilizations. Where did that knowledge go? Why did it disappear? And why do fragments of it appear in texts and traditions across the world? For many researchers, the answer lies in the suppression of forbidden sciences, some of which are rumored to be locked away within the Vatican's archives. Consider the possibility that ancient civilizations, Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, even pre-Columbian cultures, were not primitive societies slowly climbing toward progress, but inheritors of an advanced system of knowledge lost in some cataclysm. Echoes of this idea appear in myths of Atlantis, in the Sumerian tales of the Anunnaki, and in the mysterious precision of megalithic structures like the pyramids of Giza or Stonehenge. Mainstream history insists these were built with rudimentary tools, but alternative scholars argue they may reflect technologies that harness sound, magnetism, or even forms of lost energy. If such knowledge ever fell into the hands of the Church, would it not make sense to bury it, declaring it heresy, preserving fragments in secret, and presenting a simplified narrative of human history to the faithful? One key area of speculation is ancient energy technology. In texts like the Indian Vedas, we find descriptions of flying machines called vimanas and weapons powered by unknown forces. In the Old Testament, Ezekiel describes a wheel within a wheel descending from the heavens, radiating light and fire. Could these be the same phenomenon interpreted through different cultural lenses? If records of such technology survive, hidden manuscripts or artifacts could lie within the Vatican archives, suppressed because they raise questions about humanity's origins, divine intervention, and the possibility of contact with other intelligences. Even within the Bible itself, we encounter stories that hint at extraordinary science cloaked in spiritual language. The Ark of the Covenant, for example, is described not only as sacred but as lethally powerful, capable of striking down anyone who touched it improperly. Was it merely symbolic, or a piece of advanced technology mistaken for divine power? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most canons, speaks of watchers teaching mankind metallurgy, astrology, and warfare. If humanity's earliest leaps of knowledge came from such sources, does the Vatican suppress this truth because it suggests knowledge was given, not discovered, by human effort? Alchemy, too, plays a role in this story. For centuries, alchemists pursued the philosopher's stone, a mythical substance said to grant immortality and turn base metals into gold. To mainstream historians, this was metaphorical, an allegory for spiritual transformation. But what if fragments of real knowledge, about chemical transformation, about harnessing energy in ways we still do not fully understand, were encoded in these works? Some alchemical texts were condemned by the Church as heretical, others quietly absorbed. It is not unthinkable that the Vatican holds manuscripts describing protochemical or protoatomic principles, locked away because of their potential danger. Another forbidden science may be tied to astronomy and cosmology. Ancient peoples tracked the stars with precision we still struggle to explain. Structures like Göbekli Tepe, built thousands of years before Stonehenge, align with celestial bodies. The Mayan calendar mapped cosmic cycles stretching millions of years. And yet, throughout the Middle Ages, the Church opposed heliocentrism, silenced Galileo, and clung to a geocentric model long disproved by observation. Was this simply dogma, or a calculated effort to control cosmic knowledge, while secretly preserving older astronomical texts in the archives? Imagine if the Church possessed documents proving that ancient civilizations knew the Earth orbited the Sun, or even texts suggesting cycles of cataclysm tied to solar activity or cosmic alignments. Such knowledge would threaten both biblical chronology and the Church's monopoly on truth. Then there are the rumors of forbidden machines. Medieval legends tell of inventors who created perpetual motion devices, flying contraptions, or mirrors that could see across distances. Most of these stories end the same way, with the inventor silenced, the device destroyed, and the knowledge erased. Could the Vatican archives contain sketches, blueprints, or accounts of these inventions? What if humanity had glimpses of modern technology centuries earlier, only to have them suppressed as threats to established power? The suppression of forbidden sciences may also extend into the realm of medicine. Throughout history, there have been reports of miraculous cures, herbal formulas, or lost knowledge of human anatomy that far outstripped the medical capabilities of their time. Some traditions claim the early church possessed scrolls from Alexandria's library, describing healing practices now lost. Could the archives contain treatments for diseases long thought incurable? Would such knowledge be withheld to maintain divine authority over life and death, or even to avoid destabilizing modern pharmaceutical industries deeply tied to global power? We cannot ignore the possibility of forbidden physics, knowledge of energy and matter that anticipates modern breakthroughs. Some theorists claim Nikola Tesla rediscovered fragments of ancient knowledge: wireless energy transmission, harnessing the Earth's natural frequencies, tapping into forces beyond conventional electricity. If the ancients knew something similar, their secrets may have been absorbed into the Vatican vaults during conquests, crusades, or the fall of empires. Why? Because if such knowledge became public, it could shatter economic systems based on scarcity, energy monopolies, and centralized control. Of course, skeptics dismiss these ideas as fantasy. They argue that no evidence exists, that the archives are mundane, filled with dusty correspondence and genealogical records. But perhaps this is precisely the point. If forbidden sciences exist, they must be hidden so effectively that they appear only in whispers, hinted at by legends, and glimpsed in anomalies throughout history. If the archives were ever opened, and such texts revealed, humanity might face not just a rewriting of history but a reimagining of the very laws of nature. Why would the Vatican suppress such knowledge? The motives echo those we saw with relics and gospels: control, containment, and continuity. Control, because knowledge is power, and releasing it risks decentralizing authority. Containment, because some knowledge may indeed be dangerous if abused. Nuclear power, after all, was once a scientific curiosity before it became a weapon. And continuity, because the Church has long seen itself as steward of civilization, guarding truths too destabilizing for the masses. Whether this is protection or manipulation depends on one's perspective. The deeper we look, the clearer it becomes. The Vatican's forbidden archives are not only about theology. They may represent humanity's lost memory of who we are, where we came from, and what we once knew. If ever revealed, these forbidden sciences could collapse the divide between myth and history, magic and physics, faith and technology. The question remains: will humanity ever be ready for such a revelation, or will the secrets remain sealed, buried beneath Rome until the end of time? When we speak of secrets hidden in archives, we often imagine locked vaults, forbidden relics, or lost gospels sealed away from the world. But there is another, subtler form of secrecy, one not hidden in vaults, but embedded in the very way history itself was written, preserved, and passed down. During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, the Catholic Church was not merely a spiritual authority, it was the most powerful intellectual force in Europe. It controlled monasteries, universities, and libraries. It dictated what was copied, what was destroyed, and what was allowed to become part of the official record of humanity. In effect, the Church became the editor of history. This editing began in the so-called Dark Ages, when much of Europe's knowledge base was in flux. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, countless manuscripts, scrolls, and codices scattered across Europe and the Mediterranean risked being lost forever. Monastic scribes stepped in to preserve them. But this preservation was not neutral, it was selective. The monks decided what was worth copying and what was not. Works aligned with Christian doctrine were carefully transcribed, while pagan philosophies, esoteric traditions, and controversial histories were often destroyed or corrected to align with theological interpretations. Entire centuries of pre-Christian thought were filtered through the pen of those who saw themselves as guardians of orthodoxy. Take the works of ancient historians like Tacitus, Suetonius, and Josephus. Their original manuscripts are lost. What we possess are copies produced in monasteries. How can we be certain those copies are faithful? Subtle changes, omissions, marginal notes transformed into text, reinterpretations of events, may have shaped our very perception of Rome, early Christianity, and the rise of the Church. Imagine if unfavorable accounts of early Christian leaders were downplayed, or if pagan sources that contradicted biblical chronology were deliberately suppressed. The line between history and propaganda grows thin. We see this most clearly in the case of Herodotus and other Greek historians. Their accounts of Egyptian history describe civilizations tens of thousands of years older than what modern textbooks acknowledge. Yet by the Middle Ages, these claims were dismissed as exaggerations or errors. Was this dismissal the result of objective scholarship, or the Church's unwillingness to accept a human history that stretched far beyond the biblical timeline of 6,000 years? If manuscripts were edited or suppressed to fit theology, then our entire chronology of ancient history may be a curated illusion. Another layer of historical editing comes from the destruction of rival texts. The burning of the Library of Alexandria remains one of the greatest tragedies in human history, but less well known are the systematic purges of heretical works during the Inquisition. Gnostic Gospels, Hermetic writings, alchemical treatises, and works of pagan science were targeted. In many cases, only fragments survived, hidden away, rediscovered centuries later, or preserved in Arabic translations outside the reach of Rome. How many entire worldviews were erased by fire and decree? How many histories vanished because they did not fit the Church's narrative? The Renaissance itself, a period we associate with rebirth and rediscovery, was paradoxically also an age of suppression. As classical knowledge returned to Europe through Arabic scholars, the Church carefully managed how it was received. Astronomy, for instance, offered one of the greatest clashes. Copernicus and later Galileo presented evidence that the Earth revolved around the Sun. Yet this idea threatened biblical cosmology, which placed Earth at the center of creation. Rather than embracing this truth, the Church silenced it, placing works on forbidden lists, censoring publications, and even placing thinkers under house arrest. For centuries, heliocentrism was labeled heresy, not because it lacked evidence, but because it disrupted the theological structure of power. The control extended beyond science into art, literature, and even cartography. Medieval maps often placed Jerusalem at the center of the world, distorting geography to align with theology. Early accounts of distant lands, China, the Americas, Africa, were filtered to present non-Christian cultures as primitive, awaiting conversion. Reports that suggested advanced civilizations, strange technologies, or non-biblical timelines were downplayed or rewritten. In this way, the Church not only preserved history but actively shaped how the world understood itself. Consider also the chronology question raised by scholars like Anatoly Fomenko. Though controversial, this theory argues that large portions of our accepted timeline, especially the so-called Dark Ages, may have been artificially constructed or extended by medieval chroniclers. Could this rewriting have been influenced by Church scribes seeking to align events with prophecy, biblical chronology, or political necessity? Even if Fomenko's conclusions are extreme, the idea that history was curated by those in power is undeniable. The Vatican's role in censorship continued well beyond the Middle Ages. In 1559, Pope Paul IV established the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Index of Forbidden Books. This list banned works deemed heretical, dangerous, or morally corrupting. It included not only theological challenges but also scientific treatises, philosophical works, and even pieces of literature. For centuries, the Index shaped what Europe's intellectual elite could access. Entire generations of thought were filtered through Rome's approval, meaning that the version of history we inherit is one already heavily edited. Even in more recent centuries, evidence of suppression emerges. Reports suggest that certain documents from the Crusades, especially those seized from a Knights Templar, were never destroyed but absorbed into the Vatican archives. If so, these records might contain accounts of hidden lands, secret knowledge, or lost relics. But the world may never know, because the narrative of the Crusades presented in mainstream history is already the Church's version, sanitized and polished to preserve its image. Why would the Church engage in such rewriting? The motives are consistent with everything we've uncovered: authority, stability, and control. A fragmented history with competing narratives invites doubt. A singular, unified version reinforces the Church's role as guardian of truth. By rewriting history, the Church positioned itself not merely as a spiritual authority but as the custodian of humanity's collective memory. Whoever controls the past controls the present, and by extension, the future. The implications are staggering. If our history has been rewritten, then our understanding of civilization's rise, of science's progression, and of humanity's spiritual journey may all be incomplete. We may live within a curated timeline, one designed to support theological orthodoxy rather than historical reality. The Vatican's archives may hold the raw materials, original manuscripts, censored passages, forbidden chronicles, that reveal what was lost in the editing process. The question, then, is chilling. What would happen if these suppressed histories were revealed? Would humanity discover that our past is longer, richer, and stranger than we ever imagined? Or would we uncover truths so disruptive that societies built on the illusion of continuity would collapse overnight? Until those vaults are opened, we are left with suspicion. But every rediscovered manuscript, every fragment of lost history, every anomaly in our timeline is a crack in the facade, a reminder that history, as we know it, may not be history at all, but a carefully constructed story written under the shadow of the Vatican. If the Vatican shaped history through selective editing, censorship, and control of manuscripts, then it also exerted influence over the very world that history describes. During the Age of Discovery, from the 15th to the 17th centuries, European explorers set out to map unknown lands, encounter foreign peoples, and uncover treasures that could expand both wealth and knowledge. Portugal, Spain, England, and later the Netherlands and France sailed across uncharted oceans, documenting new continents, coastlines, and civilizations. Yet, while maps and reports filtered back to Europe, much of this information was carefully curated, censored, or suppressed, and the Vatican often played a central role in deciding what the world could know. Consider the Treaty of Tordesillas, 1494, brokered by Pope Alexander VI. On its surface, this papal decree divided newly discovered lands outside Europe between Spain and Portugal, ostensibly to prevent conflict. But beneath the legal language lay a powerful mechanism for controlling exploration. By determining who could claim which territories, the Church effectively monitored the flow of knowledge about distant lands, deciding which discoveries were publicly recorded and which remained secret. Reports from missionaries, navigators, and conquistadors were routed through ecclesiastical channels before reaching secular authorities. Any information deemed too threatening, geographically, politically, or spiritually, could be delayed, altered, or hidden. Missionaries, in particular, were a critical link in this chain of information. They were the eyes and ears of the Vatican in far-off lands. When Spanish priests reached the Americas, they were not simply converting the indigenous population. They were meticulously cataloguing languages, myths, architectural knowledge, and technological practices. Many of these reports included descriptions of cities and civilizations that appeared far more advanced than contemporary European societies would have imagined. Were these detailed accounts preserved in local archives, or sent directly to Rome, where only a fraction of their contents would ever be released? Scholars and conspiracy researchers suggest the latter. Take, for instance, the ruins of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. When Hernán Cortés arrived in 1519, he described a sprawling metropolis, with aqueducts, causeways, marketplaces, and temples rivaling anything in Europe. Missionaries documented the same city in astonishing detail, including its engineering, agriculture, and governance. Yet European textbooks for centuries downplayed the sophistication of these civilizations, framing them as primitive peoples discovered and civilized by Spain. If the Vatican had full access to missionary reports, it may have chosen which details to share and which to suppress, shaping Europe's perception of the New World to suit theological and political ends. The story repeats across the Pacific. Portuguese and Spanish navigators reached the islands of Oceania, encountering societies with advanced navigation, astronomy, and maritime technology. Some of their findings were reported back in secret letters, now rumored to reside in the Vatican archives, documenting techniques far beyond contemporary European knowledge. Similarly, missionaries in Africa recorded cities, trade networks, and artifacts that contradicted the notion of the continent as a primitive land. By controlling these records, the Church ensured that the official narrative of global civilization aligned with a worldview centered on Europe and the papacy. Maps, in particular, were a tool of extraordinary power. Early cartography often placed Europe at the center, but more than aesthetics was at stake. Maps could reveal the existence of lands and civilizations unknown to most of Europe. Some maps were deemed too sensitive for public circulation. For example, the Piri race map, drawn in 1513, depicts parts of the Americas and Antarctica with astonishing accuracy, suggesting access to lost sources or even pre-Columbian knowledge. Scholars speculate that similar maps may have been acquired by the Vatican, locked away to prevent any challenges to the Church's control over exploration, territorial claims, or historical narratives. The suppression extended to indigenous knowledge as well. Missionaries frequently recorded astronomical systems, agricultural techniques, medical practices, and philosophical insights from native civilizations. While some of this information reached European scholars, other portions were never published. Imagine what could have happened if Europe had access to the full breadth of indigenous knowledge at the time. Advanced understanding of astronomy, sophisticated urban planning, or medicinal practices might have accelerated human development by centuries. The Vatican, as the overseer of Catholic missions, had the power to filter, withhold, and control the flow of such transformative knowledge. Even material artifacts were affected. Gold, silver, and exotic materials collected by explorers often ended up in Rome, not just for wealth, but as evidence of the far-reaching scope of papal influence. Some argue that these artifacts were studied privately, revealing techniques of metallurgy, engineering, or craftsmanship unknown to contemporary Europe. Others suggest that objects deemed heretical or dangerous were quietly hidden in vaults, never displayed to the public. The idea is consistent with the Church's approach to relics. Certain objects are too powerful, too destabilizing, or too disruptive to allow free access. The Vatican's role in exploration also had political dimensions. By controlling information, the Church could influence territorial disputes, colonial administration, and the balance of power among European kingdoms. If Spain, Portugal, or other nations received filtered intelligence about a region's wealth, population, or resources, it affected strategic decisions. Missionary reports, when vetted through the Vatican, became a mechanism for regulating knowledge, and therefore, power, on a global scale. Some researchers even speculate that certain discoveries were deliberately kept secret to protect the Church from challenging truths about human history. Explorers encountered ruins, artifacts, and written records suggesting civilizations far older than the biblical timeline allowed. These accounts could have threatened the Church's narrative of humanity's origins and the central role of Europe and Jerusalem in salvation history. By intercepting, editing, or withholding these reports, the Vatican may have prevented a crisis of belief while simultaneously preserving the full record in its archives, hidden from public scrutiny. In short, the Age of Discovery was not just about finding new lands. It was about controlling the story of the world. The Vatican functioned as a gatekeeper, deciding which discoveries were public knowledge and which remained secret. Ships returned to Europe with gold and exotic goods, yes, but also with maps, manuscripts, and reports that quietly entered the Church's vaults. Over time, the archives became not just a repository of history, but a tool for shaping perception, influencing power, and controlling knowledge. The consequences of such control are profound. Had the Vatican chosen to release these reports in full, Europe might have experienced an explosion of knowledge, technology, and cultural exchange far earlier than it did. Entire civilizations, philosophies, and scientific traditions could have reshaped the world. Instead, history was filtered, curated, and sometimes rewritten to preserve the Church's authority and the narrative of a Europe-centered civilization. The archives, then, are not just a library. They are the hidden blueprint of a world whose true story has been kept from us for centuries. If the Vatican influenced exploration and global knowledge, its hand was equally powerful in shaping the trajectory of science itself. For centuries, Europe's greatest minds operated under the shadow of the Church, a force that could patronize brilliance or silence it with equal authority. While the Renaissance promised a revival of knowledge, innovation often clashed with doctrine. Discoveries that threatened theological orthodoxy, challenged biblical interpretation, or upset hierarchical authority were scrutinized, censored, and sometimes brutally suppressed. In effect, the Church became a gatekeeper of scientific progress, determining which ideas could see the light of day, and which were too dangerous for public consumption. The most famous example is undoubtedly Galileo Galilei, the astronomer and physicist who championed heliocentrism. Galileo's telescopic observations of moons orbiting Jupiter, the phases of Venus, and the detailed structure of the moon directly contradicted the geocentric worldview the Church upheld. For decades, Catholic authorities debated how to respond. His works were censored, he was summoned to Rome, and in 1633, he was tried by the Inquisition and forced to recant under threat of torture. While Galileo's eventual rehabilitation came centuries later, at the time, his discoveries were suppressed not because they lacked evidence, but because they threatened the Church's cosmological narrative, and by extension, its control over truth itself. Galileo was far from alone. Consider Giordano Bruno, a philosopher who proposed that stars were distant suns, each potentially with its own planets. He speculated about the infinity of the universe, the plurality of worlds, and the insignificance of Earth in the cosmic scale. Such ideas were revolutionary and dangerous. In 1600, Bruno was burned at the stake in Rome, a stark warning to anyone daring to challenge orthodox belief. The suppression of Bruno's ideas delayed the acceptance of modern cosmology and instilled a culture of caution among European intellectuals. Discoveries had to navigate not only natural laws but ecclesiastical scrutiny. The Church's influence extended into medicine and anatomy as well. In the 16th century, Andreas Vesalius revolutionized the understanding of human anatomy by dissecting cadavers and documenting his findings in the groundbreaking text De Humani Corporis Fabrica. Yet he faced intense scrutiny, both for challenging Galenic orthodoxy and for performing dissections that offended religious sensibilities. While Vesalius's work ultimately survived, countless other discoveries, ancient texts on herbal medicine, surgical techniques, and anatomical studies, were either destroyed or hidden because they contradicted prevailing church-approved knowledge. The message was clear: innovation was tolerated only insofar as it did not disrupt theological authority. Chemistry, too, fell under this shadow. Alchemy, the precursor to modern chemistry, was a field of experimentation that straddled science, mysticism, and philosophy. While some viewed it as a spiritual metaphor, others pursued it as practical knowledge, searching for ways to transform matter, harness energy, or even extend life. The Church condemned certain alchemical practices, branding them heretical, while quietly absorbing texts that aligned with doctrinal interests. Could the Vatican archives contain manuscripts detailing chemical reactions, lost technologies, or even proto-industrial knowledge that remained undiscovered by the broader world for centuries? Many researchers believe so, suggesting that what we call modern chemistry may have been delayed precisely because knowledge was suppressed or compartmentalized. Astronomy and physics also faced censorship. Copernican heliocentrism was only one piece of a larger revolution in understanding the cosmos. Figures like Tycho Brahe and Johannes Kepler made groundbreaking observations, yet had to navigate ecclesiastical approval to publish their work. Kepler, for instance, discovered that planetary orbits were elliptical, challenging centuries of circular cosmological thinking. While Kepler's discoveries eventually gained acceptance, they were initially slowed by religious scrutiny. Knowledge that could contradict biblical interpretations or suggest that humans were not central to creation was met with suspicion, delayed dissemination, or outright prohibition. Even less visible fields, such as geology and paleontology, were similarly constrained. The discovery of fossils, for example, posed a direct challenge to the biblical timeline of creation. Early naturalists who suggested that Earth was far older than the accepted 6,000 years risked censure. For centuries, fossils were often interpreted as curiosities, divine playthings, or remnants of the flood, rather than evidence of prehistoric life. Could the Vatican archives contain reports, sketches, or records of fossils and geological observations suppressed to maintain the theological chronology? If so, the Church's role in shaping scientific understanding reaches even deeper than most historians acknowledge. The suppression was not always about outright prohibition. Often, it took subtler forms: delays in publication, controlled circulation, or mandated commentary to frame discoveries in ways that reinforce doctrine. Observations could be edited, explanations censored, and theories reframed to fit a narrative compatible with Church teachings. Scholars had to practice self-censorship, cloaking revolutionary ideas in allegory, metaphor, or deferential language. Over time, this slowed the pace of European scientific progress, while allowing the Church to maintain an aura of intellectual as well as spiritual authority. Even after the Enlightenment, the Church's influence persisted. Early electricity experiments, magnetism studies, and investigations into energy often faced skepticism or suppression if they challenged theological assumptions. The cumulative effect is staggering: centuries of knowledge delayed, discoveries hidden, and human understanding of the natural world postponed, all because the gatekeepers of power prioritized doctrine over evidence. The question arises: how much knowledge was permanently lost, and how much survives in secrecy? The Vatican archives, housing tens of thousands of manuscripts, letters, and records, likely contain documentation of experiments, discoveries, and theories that were never published. Some may offer insight into ancient technologies, experimental physics, or medical practices that predated what we now consider modern science. If these records were ever released, they could drastically alter our understanding of history, revealing that innovation often preceded what official timelines credit to the Enlightenment or Industrial Revolution. In sum, the Vatican's suppression of scientific revolutions illustrates a broader pattern. Whether controlling relics, shaping historical narratives, influencing exploration, or regulating texts, the Church exerted profound control over knowledge. Science was not only an intellectual pursuit, it was a political and theological battleground. The consequences of this control reverberate to this day, leaving us with tantalizing glimpses of knowledge that may have existed centuries before mainstream recognition, yet remain locked behind the gates of secrecy. If the Vatican shaped the flow of knowledge, controlled exploration, and influenced scientific thought, it was not merely a passive gatekeeper, it was also an active seeker. Throughout history, the Church has allegedly orchestrated secret missions to recover, secure, and conceal objects, texts, and relics deemed too powerful, dangerous, or disruptive for public access. These missions, carried out under the cover of diplomacy, conquest, or missionary work, often blurred the lines between archaeology, espionage, and religious duty. The stakes were immense. Each recovered artifact was not just a relic of the past but a potential instrument of power, capable of altering faith, history, or technology. One of the most famous examples comes from the Crusades, when European knights and clergy ventured into the Holy Land. While these campaigns were ostensibly religious wars, they also provided opportunities to acquire knowledge and artifacts from ancient civilizations. Scrolls, manuscripts, ceremonial objects, and relics were often seized from monasteries, temples, and palaces. Some were displayed to demonstrate piety or prestige, but many were secretly transported to Rome, catalogued, and locked away in the Vatican archives. Among these spoils, researchers speculate, were objects of immense historical and technological value, lost codices, ritual implements, and even items rumored to be of divine origin. The Knights Templar, a military order intimately connected to the Vatican, played a crucial role in these recoveries. Legend suggests that the Templars discovered not only vast treasures of gold and silver but also documents revealing ancient knowledge. Some accounts claim they unearthed texts describing forgotten civilizations, mystical practices, or advanced technologies, information so sensitive that it threatened both secular rulers and church hierarchy. When the Templars were disbanded in 1312, much of their treasure and secret knowledge is believed to have been absorbed by the Vatican, ensuring that these discoveries remained under ecclesiastical control rather than entering the public domain. Missionary expeditions, particularly during the Age of Discovery, provided another means for secret recovery. Priests and monks often accompanied explorers to the Americas, Africa, and Asia, documenting indigenous cultures, technologies, and religious practices. Reports from these missions sometimes included detailed descriptions of engineering, astronomy, medicine, and metallurgy, all of which could challenge European assumptions about human civilization. While missionaries submitted official reports, many also sent private letters and documents back to Rome, which were quietly filed in secret archives. Certain artifacts, ceremonial objects, scrolls, or rare minerals were removed from local populations under the guise of evangelism and preserved for study, rather than worship. One intriguing example involves pre-Columbian civilizations. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in Mesoamerica, they were astonished by cities like Tenochtitlan and the sophistication of Aztec, Maya, and Inca societies. Beyond the obvious treasures of gold and silver, missionaries documented writing systems, astronomical calculations, irrigation networks, and ceremonial artifacts. Some scholars speculate that certain manuscripts, maps, or objects were sent directly to the Vatican and remain there to this day, largely unknown to historians. By controlling these discoveries, the Church could shape how the New World was perceived in Europe, emphasizing conquest and conversion while downplaying technological and cultural achievements. The Vatican's efforts extended beyond the Americas. Reports suggest that Jesuit missionaries in China, India, and Japan collected scientific, mathematical, and medical knowledge, much of which was sent to Rome. In China, Jesuits recorded astronomical observations and engineering marvels, while in India they documented advanced metallurgical techniques, irrigation systems, and surgical practices. While some of this knowledge was incorporated into European scholarship, much of it was retained within the Church, either to be studied in secret or withheld until its implications could be controlled. Even in Europe, the Vatican engaged in recovery missions. During the Renaissance, as classical knowledge resurfaced, Church agents were dispatched to acquire rare manuscripts, ancient coins, and artifacts from private collections, monasteries, and libraries. Many of these objects were catalogued meticulously and stored in the Vatican Library, a repository believed to contain hundreds of thousands of documents. Scholars have long speculated that within these walls lie texts on ancient technologies, forgotten languages, and early experiments in science and engineering. Knowledge suppressed to maintain control over intellectual authority. The Vatican's pursuit of hidden artifacts was not always for preservation alone. Some missions had an explicitly political or strategic dimension. Religious relics, after all, conferred legitimacy and authority. Possessing a fragment of the true cross, the Ark of the Covenant, or the Holy Grail, if these were more than legend, would not only enhance the Church's spiritual authority but also provide leverage over rulers and monarchs. Similarly, ancient manuscripts revealing lost technologies or esoteric knowledge could serve as bargaining chips, ensuring that European powers relied on the Vatican for access to information that might otherwise challenge established hierarchies. The secrecy surrounding these missions has fueled countless legends and conspiracy theories. Rumors persist that Vatican agents recovered artifacts linked to extraterrestrial origins, mystical powers, or forgotten sciences. Some researchers suggest that hidden vaults may contain crystals, metallic objects, or technological devices described in apocryphal texts, objects so extraordinary that their exposure could challenge both religion and science. While concrete evidence remains elusive, the historical pattern is clear. The Church has consistently acted to identify, collect, and control objects and information with the potential to alter human understanding. Modern history continues to suggest the Vatican's interest in secret recovery. During World War II, the Church was accused of participating in covert operations to secure art, manuscripts, and cultural treasures before they could be seized by occupying forces. While many of these items were returned or displayed publicly after the war, there are lingering reports of works that vanished from archives, only to resurface decades later, or never at all. Could similar missions have occurred over the centuries, carefully gathering relics and manuscripts whose significance remains hidden to this day? The implications are staggering. If the Vatican's secret missions succeeded in recovering knowledge from across the globe, from the Americas, Africa, and Asia to lost European manuscripts, then the archives may hold more than spiritual or theological secrets. They could contain the blueprints of ancient civilizations, the record of forbidden sciences, and artifacts with powers or properties we can barely imagine. These recoveries form the connective tissue linking relics, gospels, and forbidden knowledge. The Church was not just cataloguing history, it was actively shaping it, deciding what humanity could see, understand, and access. In essence, the Vatican's secret missions represent the intersection of faith, power, and knowledge. Each recovered artifact or manuscript is a fragment of a hidden history, a puzzle piece whose full meaning remains obscured behind layers of secrecy. The archives become more than a library. They are a living record of human discovery, filtered through centuries of theological, political, and strategic considerations. The question that continues to haunt researchers is simple yet profound. What would happen if these missions were fully revealed? How much would we learn about our past? And how might it change the story we have been told about human civilization? If the Vatican has controlled history, exploration, and the recovery of knowledge, then it stands to reason that it has also played a role in shaping what we understand about humanity's ancient past. Archaeology, the discipline that uncovers civilizations long gone, often challenges accepted narratives. Yet, from mysterious megaliths to technologically advanced structures predating known history, many discoveries that do not fit the conventional timeline have reportedly been suppressed, censored, or quietly withheld, and the Vatican, with its unparalleled archives and global reach, may have been central to this concealment. One of the most compelling examples lies in megalithic structures around the world, monuments whose construction defies our understanding of ancient engineering. Sites such as Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, predating Stonehenge by thousands of years, reveal sophisticated stone carving, astronomical alignments, and complex layouts that suggest a level of planning and knowledge far beyond what early humans were thought to possess. Similarly, the pyramids of Giza display precise measurements, perfectly aligned cardinal points, and knowledge of advanced mathematics and astronomy. While mainstream archaeology often attributes these achievements to sheer human ingenuity, alternative researchers argue that evidence of lost technologies or forgotten sciences underlies their construction. Some fragments, manuscripts, or reports of such technologies may reside in Vatican archives, quietly hidden from public scrutiny. The pattern is striking. Machu Picchu, the Inca cities, the stone temples of Egypt, and the megalithic sites in Malta and Sardinia all demonstrate extraordinary engineering, astronomical sophistication, and mathematical precision. Yet, many early explorers and archaeologists noted anomalies that challenged conventional dating methods and were subsequently silenced or edited. Missionaries, soldiers, and scholars often sent detailed reports back to Europe. Some of these, filtered through ecclesiastical channels, likely reached the Vatican, where information deemed too disruptive to the accepted historical narrative was quietly archived rather than published. Even within Europe, there are puzzling structures that defy simple explanation. Consider Stonehenge, a site whose stones were transported from distant quarries with incredible precision. Early 17th and 18th century antiquarians wrote extensively about its mysteries, including potential astronomical functions. Yet, much of this research was ignored or downplayed, sometimes dismissed as folklore or myth. Could the Vatican, which held influence over European scholarship and publication, have played a role in ensuring that only acceptable explanations reach the public, framing such monuments as primitive curiosities rather than evidence of advanced ancient knowledge? Beyond megaliths, there are artifacts that challenge conventional timelines. Metalwork, advanced tools, and inexplicable artifacts found in archaeological contexts have often been labeled anomalies or hoaxes by mainstream historians. The famous Baghdad battery, for instance, resembles an ancient galvanic cell, suggesting knowledge of electricity long before its documented discovery. While most museums present such objects cautiously, researchers speculate that the Vatican archives may contain additional examples, along with reports that describe their function and origin. Suppressing these items would serve to maintain the conventional narrative of human technological progression, while allowing the Church to quietly study and catalogue evidence of lost knowledge. Even ancient maps and manuscripts support the idea of advanced civilizations. The Piri race map and other early cartographic documents depict coastlines and continents with a precision that seems impossible for their era. Scholars suggest they may be based on earlier, now lost sources. The Vatican, with its historical role as a collector and archivist of global knowledge, may possess original texts, maps, or interpretive notes detailing these discoveries, evidence that could force a radical re-evaluation of human history and the sophistication of early civilizations. The suppression of alternative archaeology extends to the Americas. Before European contact, civilizations like the Maya, Aztec, and Inca built cities, observatories, and pyramids with knowledge of astronomy and mathematics that rivaled European understanding. Missionary accounts describe sophisticated calendars, star charts, and engineering marvels. Yet textbooks for centuries minimize these achievements, presenting indigenous peoples as primitive before European arrival. The Vatican's archives likely contain detailed reports, drawings, and artifacts collected during missions, records that, if fully examined, might reveal a level of ancient sophistication deliberately hidden from the general public. Africa provides another case. The Great Zimbabwe ruins, for example, demonstrate advanced stonework and city planning, yet early European scholars often dismiss these achievements, attributing them to lost or mythical civilizations rather than the indigenous people who built them. Could ecclesiastical oversight have contributed to the misrepresentation? If the Vatican obtained early missionary reports or even original artifacts, they would have had the power to shape European perception, suppressing inconvenient truths while allowing control over the historical narrative to remain firmly in the Church's hands. Similarly, in Asia, ancient cities in India, China, and Southeast Asia show incredible urban planning, metallurgy, and astronomical alignment, often predating European records by millennia. Missionary accounts, maps, and collected artifacts frequently pass through Rome. The Vatican, aware of the potential theological and cultural implications, could decide what to circulate publicly and what to store in secrecy. Knowledge of civilizations that predate or rival biblical chronology could have been deemed too sensitive to release. The cumulative effect is profound. The public record of human history, archaeology, and ancient technology may reflect not only what existed, but also what the Church chose to permit the world to see. By controlling reports, artifacts, and manuscripts, the Vatican potentially created a filtered history, emphasizing certain achievements while suppressing others. This careful curation shaped centuries of academic research, public perception, and even national narratives of human development. Some researchers suggest that the Vatican archives may contain detailed surveys of megalithic sites worldwide, including construction techniques and alignments, accounts of lost civilizations and anomalous artifacts that predate known timelines, drawings, blueprints, or maps that document advanced ancient technologies, missionary reports describing indigenous engineering, astronomy, and medicine suppressed in Europe. If so, the archives are not merely a collection of religious documents. They are a repository of hidden archaeology, holding evidence that could fundamentally alter our understanding of the past. These treasures remain tantalizingly out of reach, fueling speculation and inspiring generations of researchers to question the official narrative. The suppression of alternative archaeology also explains a recurring pattern. Discoveries that challenge mainstream history often surface first in remote reports, unofficial journals, or private collections, only to face delay, skepticism, or outright dismissal. The Vatican, as a central authority in the preservation and circulation of knowledge for centuries, occupies a key position in this web of secrecy. Each stone monument, lost manuscript, or unexplained artifact is a reminder that human history may be far older, more complex, and more technologically advanced than we are allowed to believe. Ultimately, the Vatican's alleged role in suppressing alternative archaeology ties together many threads: hidden relics, forbidden gospels, suppressed sciences, and secret missions. The Church, acting as both collector and censor, may have carefully curated humanity's understanding of itself, preserving knowledge in secrecy while shaping the public story of our past. For those who study anomalies, megaliths, and forbidden artifacts, this possibility is both exhilarating and unsettling. The true history of the world may be locked away behind layers of archives, hidden for centuries, waiting for the day it is finally revealed. If the Vatican has suppressed knowledge of history, archaeology, and ancient science, it has also wielded art and architecture as a tool of secrecy and influence. Throughout centuries, religious art, cathedral designs, and sacred iconography have often contained layers of hidden symbolism, encoding messages that go beyond conventional theology. Some researchers suggest these works were not just spiritual expressions, but also vehicles to preserve forbidden knowledge, esoteric teachings, and warnings to those attuned to their deeper meanings. In essence, the Church may have used art as both camouflage and repository for ideas it could not openly share. Take, for instance, the cathedrals of Europe, many of which were built over centuries with astonishing precision and alignment. Structures like Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and St. Peter's Basilica are rich with numerology, astronomical alignments, and symbolic geometry. Scholars of sacred geometry argue that these designs encode mathematical and cosmological knowledge, referencing the stars, solstices, and the cycles of nature. Could it be that such knowledge, potentially derived from lost civilizations or esoteric traditions, was intentionally embedded in these buildings as a way of preserving it while remaining hidden from the uninitiated? The possibility is tantalizing, encoded within stone, glass, and would may lie a hidden map of knowledge that ordinary worshippers could never read. The frescoes, paintings, and sculptures within these cathedrals add another layer of intrigue. Many depict biblical scenes, saints, and miracles, but some scholars have noticed subtle anomalies. Figures appear holding objects that resemble technological devices, celestial maps, or geometric diagrams. Certain patterns, spirals, grids, and repeating symbols recur across different works and across centuries, suggesting a deliberate visual code. Some researchers posit that this symbolism represents a hidden curriculum, a way of transmitting forbidden knowledge about astronomy, natural philosophy, or even lost technologies to those trained to see it. The Church could thereby communicate ideas selectively, maintaining secrecy while safeguarding the transmission of knowledge. The Vatican's role as a collector of art and manuscripts further deepens this story. The Vatican museums contain thousands of works, from Renaissance masterpieces to obscure religious texts, many of which have never been thoroughly analyzed for hidden meaning. Codices, illuminated manuscripts, and iconography may contain esoteric symbols drawn from Gnostic, Hermetic, or alchemical traditions, preserved despite official suppression elsewhere. Some researchers argue that hidden layers in the art and manuscripts, coded numerology, symbolic colors, and micro-inscriptions, reveal knowledge the Church wanted to protect, knowledge about human origins, the cosmos, and spiritual or technological power. Even the floor plans of cathedrals are said to carry secret significance. Labyrinths, crypts, and underground passageways often align with solar paths, equinoxes, or astrological markers. These alignments are not merely decorative. They may serve as functional calendars, astronomical observatories, or tools for esoteric ritual. Some investigators suggest that key relics and texts were intentionally placed in these spaces, creating a hidden infrastructure of knowledge. In this way, cathedrals were not only houses of worship but also repositories of forbidden information, encoded in a language understood only by those initiated into secret traditions. The paintings of Leonardo da Vinci exemplify this intertwining of art, science, and secrecy. His works, commissioned in part by the Church, contain anatomical studies, geometric patterns, and cryptic symbols hidden within religious narratives. Scholars argue that da Vinci encoded scientific knowledge, human anatomical insights, and possibly ancient wisdom into his masterpieces, which were often preserved in Vatican collections. Could these symbols have been intended as a silent record of knowledge too advanced or dangerous for public dissemination? If so, da Vinci and his contemporaries were part of a hidden intellectual network, transmitting knowledge under the protective umbrella of the Church. Esoteric symbolism is not limited to paintings and cathedrals. It extends to sculptures, reliefs, and sacred relics. Angels, saints, and mythological figures often carry instruments or objects whose function or significance is obscure. Some researchers have identified recurring motifs that suggest hidden maps, alchemical instructions, or cosmological diagrams. Whether intended as teaching tools, mnemonic devices, or markers for secret locations, these symbols may have preserved knowledge that the Church was unwilling to make openly available. Art, then, becomes a dual narrative, one public and theological, one private and esoteric. The Vatican's careful control of such art reinforces the theory of intentional secrecy. Works were commissioned, collected, and curated, ensuring that access to their deeper meanings was restricted. Private collections, restricted chambers, and the archives of the Vatican museums may contain thousands of pieces whose messages have never been fully deciphered. By controlling both the creation and preservation of these works, the Church could encode forbidden knowledge in plain sight, visible to all but comprehensible to only a select few. The notion of hidden knowledge in art intersects with other elements we have explored: archaeology, relics, and manuscripts. For example, depictions of lost cities, advanced technology, or celestial knowledge in paintings may correlate with artifacts held in the Vatican archives or with megalithic structures described in missionary reports. The Church, therefore, not only collects these objects but also uses visual language to safeguard their meaning, creating a multidimensional archive where symbols, texts, and artifacts reinforce one another. Even today, the study of esoteric symbolism continues to uncover puzzling connections. Researchers have noted correlations between cathedral floor plans, illuminated manuscripts, and ancient maps, suggesting a continuum of knowledge preservation stretching across centuries. The Vatican's control over this network ensures that only fragments of the story emerge publicly, with tantalizing hints that the true scope of human history, science, and spirituality has been deliberately obscured. In conclusion, the Vatican's engagement with forbidden art and hidden symbolism represents a sophisticated form of knowledge management. By encoding secrets into paintings, architecture, and relics, the Church created a layered system of preservation and secrecy. The public sees only the surface, the religious, spiritual, or aesthetic message, while hidden beneath lies a potential repository of forbidden knowledge, advanced science, lost civilizations, esoteric wisdom, and coded instructions. For those willing to look closely, these works are not merely art, they are a silent testament to centuries of hidden history, carefully curated and protected behind the Church's walls. If the Vatican has historically controlled knowledge through archives, art, relics, and censored discoveries, it would be logical to assume that its influence extended beyond physical objects and texts. For centuries, secret societies and esoteric orders have existed at the fringes of mainstream history, purportedly guarding hidden wisdom, spiritual truths, and forbidden knowledge. Many researchers suggest that the Vatican, far from being a passive observer, maintained a subtle connection with these societies, sometimes guiding them, sometimes monitoring them, and sometimes absorbing their discoveries into its hidden archives. In this way, the Church could exert control over not just what the public knew, but also who had access to secret knowledge. The most famous of these connections is rumored to be with the Knights Templar. Formed in the early 12th century during the Crusades, the Templars were initially a military order dedicated to protecting Christian pilgrims in the Holy Land. Yet historical accounts suggest they amassed vast wealth, recovered rare manuscripts, and may have uncovered ancient relics or esoteric knowledge during their campaigns. Some historians speculate that the Vatican, aware of the Templars' discoveries, exercised influence over their activities, ensuring that sensitive information was either withheld or directed toward ecclesiastical archives. When the order was dissolved in 1312, much of its treasure and purported secret knowledge is believed to have been absorbed into Vatican control, leaving historians to wonder what truly vanished behind closed doors. Beyond the Templars, other secretive groups such as the Rosicrucians, Freemasons, and various alchemical orders have been linked, directly or indirectly, to Vatican interests. The Rosicrucians, emerging in the early 17th century, claimed to possess ancient wisdom from Egypt and Greece, blending mysticism, science, and philosophy. While outwardly independent, some accounts suggest that select members maintained contact with ecclesiastical authorities, sharing knowledge while keeping dangerous revelations from public scrutiny. Similarly, Freemasonry, with its complex rituals, hidden symbols, and coded teachings, has long been suspected of interacting with the Church in subtle ways, sometimes as a target of suppression, but possibly also as a network through which knowledge could circulate under controlled conditions. The Vatican's involvement with these groups may have been pragmatic. Secret societies often preserved texts, scientific observations, and spiritual traditions that the Church could not openly endorse. By maintaining relationships, sometimes cooperative, sometimes adversarial, the Church could ensure that such knowledge was not lost entirely, while still controlling access. In effect, the Vatican acted as a central hub, orchestrating the flow of forbidden knowledge while protecting its theological and political interests. This dual approach, control and preservation, allowed the Church to maintain authority over what could challenge orthodoxy, while safeguarding information that might be valuable in the future. Alchemical traditions provide a particularly compelling example. Alchemists sought not only the transmutation of metals but also deeper spiritual truths about creation, the cosmos, and human potential. Many alchemical texts were labeled heretical or dangerous, yet some were carefully copied and preserved, often by ecclesiastical scholars or within monastic libraries. The Vatican, it is suggested, may have monitored these networks, collecting manuscripts, supporting discrete study, and encoding knowledge in ways that could be interpreted only by those initiated into specific orders. In this sense, secret societies were both collaborators and buffers, allowing forbidden knowledge to survive without challenging the Church's public authority. Mystical and esoteric traditions were equally intertwined. Gnostic teachings, Hermetic philosophy, and Kabbalistic insights were frequently condemned, yet elements of their wisdom appear subtly encoded in Vatican art, architecture, and manuscripts. Some researchers argue that certain secret societies acted as conduits, transmitting fragments of this knowledge to trusted ecclesiastical authorities while shielding it from wider public access. Symbols in cathedrals, manuscripts, and ritual objects may have served as keys or guides, accessible only to those with a proper understanding. An unbroken chain linking ancient wisdom, secret societies, and the Vatican's hidden archives. The Vatican's influence may have extended geographically as well. Jesuit missions, for instance, were not only religious endeavors but also cultural and intellectual networks. Jesuits collected scientific, philosophical, and technological knowledge from Asia, the Americas, and Africa, often collaborating with local scholars and sometimes even clandestine esoteric groups. Reports, diagrams, and artifacts were sent to Rome, where they were catalogued, studied, and sometimes encoded within the Church's secret systems. In this way, the Vatican effectively maintained a global intelligence network of knowledge, much of it inaccessible to mainstream Europe or the general public. Historical examples also suggest deliberate suppression to maintain doctrinal control. Orders that threatened to disseminate knowledge too rapidly or in ways that challenged church orthodoxy were disbanded or absorbed. Members of secret societies sometimes faced persecution, exile, or imprisonment if they breached carefully constructed boundaries. Yet this suppression was selective. The Church often retained the information itself, ensuring that the knowledge could be studied and preserved internally without destabilizing. Public authority. Even today, conspiracy theorists and researchers speculate about modern continuations of these networks. Some believe that the Vatican maintains symbolic or practical connections with contemporary secret societies, controlling access to manuscripts, artifacts, and knowledge that could redefine science, history, or spirituality. While evidence is circumstantial, the historical pattern of interaction, absorption, and censorship supports the idea that the Church has long treated secret knowledge not as a threat to be destroyed entirely, but as a resource to be managed, preserved, and selectively shared. The implications of such a system are profound. By collaborating with, or absorbing, secret societies, the Vatican could shape the intellectual and spiritual development of entire civilizations. Knowledge of advanced civilizations, esoteric science, or spiritual practices could survive, yet remain invisible to most of humanity. This selective preservation may explain why fragments of knowledge occasionally surface, through rediscovered manuscripts, unexplained artifacts, or esoteric symbols, while the full picture remains tantalizingly out of reach. In summary, the Vatican's alleged involvement in secret societies and esoteric orders represents a sophisticated strategy: preservation without exposure, control without destruction. By maintaining relationships with groups like the Templars, Rosicrucians, Freemasons, and alchemical networks, the Church ensured that forbidden knowledge survived while remaining under ecclesiastical oversight. This strategy allowed the Vatican to accumulate centuries of intelligence, artifacts, and esoteric wisdom, forming an invisible web that connects hidden history, suppressed archaeology, secret science, and encoded art. The result is a complex tapestry of hidden knowledge, stretching across continents and centuries, where every manuscript, relic, and symbol may hold clues to a deeper truth. The challenge for modern researchers is not only to discover these fragments but to understand the context, decoding a system of secrecy designed to survive centuries of scrutiny while remaining invisible to the uninitiated. In this way, the Vatican's influence over secret societies represents not just historical intrigue, but a blueprint for understanding how power, knowledge, and secrecy intersect, a pattern that continues to spark curiosity, speculation, and the quest for forbidden truth. If the Vatican has controlled exploration, archaeology, art, and secret societies, then at the heart of its power lies one of the most mysterious repositories in human history, its forbidden texts and manuscripts. The Vatican Apostolic Library, one of the world's oldest libraries, houses over 80,000 codices and millions of documents, yet only a small fraction is accessible to scholars. Hidden within these archives are said to be manuscripts that could challenge the very foundations of religion, science, and history. Texts that reveal forgotten civilizations, alternative philosophies, esoteric science, or even evidence of pre-human knowledge. The notion that knowledge has been deliberately withheld from humanity is both thrilling and unsettling, suggesting that much of what we consider history is a carefully curated narrative. The term forbidden is not accidental. Many of these texts were deemed dangerous, heretical, or destabilizing. Works on Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and alchemy were condemned by church authorities, yet copies often survived within Vatican collections, preserved rather than destroyed. Gnostic texts, for example, challenge conventional Christian narratives by offering alternative accounts of creation, the nature of divinity, and humanity's place in the cosmos. These writings suggest a more complex, layered understanding of spiritual reality than mainstream theology allows. By keeping such texts hidden, the Vatican maintained doctrinal control while quietly safeguarding knowledge that could have radically altered religious thought centuries ago. Alchemical and proto-scientific manuscripts form another significant category. These texts describe experiments, metallurgical techniques, and cosmological theories that sometimes predate or exceed contemporary knowledge. Some scholars argue that these works reveal a sophisticated understanding of chemistry, mechanics, and even energy systems lost to time. The secrecy surrounding these manuscripts is not merely about spiritual control, it is also about preserving technological and scientific knowledge, potentially giving the Church a hidden advantage over secular authorities. What if centuries of discoveries were systematically archived, allowing Rome to monitor human progress while keeping the public ignorant of breakthroughs that might disrupt established hierarchies? Historical records hint that these manuscripts include documents from lost civilizations, codices from Mesoamerica, maps from pre-Columbian navigators, and scrolls from ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt are rumored to reside in the Vatican archives. Many of these contain advanced astronomical calculations, engineering knowledge, or historical accounts that contradict conventional timelines. Scholars such as Ignatius Donnelly and Charles Hapgood have long speculated that certain anomalies, like highly accurate ancient maps or references to vanished civilizations, were systematically hidden, possibly to prevent public access to information that could challenge both secular and religious authority. If these manuscripts exist within the Vatican, they represent not just suppressed history but potentially transformative knowledge about human civilization itself. Religious texts themselves are not immune from scrutiny. Apocryphal Gospels, alternate biblical interpretations, and documents describing forbidden rituals are said to be carefully catalogued and restricted. Some texts allegedly describe Jesus or other religious figures differently from canonical accounts, offering insights into lost philosophies, mystical practices, or secret teachings. The Gospels of Mary Magdalene, Thomas, and Judas, works that present radically different perspectives on early Christianity, are often cited as examples of material that may have been preserved within ecclesiastical collections while kept from general study. The implications are profound. If even fragments of these texts contain credible historical information, they could reshape not only theological understanding but also social, cultural, and political interpretations of human history. Maps and navigational documents are another intriguing aspect of these hidden manuscripts. Early cartography sometimes depicts continents, coastlines, and islands with astonishing precision, predating official European discovery. The Piri race map and other similarly advanced charts suggest access to sources or civilizations long lost. It is believed that the Vatican may have acquired such maps and associated documentation through missionary work, conquest, or purchase, storing them away to maintain a monopoly over historical geography and exploration knowledge. If verified, these texts could indicate that humanity once possessed knowledge far more advanced than previously recognized, a truth carefully shielded from public view. Some researchers also speculate that the Vatican preserves manuscripts detailing ancient technologies or weapons. Reports of devices, blueprints, or descriptions of mechanical innovations appear in various sources, often labeled heretical or dangerous. While physical artifacts may not have survived, written records could exist, carefully catalogued in hidden archives. The secrecy surrounding these texts could explain why certain technologies, metallurgical processes, advanced engineering, or energy systems seem to appear in human history abruptly, without clear antecedents. The manuscripts may represent a hidden continuity of knowledge, transmitted through ecclesiastical oversight rather than public scholarship. The preservation of these manuscripts was meticulous. Rare texts were often rebound, annotated, and cross-referenced with other hidden works. Scholars argue that marginalia and coded notes within these documents may contain additional layers of information, forming a sophisticated system of intellectual encryption. Only those with specialized training or access to the Vatican's inner circle could decipher these codes, ensuring that forbidden knowledge was both protected and preserved. The result is a vast, multidimensional archive where the content, presentation, and annotations all serve as a carefully constructed mechanism of secrecy. Modern-day researchers attempting to access these manuscripts face significant challenges. Permissions are rare, review is heavily controlled, and many documents remain off-limits entirely. The secrecy fuels speculation. If scholars were allowed unfettered access, they might uncover texts that fundamentally revise our understanding of science, religion, history, and human potential. The possibility that these manuscripts could contain knowledge predating official records, corroborating forbidden archaeological findings, or revealing advanced ancient technologies, makes the Vatican archives a focal point for both academic curiosity and conspiracy theories. In conclusion, the Vatican's forbidden texts and manuscripts represent the apex of its control over hidden knowledge. These works encompass religious, scientific, historical, and technological domains, carefully curated and protected over centuries. The Church has not only preserved this knowledge but also mediated its influence, deciding who may access it, how it may be interpreted, and when, or if, it can be released. For historians, archaeologists, and seekers of forbidden truth, the archives are both a tantalizing promise and an enduring mystery, a repository of information that could rewrite human history, yet remain shrouded in secrecy, accessible only to those who can navigate the labyrinthine corridors of ecclesiastical power. If the Vatican has long controlled manuscripts, artifacts, and secret knowledge, it may have also exercised profound influence over our understanding of history and human prehistory. Mainstream timelines of civilization, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, are generally presented as linear, progressive, and well-documented. Yet evidence from archaeology, geology, and ancient manuscripts often challenges this neat chronology. Some researchers argue that the Vatican, acting as a central arbiter of knowledge for centuries, may have subtly influenced how these timelines are interpreted, what evidence is published, and what is deliberately withheld, shaping humanity's perception of its own past. Consider megalithic structures that predate known civilizations. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, which existed over 11,000 years ago, exhibit advanced construction, astronomical alignment, and symbolic artistry, far exceeding what we expect from hunter-gatherer societies. Conventional history struggles to explain such sophistication so early in human development. Could the Vatican have possessed early reports, sketches, or manuscripts detailing such discoveries and chosen to keep them secret until a coherent framework could be established, protecting the prevailing narrative of human progress? If so, much of what we accept as the beginning of civilization may be artificially delayed in the historical record. Similarly, pre-Columbian civilizations reveal knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture that seems almost anachronistic. The Maya accurately predicted eclipses, the Inca built cities on seemingly impossible mountain slopes, and ancient Mesoamerican codices document celestial cycles with remarkable precision. Missionaries and explorers sent reports of these findings back to Europe, yet many of these documents were absorbed into ecclesiastical archives rather than published. By controlling access to such information, the Vatican may have influenced how European scholars interpreted prehistory, framing the Americas as newly discovered rather than as part of a continuous, advanced human civilization. Even ancient maps and navigational texts raise questions about historical timelines. The Piri race map, depicting the Americas with striking accuracy, challenges the accepted understanding of cartographic knowledge in the early 16th century. Some researchers propose that these maps derive from much older sources, potentially lost civilizations or forgotten maritime cultures. If the Vatican collected such maps and related documents, it may have deliberately restricted their circulation, controlling the historical narrative of exploration, geography, and human development. The Church's archives could thus contain clues that push human history back thousands of years beyond conventional accounts. Fossil records and geological discoveries also hint at discrepancies in accepted timelines. Fossils of advanced hominids, human-like footprints alongside prehistoric fauna, or anomalies in sedimentary layers sometimes contradict the prevailing chronology of evolution and human development. Reports of such findings often circulated in scholarly letters or reports, many of which passed through Rome. Some researchers speculate that the Vatican, as the repository of knowledge and mediator of scholarly authority, may have chosen to catalogue these anomalies quietly, avoiding publication to preserve the established narrative of human prehistory. Religious texts themselves may have contributed to the shaping of timelines. Biblical chronology has historically influenced historical frameworks, including the dating of events, civilizations, and human origins. By controlling which religious and apocryphal texts were accessible, the Vatican could exercise subtle influence over chronology, privileging certain interpretations of history while suppressing contradictory accounts. Apocryphal Gospels, Gnostic writings, and other forbidden manuscripts may contain references to ancient civilizations, lost technologies, or alternative accounts of human development, knowledge that could challenge mainstream timelines if revealed. Evidence from archaeology, megaliths, and forbidden texts often converges to suggest that humanity's history is far more complex than commonly presented. Structures like the pyramids, Stonehenge, and the temples of Malta exhibit engineering sophistication, astronomical knowledge, and symbolic intricacy that do not fit neatly into conventional chronological frameworks. Artifacts and manuscripts hint at lost sciences, advanced tools, and knowledge systems that appear and disappear suddenly in the historical record. The Vatican, as the central authority preserving these findings, may have consciously moderated their exposure, ensuring that society's understanding of prehistory remained orderly, comprehensible, and aligned with theological and political imperatives. The Vatican's alleged influence is not limited to physical artifacts. It also extends to interpretation and scholarly narrative. Historians, archaeologists, and researchers have historically relied on ecclesiastical permissions, funding, and access to manuscripts. This dependence creates a subtle but powerful channel for shaping consensus. If reports of anomalous artifacts, early civilizations, or advanced prehistoric knowledge were withheld, edited, or reinterpreted under ecclesiastical oversight, entire timelines could be shifted to favor an orderly, linear progression of human history. Knowledge that might have suggested cyclical civilizations, forgotten technologies, or earlier epochs of human achievement could have been hidden behind centuries of archival control. Moreover, this influence could have extended globally. Missionaries, Jesuits, and explorers documented indigenous knowledge across Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Detailed observations of architecture, astronomy, agriculture, and metallurgy were often sent to Rome, where the Church could determine what would enter mainstream scholarship. By filtering these reports, the Vatican may have created a global selective chronology, emphasizing European discovery and invention while minimizing or concealing the achievements of other civilizations. The implications are staggering. Our textbooks, timelines, and historical narratives may reflect not just what was discovered, but what the Vatican deemed appropriate for public consumption. In essence, the Vatican's alleged influence over historical timelines and human prehistory forms a thread connecting archaeology, forbidden texts, and hidden knowledge. By controlling what evidence is accessible, how discoveries are interpreted, and which narratives are disseminated, the Church could preserve a curated version of history, while secretly maintaining knowledge that challenges the conventional story. This carefully managed discrepancy between public history and hidden archives suggests that the true timeline of human civilization may be far older, more advanced, and more complex than widely accepted. The consequences are profound. If the Vatican archives contain manuscripts, maps, and records detailing civilizations, technologies, and astronomical knowledge far earlier than acknowledged, then human history is not linear but layered, with epochs of forgotten sophistication obscured by secrecy. Archaeology, paleontology, and historical scholarship may only glimpse fragments of this hidden story, while the Church maintains ultimate control over its documentation, interpretation, and revelation. In this light, forbidden texts, secret missions, and esoteric orders are not isolated curiosities. They are components of a long-standing system designed to mediate humanity's perception of its own past. Ultimately, the Vatican's alleged influence on historical timelines suggests that human prehistory, far from being fully understood, is an open puzzle, pieces of which may be locked away in secret archives. Megalithic structures, anomalous artifacts, ancient maps, and forbidden manuscripts all hint at knowledge that predates conventional history. By controlling the narrative, the Church has shaped not only our understanding of the past but also our sense of identity, progress, and potential. The question that haunts researchers, historians, and truth-seekers alike is simple yet profound. How much of humanity's true history remains hidden, and what revelations await in the depths of the Vatican Secret Archives? Throughout history, human beings have reported encounters with phenomena that challenge conventional understanding. Unexplained lights in the sky, strange artifacts, ancient depictions of beings not of this world, and anomalous technologies that seem far beyond the capabilities of the civilizations that produced them. While mainstream scholarship often dismisses such reports as myth, folklore, or misinterpretation, some researchers claim that the Vatican has long monitored, collected, and even suppressed evidence of these anomalies. According to these accounts, the Church has not only archived mysterious phenomena in secret, but also exerted influence over how the world interprets them, quietly shaping humanity's perception of what is possible in the cosmos. One of the most persistent theories involves ancient accounts of extraterrestrial beings or sky gods. From Sumerian texts depicting the Anunnaki to Egyptian hieroglyphs showing otherworldly figures descending from the heavens, ancient civilizations repeatedly recorded encounters that appear to transcend earthly understanding. Missionaries, explorers, and early archaeologists often collected these texts and images, sending them back to Europe. Scholars suggest that many of these reports, once received in Rome, were quietly archived and studied but withheld from public access, as they posed a challenge to traditional theological interpretations. If such documentation exists in the Vatican archives, it may provide critical insight into humanity's interactions with entities or phenomena that mainstream history has largely ignored. The Vatican's alleged involvement with UFO sightings and anomalous aerial phenomena adds another layer of intrigue. Records from medieval and Renaissance Europe describe unusual lights in the sky, flying objects, and celestial phenomena interpreted by witnesses as divine or supernatural. While some were incorporated into theological frameworks, many reports were catalogued in private ecclesiastical records. Researchers have speculated that the Church, through its global network of clergy and observers, maintained detailed chronicles of such events, interpreting them in secret and controlling public discourse to prevent widespread panic or doctrinal conflict. These records could potentially extend centuries, offering a hidden historical timeline of anomalous encounters far preceding modern UFO reports. Artifacts and ancient technologies that appear anomalous or otherworldly are often linked to these phenomena. Examples include advanced metallurgical objects, unknown devices, and unexplained machinery described in missionary reports or discovered during archaeological excavations. Rather than publicizing these finds, some scholars argue, the Vatican likely absorbed the artifacts into its archives, analyzing their properties while controlling access. These items may have been intentionally categorized as religious relics or curiosities to obscure their true function and origin, preserving knowledge that could otherwise disrupt accepted narratives of human history and technological development. Certain manuscripts appear particularly provocative. For example, apocryphal texts and codices contain references to beings from the sky, celestial visitors imparting knowledge, or objects with seemingly supernatural capabilities. The Vatican's control over these manuscripts could explain why mainstream scholarship rarely acknowledges the presence of extraterrestrial themes in early human texts. Codices that might link the movements of celestial bodies, anomalous technologies, or human advancements to these encounters remain hidden, catalogued under layers of secrecy and ecclesiastical oversight. By maintaining control over interpretation, the Church could preserve knowledge while avoiding theological crises or public alarm. Even architecture and sacred art may encode references to anomalous phenomena. Gothic cathedrals, Renaissance paintings, and illuminated manuscripts occasionally depict beings, objects, or celestial phenomena that resist conventional explanation. For example, angelic figures sometimes bear instruments or symbols that could represent advanced technology, while skies in religious art are occasionally filled with enigmatic shapes that do not align with naturalistic depictions. Some researchers theorize that these visual elements were intended as coded messages, accessible only to those educated in esoteric symbolism, further connecting the Church's artistic and archival strategies in the preservation of hidden knowledge. The Vatican's alleged secrecy extends into modern times. Some conspiracy theorists claim that during the 20th century, the Church monitored and collected reports of UFO sightings worldwide, often coordinating with scientists and government officials to track anomalies. Though much of this evidence remains anecdotal, it is consistent with a historical pattern. The Church functions as a custodian of forbidden or destabilizing knowledge, ensuring it is documented, analyzed, and preserved while controlling public awareness. From ancient texts to modern reports, the Vatican may have created a continuous, centuries-long archive of human encounters with anomalous phenomena. Another striking aspect is the connection between forbidden artifacts and celestial knowledge. Certain artifacts recovered from ancient civilizations, often described as technologically advanced or impossible by contemporary standards, appear in missionary reports, museum records, and archival letters. These objects may have been catalogued under theological or historical categories, masking their true nature. If these artifacts were associated with celestial events, unknown materials, or otherworldly designs, they could constitute evidence of human interaction with extraterrestrial technologies or knowledge. The Vatican, by controlling their interpretation, effectively positioned itself as the ultimate arbiter of what humanity could understand about these phenomena. Furthermore, some researchers suggest that the Vatican has encoded knowledge about extraterrestrial or anomalous events in its restricted texts, manuscripts, and artwork. By combining historical records, hidden symbolism, and restricted manuscripts, the Church could maintain a multi-layered system of knowledge preservation. These layers ensure that even if portions of evidence leak into public awareness, the full scope of understanding remains accessible only to those with privileged access, a model consistent with the Church's long-standing strategy of secrecy, selective revelation, and intellectual control. The implications of such secrecy are staggering. If the Vatican archives indeed contain systematic records of anomalous phenomena, extraterrestrial encounters, and advanced technologies, it would represent a hidden continuity of human experience long denied to mainstream knowledge. Scholars, historians, and researchers might only see fragments of this knowledge, scattered across public and private collections, while the Church retains ultimate control over interpretation. The consequence is a filtered history of human understanding, where knowledge of the cosmos, technology, and potential extraterrestrial interaction is mediated by centuries of ecclesiastical discretion. In conclusion, the Vatican's alleged cover-up of extraterrestrial, anomalous, and unexplained phenomena represents a natural extension of its broader strategy, the preservation of forbidden knowledge under strict control. From ancient texts and codices to artistic depictions, archaeological artifacts, and modern reports, the Church may have maintained a continuous record of extraordinary phenomena while carefully regulating access to the public. This hidden archive connects the Church's historical influence over science, archaeology, secret societies, and forbidden texts, revealing a comprehensive system designed to safeguard knowledge while mediating its impact on humanity. For those who seek truth, the Vatican's archives are not merely repositories of religious documents. They may be the keys to understanding a hidden narrative of human interaction with forces and knowledge that transcend conventional history. If the Vatican has preserved forbidden texts, suppressed archaeology, and monitored anomalous phenomena, one of the most tantalizing questions is, what would happen if humanity had access to all of this knowledge? The implications for science, technology, and human potential are staggering. From advanced engineering in ancient civilizations to cryptic manuscripts describing lost sciences, the Vatican's archives may contain blueprints for technologies, scientific principles, and methods that were centuries ahead of their time. By controlling access, the Church has not only shaped our historical understanding but may also have influenced the pace of technological and intellectual advancement, guiding humanity's development along a carefully managed trajectory. Consider ancient engineering feats. Monuments like the Pyramids of Giza, the Temples of Malta, and Göbekli Tepe display precision, alignment, and materials knowledge that modern engineers struggle to replicate even with contemporary tools. Reports suggest that the Vatican may hold manuscripts, sketches, or descriptions that could explain construction techniques, mathematics, and mechanical principles behind these feats. If such knowledge were widely disseminated, humanity could gain insights into energy-efficient construction, advanced material science, and architectural design, revolutionizing industries and infrastructure worldwide. The field of medicine and human biology may also be impacted by forbidden knowledge. Some texts in the Vatican archives reportedly describe herbal remedies, surgical techniques, and holistic approaches that surpass conventional medical understanding. Certain codices may even contain early anatomical diagrams or instructions for preserving human tissue, possibly predating modern discoveries. Access to these documents could transform healthcare, providing alternative methods for treatment, prevention, and longevity, fundamentally enhancing human life and potential. Astronomy and cosmology are another domain where hidden knowledge could have profound effects. Ancient civilizations recorded celestial movements with incredible accuracy, often surpassing contemporary European knowledge. Codices, maps, and manuscripts preserved in the Vatican may detail these observations, offering insights into cosmic cycles, planetary alignments, and the potential for predicting celestial phenomena with precision. Such knowledge could inform modern astrophysics, climate modeling, and space exploration, giving humanity a historical foundation for understanding the universe that has remained largely inaccessible for centuries. Technology is perhaps the most dramatic area of potential revelation. Researchers speculate that the Vatican archives may contain descriptions of lost inventions or proto-industrial technologies, including advanced mechanical devices, energy systems, and navigation tools. Some manuscripts hint at methods of harnessing natural energy sources, advanced metallurgy, or mechanical automata far beyond what was known in the Middle Ages. If studied and verified, these insights could accelerate modern technological innovation, bridging gaps between ancient wisdom and contemporary science, and potentially catalyzing breakthroughs in energy, engineering, and transportation. The implications extend beyond tangible technology to human consciousness and spirituality. Many forbidden texts discuss mental, spiritual, and philosophical principles, techniques for enhancing cognition, perception, and understanding of natural laws. Hermetic, Gnostic, and alchemical writings often blend science, philosophy, and mysticism, suggesting that human potential has been constrained not by physical limits but by access to knowledge. If these teachings were integrated into modern education and research, humanity could experience a dramatic expansion of intellectual and spiritual capabilities, achieving insights that were historically accessible only to select initiates. The suppression of this knowledge has also affected scientific paradigms and historical narratives. By controlling the release of information, the Vatican may have indirectly shaped the trajectory of disciplines such as archaeology, physics, astronomy, and biology. For example, anomalies in ancient civilizations, advanced construction, precise astronomy, or unknown technologies have often been explained away or ignored. If these findings were coupled with the preserved manuscripts and artifacts in the Vatican archives, scientists could reconstruct a far more advanced understanding of early human ingenuity, redefining the timeline of technological and intellectual development. Moreover, forbidden knowledge could challenge ethical and philosophical assumptions. Understanding ancient technologies or advanced spiritual practices may force humanity to reconsider concepts such as morality, free will, and the role of consciousness in shaping reality. Texts describing advanced societies, lost civilizations, or interactions with anomalous phenomena may provide alternative models for governance, social organization, and environmental stewardship. The Church's long-standing control over such knowledge suggests that it has been aware of the transformative potential of these ideas, preserving them while regulating their impact on the public. Education and human development could also undergo a revolution if hidden knowledge were integrated into learning systems. Imagine access to ancient problem-solving methods, advanced mathematical frameworks, and holistic approaches to science preserved for centuries but never widely shared. Students and researchers could accelerate innovation, reconnecting with insights developed by civilizations that existed millennia before recorded history. This transmission of knowledge could transform human potential, enabling societies to solve complex challenges, from energy scarcity to ecological sustainability, with tools and wisdom previously unknown. Even the intersection of art, science, and technology could be transformed. Artistic symbolism often encodes mathematical, astronomical, and engineering knowledge. Decoding these symbols, particularly those preserved in Vatican archives, could reveal sophisticated designs for architecture, machinery, and even energy systems. For centuries, the Church may have deliberately encoded advanced principles in visual form, allowing select scholars to access them while preserving the secrecy of underlying knowledge. Unlocking these codes could lead to breakthroughs in design, engineering, and innovation, demonstrating that art and science were never entirely separate in ancient civilizations. Finally, the potential. Social and global impact cannot be overstated. If the Vatican's hidden knowledge were made available, it could reshape power structures, intellectual hierarchies, and the distribution of knowledge. Civilizations may advance rapidly, and humanity could collectively achieve a level of understanding and technological sophistication far beyond current expectations. Conversely, the Church's historical control over this information reflects an awareness of its disruptive power. Knowledge, when unmediated, has the potential to challenge authority, transform societies, and alter the course of history itself. In conclusion, the Vatican's alleged hidden knowledge holds transformative potential for science, technology, and human development. Ancient engineering, medical practices, astronomy, lost technologies, spiritual principles, and encoded wisdom preserved in manuscripts, art, and architecture suggest that humanity's capabilities have been historically constrained not by ability, but by access. By controlling these archives, the Church has mediated the pace and direction of human progress, shaping history while safeguarding secrets that could revolutionize life on Earth. For modern scholars, researchers, and seekers of forbidden truth, the Vatican represents not merely a religious authority, but a gatekeeper to untapped human potential, a repository of knowledge capable of expanding the boundaries of science, consciousness, and civilization itself. The Vatican is renowned for its religious relics, from fragments of the true cross to bones of saints, but whispers in scholarly and conspiratorial circles suggest that the Church's most mysterious artifacts are far more than sacred mementos. They may hold powerful knowledge or energy, capable of altering human understanding and even perception itself. For centuries, explorers, missionaries, and historians have reported that the Vatican's vaults contain objects of profound mystery, relics, ancient devices, and artifacts whose origins, composition, or function defy conventional explanation. While the faithful revere these objects as sacred symbols, researchers argue that some may encode advanced technologies, esoteric knowledge, or lost sciences deliberately concealed by the Church. One of the most famous categories of these relics is the so-called technology relics, artifacts that appear to demonstrate knowledge far beyond their historical context. Accounts describe objects with unusual alloys, intricate mechanisms, or astronomical alignments that suggest a sophisticated understanding of physics, mechanics, and engineering. Some artifacts reportedly resemble early forms of energy devices, compasses, or celestial calculators. While these claims remain controversial, the pattern is compelling. The Vatican's careful acquisition, cataloging, and secrecy imply that these items were valued not just for religious significance but for their hidden capabilities or the knowledge they represent. Another category is spiritual or consciousness-enhancing relics. Objects such as ancient amulets, consecrated crystals, or sacred instruments are rumored to carry subtle energies, resonance patterns, or encoded wisdom. Many of these relics originate from civilizations whose knowledge has been partially lost or obscured, including Egypt, Mesopotamia, and pre-Columbian America. Scholars suggest that the Church may have recognized the potential power of these objects and preserved them, understanding that they could influence human perception, cognition, or even spiritual evolution if misused or made publicly available. In this context, the Vatican archives function not only as libraries of knowledge but as custodians of energy and metaphysical artifacts, protecting the human world from information or forces it was not yet ready to comprehend. Some artifacts are linked to celestial knowledge and astronomy. For example, ancient astrolabes, star charts, and devices with precise planetary alignments have reportedly been preserved in Vatican collections. These tools may have been used to calculate celestial cycles, track eclipses, or even predict natural phenomena. The precision of some devices, combined with their enigmatic inscriptions and symbolic decorations, suggests that they encode knowledge of cosmic laws, knowledge that could have applications in navigation, astronomy, and even timekeeping. Such artifacts hint that the Vatican may possess technologies or techniques lost to mainstream history, preserved under strict secrecy. Other reports focus on artifacts of unknown origin, items that defy classification within known historical, scientific, or technological frameworks. Missionary reports from the Americas, Africa, and Asia often describe devices or objects with properties that seem impossible. Metals that resist corrosion, intricate mechanisms without visible means of operation, or objects that appear to respond to environmental conditions. While some scholars dismiss these accounts as exaggeration or legend, the Vatican's long history of collecting such items suggests an intentional effort to catalogue anomalies. If these artifacts are genuine, they may represent lost technologies or knowledge systems, preserved for study, containment, and eventual revelation when the world is ready. The Church's care in storing and cataloguing relics reinforces their potential significance. Objects are often kept in climate-controlled chambers, with restricted access and detailed records of provenance, inscriptions, and symbolic attributes. Some artifacts are accompanied by manuscripts, diagrams, or coded notes that may describe usage, purpose, or underlying principles. This meticulous preservation indicates that the Vatican regarded these relics as more than ceremonial objects. They were active vessels of knowledge or energy, requiring careful management to maintain their integrity and prevent misuse. Several researchers have also suggested that certain relics possess energy harnessing or resonance properties, capable of amplifying human consciousness, facilitating communication, or even triggering physical effects under specific conditions. While these claims are difficult to verify, historical reports and folklore often attribute miraculous events, unexplained phenomena, or heightened awareness to the presence of particular artifacts. If such properties exist, it would explain why access to these objects has been heavily restricted and why the Vatican has maintained strict secrecy around them. The Church may have understood that these relics, while potentially transformative, could also be destabilizing if misused or misunderstood. Relics are also intertwined with the esoteric and mystical knowledge preserved by secret societies, connecting the Vatican to broader networks of hidden wisdom. Some artifacts may have originated in lost or suppressed civilizations, their function and significance preserved through coded texts, symbolic art, and carefully guarded rituals. By centralizing these objects in Rome, the Church could study and control their influence while maintaining authority over the interpretation of their power. The relationship between relics, manuscripts, and ceremonial knowledge suggests a deliberate system in which physical objects, encoded wisdom, and ritual practice reinforce one another, creating a multi-layered archive of hidden capabilities. Even well-known artifacts like the Shroud of Turin or the Holy Grail legends are often viewed in a new light by researchers exploring hidden knowledge. Beyond their religious significance, some claim these items encode advanced principles, whether chemical, optical, or symbolic, that modern science has only begun to appreciate. Similarly, relics with inscriptions in forgotten languages or unusual symbols may preserve encoded knowledge about physics, astronomy, or spiritual practices. The Vatican's control over these items ensures that the public sees only a symbolic narrative, while deeper layers of function, energy, or knowledge remain accessible to a select few. The implications of these mysterious artifacts are immense. If genuine, they could provide keys to lost sciences, forgotten technologies, or untapped human potential. Engineering, medicine, energy systems, and even consciousness studies could be transformed by insights derived from relics that predate modern knowledge by centuries or millennia. Yet, the Vatican's long-standing policy of secrecy suggests that the Church has balanced potential human advancement with caution, preserving these objects until the proper framework, comprehension, or moral guidance could accompany their disclosure. In conclusion, the Vatican's mysterious artifacts and relics represent one of the most tangible forms of hidden knowledge. Far beyond symbolic or religious significance, they may embody advanced technologies, encoded wisdom, or energy systems, carefully curated and preserved for centuries. Through meticulous cataloging, restricted access, and integration with manuscripts and esoteric teachings, the Church has created a multi-dimensional repository of power and knowledge, spanning material, intellectual, and spiritual domains. For modern researchers and truth seekers, these relics are not mere curiosities. They may be the key to understanding the full scope of human history, lost civilizations, and the untapped potential that the Vatican has quietly safeguarded. Throughout history, secrecy has been a central tool for preserving, protecting, and transmitting forbidden knowledge, and nowhere is this more evident than in the Vatican's rituals, ceremonies, and initiations. While much of Catholic practice is public and familiar, numerous researchers and whistleblowers suggest that behind the visible liturgy lies a hidden system of secret rites designed to safeguard esoteric wisdom. These rituals are believed to encode symbolic, spiritual, and scientific knowledge, ensuring that only those properly trained and initiated gain access to the Church's deepest secrets. For centuries, this system of initiations may have functioned as both a protective mechanism and a method of transmitting powerful knowledge across generations. Historical accounts hint that some Vatican ceremonies were directly connected to secret relics and forbidden manuscripts. Objects such as ancient codices, mystical crystals, and technological relics may have been incorporated into ritual practices, not merely for symbolic purposes, but to activate, interpret, or safeguard their hidden properties. Initiates reportedly learn to read coded symbols, understand complex astronomical alignments, and perform ceremonies that aligned physical objects with spiritual or energetic principles. This combination of ritual, observation, and practical knowledge suggests a deliberate integration of science, mysticism, and secrecy, forming a tradition that has persisted for centuries beneath the surface of mainstream Catholicism. The concept of initiations within the Vatican is particularly intriguing. While public ceremonies like Mass or baptism are widely known, the Church allegedly maintained private induction rituals for select clergy, scholars, and advisors. These initiations may have been designed to ensure that participants could safely comprehend, interpret, and guard the knowledge contained in forbidden texts, relics, and secret artifacts. Such ceremonies likely included instruction in ancient languages, alchemical symbolism, sacred geometry, and cryptic codes, providing initiates with a framework to unlock knowledge inaccessible to ordinary clergy or laypersons. In this way, initiation was less about status and more about cultivating the skills necessary to steward hidden wisdom responsibly. Several scholars point to parallels between Vatican secret rituals and esoteric societies, such as the Rosicrucians, Freemasons, and Knights Templar. These groups historically combined symbolic ceremonies with advanced knowledge in philosophy, science, and spirituality. Documents and reports suggest that the Church may have monitored, collaborated with, or absorbed elements of these traditions, incorporating them into private Vatican rites. By doing so, the Church could preserve knowledge, maintain continuity with ancient wisdom, and ensure that dangerous or transformative information was transmitted only to trusted, trained individuals. This creates a complex web in which secret societies and ecclesiastical authority jointly stewarded knowledge across centuries. One area of particular interest is the alleged use of ritual to activate relics or artifacts. Some accounts describe ceremonies in which relics, ranging from crystals and amulets to ancient mechanical devices, were arranged according to sacred geometric patterns, aligned with astronomical events, or incorporated into ceremonial chants. The intent, scholars argue, was not purely ceremonial but functional, to unlock the hidden energy, encode information, or reveal knowledge embedded in these objects. Rituals, therefore, acted as a living interface between human consciousness and the powerful, often enigmatic properties of Vatican artifacts. Only initiates trained in the symbols, languages, and methodologies could fully access these properties, ensuring both secrecy and safety. Certain manuscripts appear explicitly tied to ritual knowledge. Codices detailing astronomical cycles, alchemical procedures, or mystical philosophies often include sections marked as for initiates only, suggesting that these texts were meant to complement ceremonial practice. Researchers speculate that these manuscripts served as instructional guides, providing step-by-step instructions for rituals designed to access hidden energies or insights. In this sense, ritual and manuscript were inseparable. The written knowledge provided structure, while ceremonial practice activated and embodied the principles encoded in the text. The Vatican's careful preservation of both suggests a deliberate, centuries-long strategy to maintain this esoteric system. Theological implications are also significant. Hidden rituals may have been intended to maintain control over transformative knowledge that could otherwise disrupt the Church or society. Access to ancient technologies, celestial wisdom, or metaphysical principles carries enormous potential, both creative and destructive. By restricting participation through secret initiations, the Vatican ensured that knowledge did not become a tool of chaos, rebellion, or heresy. In effect, ritual served as both gatekeeper and transmission mechanism, a controlled interface between hidden wisdom and the human world. Art and architecture further reinforced this system of ceremonial knowledge. Sacred spaces like St. Peter's Basilica, chapels, and hidden crypts are said to encode geometric, symbolic, and astronomical principles. Ceremonies performed within these spaces often aligned with solar, lunar, or planetary cycles, enhancing the purported efficacy of rituals and linking human action with cosmic order. The interplay between space, ritual, and knowledge exemplifies how the Vatican may have created a multi-layered system of initiation, where learning, experience, and sacred objects combine to preserve forbidden wisdom. Even modern allegations suggest continuity. Whistleblower testimonies and anecdotal reports indicate that the Church maintains private ceremonies, involving restricted groups of scholars and clergy, that continue to incorporate these principles. Some suggest that modern Vatican initiates may still engage with ancient relics, encoded manuscripts, and symbolic rituals, ensuring that centuries of hidden knowledge remain under strict control. While much of this remains speculative, it is consistent with historical patterns of secrecy, careful preservation, and selective transmission observed over centuries. The consequences of such a system are profound. Rituals and initiations allowed the Vatican to control access to transformative knowledge, ensuring that only those deemed responsible or adequately trained could engage with forbidden texts, powerful relics, or anomalous technologies. This means that humanity's exposure to advanced understanding, whether in science, metaphysics, or technology, has historically been mediated by ceremonial practice, encoded symbols, and hierarchical control. The very structure of access created a buffer between knowledge and misuse, a system that combined discipline, secrecy, and spiritual authority to safeguard both the information and those who might encounter it. In conclusion, the Vatican's secret rituals, ceremonies, and initiations represent a central mechanism for preserving, transmitting, and controlling forbidden knowledge. Far beyond symbolic religious practice, these ceremonies may encode instruction in ancient science, mysticism, and metaphysical principles, often linked to manuscripts, relics, and artifacts. By integrating ritual practice with scholarly training, the Church created a living system of stewardship, where knowledge was preserved in action as well as in text, and where the initiated became custodians of wisdom too potent or dangerous for general access. For researchers of hidden history, the study of these secret rituals is not merely an exploration of church practice. It is a window into the mechanisms by which humanity's most profound knowledge may have been preserved, protected, and transmitted across centuries, hidden in plain sight within the heart of one of the world's most powerful institutions. For centuries, the Vatican has not only preserved forbidden knowledge and mysterious artifacts, but may also have exercised meticulous oversight over those who sought to explore history, archaeology, or ancient science. Scholars, explorers, and archaeologists, often regarded as independent investigators, reportedly encountered both subtle and overt pressures when their discoveries intersected with areas of interest to the Church. Letters, permissions, and access to archives were closely monitored, and certain findings were absorbed into ecclesiastical control, edited, or even withheld from publication. In this way, the Vatican maintained influence over the interpretation and dissemination of knowledge, shaping the narrative of human history while remaining largely invisible to the public. Early explorers traveling to the Americas, Africa, or Asia frequently reported their findings to Rome, especially missionaries or scholars affiliated with the Church. Some discovered advanced civilizations, unusual artifacts, or phenomena that contradicted prevailing European understanding of history. While these explorers might have expected recognition or publication of their discoveries, the Vatican often regulated access to their reports. Scholars suggest that the Church would selectively release information, incorporate it into private archives, or reinterpret it in ways that aligned with theological, political, or doctrinal priorities. In effect, the Vatican acted as a central hub of oversight, ensuring that sensitive discoveries were framed, contextualized, or concealed to preserve the integrity of its secret knowledge. Access to the Vatican's archives and libraries was highly restricted. Scholars who requested manuscripts, maps, or codices often faced long waits, bureaucratic hurdles, and sometimes outright denial. Even approved researchers were usually subject to supervision, with certain texts locked behind multiple layers of authorization. This rigorous control suggests that the Church was aware of the transformative potential of the knowledge it possessed. By regulating who could study manuscripts or relics, the Vatican could monitor the flow of information, prevent unauthorized interpretations, and maintain its influence over the broader intellectual community. Reports from the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods hint at subtle surveillance measures. Clergy, librarians, and church officials would often accompany visiting scholars, ensuring that sensitive documents were not copied, removed, or misinterpreted. In some cases, scholars were encouraged to report findings directly to church authorities rather than publishing independently. This monitoring was not always overtly coercive. Instead, it relied on a combination of authority, social expectation, and the careful framing of access. By managing these interactions, the Vatican effectively curated the history and archaeology that entered the public record, safeguarding the secrets contained in forbidden texts and hidden relics. Archaeologists working in areas associated with ancient civilizations also reportedly encountered ecclesiastical oversight. Sites containing megalithic structures, advanced urban planning, or anomalous artifacts sometimes fell under church observation, either directly or through affiliated religious orders. The Vatican may have intervened to control excavation, documentation, or publication, ensuring that certain discoveries remained confidential or framed in a manner consistent with approved historical narratives. Scholars argue that this pattern is consistent with a long-term strategy. Controlling access to both material evidence and interpretive frameworks preserves the Church's custodianship of historical truth. Even modern scholars and scientists claim that the Vatican maintains informal networks of influence. Academic funding, journal publication, and collaborative research are sometimes mediated by church-affiliated institutions or experts with close ties to Vatican scholarship. Reports suggest that sensitive discoveries, especially those that could challenge conventional timelines, reveal lost technologies, or corroborate anomalous phenomena, are scrutinized before wider dissemination. In this sense, the Vatican functions as both a guardian and gatekeeper, shaping the narrative while controlling the distribution of knowledge to ensure it aligns with the broader strategy of preservation and secrecy. The consequences of such oversight extend beyond the mere preservation of information. By controlling scholars, explorers, and archaeologists, the Vatican could shape historical interpretation, scientific understanding, and even public perception. Discoveries that might radically alter knowledge of human prehistory, advanced ancient technologies, or anomalous phenomena could be delayed, reframed, or selectively shared. This influence ensures that certain revelations emerge only gradually, preserving stability while maintaining ultimate control over humanity's comprehension of its own past. Certain cases have fueled speculation about covert intervention or redirection. Scholars who stumbled upon artifacts or documents with potentially disruptive implications sometimes reported unusual obstacles, delayed access, sudden reallocation of materials, or stringent requirements for approval before publication. While some of these events could be coincidental, the pattern aligns with centuries of ecclesiastical oversight. It suggests a deliberate strategy to protect hidden knowledge while guiding the narrative of human discovery in a controlled and measured manner. This surveillance extends to the protection of forbidden texts and relics. Scholars attempting to study codices containing advanced scientific knowledge, anomalous technologies, or esoteric philosophies often encounter institutional resistance. Access may be granted only under strict supervision, and interpretations are sometimes reviewed or censored. In effect, the Vatican functions as both curator and regulator, ensuring that knowledge with transformative potential is not misused, misinterpreted, or prematurely exposed. The system reflects a centuries-old understanding that some knowledge is too powerful or disruptive to be widely accessible without preparation. The Church's network of oversight also encompasses the coordination of global information gathering. Missionaries, religious scholars, and affiliated institutions worldwide historically reported unusual discoveries, artifacts, or phenomena to Rome. These reports were catalogued, analyzed, and sometimes supplemented with ecclesiastical interpretation before entering scholarly circulation. The Vatican's role as a central repository allowed it to maintain a global perspective on forbidden knowledge, connecting distant findings to create a comprehensive understanding of human history, lost civilizations, and anomalous phenomena. Ultimately, this system of surveillance and control demonstrates the Vatican's dual objectives: to preserve and protect knowledge, while simultaneously guiding humanity's access to it. Scholars, explorers, and archaeologists were both participants in and subjects of this system. They collected, recorded, and interpreted discoveries, but their access and influence were mediated by centuries of church authority. By maintaining this oversight, the Vatican ensured that transformative knowledge, whether historical, scientific, or metaphysical, was preserved, safeguarded, and transmitted in a manner consistent with the Church's long-term vision for human understanding. In conclusion, the Vatican's surveillance and control over scholars, explorers, and archaeologists reflects a centuries-long strategy to manage the acquisition, interpretation, and dissemination of forbidden knowledge. From restricted archives and closely monitored access to ecclesiastical oversight of excavation and research, the Church has maintained influence over the very people responsible for uncovering humanity's hidden past. This system has allowed the Vatican to safeguard secrets, mediate transformative discoveries, and preserve its custodianship of knowledge that spans history, science, technology, and spirituality. For researchers of forbidden history, understanding this network of influence is essential, revealing not only what knowledge exists but also the extraordinary measures taken to protect, control, and regulate it. Throughout history, the Vatican has not only acted as a religious authority but, some researchers suggest, as a strategic arbiter of knowledge, subtly influencing global events, discoveries, and the flow of information. While the Church is publicly associated with spiritual guidance and diplomacy, countless accounts, manuscripts, and anecdotal reports hint at a more covert role, shaping historical outcomes, controlling archaeological revelations, and indirectly directing scientific and political developments. This influence appears to operate through a combination of secret knowledge, selective disclosure, and strategic intervention, ensuring that humanity's perception of history, technology, and global events remains within controlled boundaries. One notable area of influence is the Vatican's role in exploration and discovery. During the Age of Discovery, explorers such as Columbus, Magellan, and Cortés reported their findings not only to their monarchs but also to ecclesiastical authorities, particularly in Rome. Some scholars argue that the Vatican acted as an intermediary, guiding which discoveries were emphasized, which reports were suppressed, and which findings were interpreted in alignment with church-sanctioned narratives. This control extended to maps, navigation charts, and reports of indigenous civilizations, ensuring that sensitive knowledge, such as advanced astronomical understanding, lost technologies, or anomalous artifacts, remained inaccessible to the general public. In effect, the Vatican curated the global understanding of exploration, subtly shaping both historical record and geopolitical outcomes. The Church's influence also extends to archaeological discoveries. Reports suggest that whenever excavations revealed ancient megalithic structures, advanced metallurgical artifacts, or evidence of lost civilizations, the Vatican often played a mediating role. This could include advising scholars, reviewing reports before publication, or reclassifying anomalous findings within ecclesiastical archives. By doing so, the Church maintained a layered system of control, allowing knowledge to be preserved without destabilizing the prevailing understanding of history. In some cases, this may have delayed public awareness of evidence that challenges conventional chronologies, technological timelines, or cultural narratives. Historical events, too, appear to have been subtly shaped by Vatican involvement. Scholars and conspiracy theorists point to instances where political and scientific developments intersected with Church interests. For example, the Vatican's influence over the Holy Roman Empire, European monarchies, and colonial administrations allowed it to indirectly manage the collection, distribution, and interpretation of critical discoveries. Whether it involved the suppression of certain manuscripts, the strategic release of maps, or guidance over exploration priorities, the Church's reach extended beyond spiritual oversight to tangible control over humanity's understanding of its world. Some researchers argue that the Vatican has historically intervened to protect dangerous or transformative knowledge. Consider reports of anomalous phenomena, lost technologies, or advanced relics. Widespread exposure could have disrupted society, challenged religious authority, or triggered geopolitical instability. The Church's archives, therefore, functioned as both a repository and a containment system, safeguarding secrets until humanity reached an intellectual or moral threshold capable of handling them responsibly. Intervention, in this sense, was not merely suppression but strategic stewardship, balancing the preservation of knowledge with societal stability. In addition to direct oversight, the Vatican has allegedly used influence networks and secret correspondence to shape global outcomes. Missionaries, Jesuits, and church-affiliated scholars often reported discoveries or anomalies to Rome, providing a centralized mechanism for monitoring developments worldwide. This network allowed the Church to intervene indirectly, prioritizing certain research, discouraging others, or guiding scholars toward interpretations that aligned with ecclesiastical objectives. Over centuries, this created a hidden web of influence extending across continents, disciplines, and historical periods, subtly steering the course of human understanding without overt control. The Vatican's interventions are also reported in the realm of scientific development. Historical accounts suggest that discoveries in astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy were sometimes delayed or reframed. Scholars who encountered evidence contradicting church-sanctioned cosmology, historical chronology, or theological interpretation often faced obstacles: limited access to funding, restricted publication, or ecclesiastical oversight. These measures effectively mediated the pace and direction of scientific knowledge, allowing the Church to integrate extraordinary discoveries gradually, contextualizing them within a framework that preserved both doctrinal authority and societal cohesion. Archaeological and historical interventions are particularly striking when considering lost civilizations and forbidden knowledge. Artifacts, manuscripts, and anomalous sites that could rewrite history were often absorbed into Vatican archives rather than being immediately published or disclosed. This selective intervention preserved knowledge for future study while preventing premature disruption of established narratives. The Church's long-term approach suggests a careful calculation, protecting humanity from destabilizing revelations while maintaining a position as the ultimate custodian of hidden history. Even modern interventions appear consistent with this pattern. Reports from the 20th and 21st centuries indicate that the Vatican continues to monitor discoveries in archaeology, paleontology, and astronomy. Documents, letters, and testimonies suggest that sensitive information may be directed through ecclesiastical channels, sometimes influencing academic research, media reporting, or governmental acknowledgement. While speculative, these accounts align with a historical strategy of long-term stewardship, ensuring that the Church maintains authority over information that could reshape global understanding or human potential. The consequences of such interventions are profound. By shaping access to discoveries, regulating interpretation, and controlling dissemination, the Vatican has influenced not only historical knowledge but also the trajectory of science, exploration, and technology. Civilizations may have advanced differently had this knowledge been widely available earlier, and public understanding of history, astronomy, and technology has been shaped by what the Church deemed appropriate for dissemination. In this sense, the Vatican's archives and influence represent both a treasure trove of hidden knowledge and a lens through which humanity's development has been carefully mediated. Moreover, the Church's interventions often intersect with esoteric, mystical, and symbolic knowledge, linking global events to the control of relics, manuscripts, and ritual practice. Strategic guidance in these areas may have influenced cultural developments, religious movements, and intellectual discourse worldwide. The Vatican's interventions, therefore, are not limited to political or scientific domains. They extend to the shaping of human consciousness, belief systems, and societal norms, reinforcing its role as a custodian of hidden and transformative knowledge across multiple dimensions. In conclusion, the Vatican's alleged interventions in global events and discoveries reveal a systematic effort to preserve, regulate, and guide knowledge over centuries. From explorers and archaeologists to scientists and historians, those who encountered sensitive or anomalous information were often subject to oversight, redirection, or mediation. By controlling the flow of discoveries, the Church not only safeguarded forbidden knowledge but also ensured that humanity encountered it gradually, in a manner compatible with social, scientific, and theological frameworks. This intricate network of influence demonstrates that the Vatican's archives, relics, and secret knowledge are not static repositories. They are active instruments shaping human understanding, progress, and the very narrative of history itself. The deeper we delve into the labyrinthine corridors of the Vatican, the more it becomes clear that this institution is far more than a center of religious authority. It is a living repository of hidden knowledge, a guardian of forbidden history, and a custodian of mysteries that could redefine humanity's understanding of itself. Across centuries, the Vatican has amassed not only manuscripts, relics, and artifacts, but also a systematic framework of rituals, initiations, and oversight mechanisms designed to protect, regulate, and transmit knowledge that is simultaneously awe-inspiring and dangerous. From the ancient codices that describe celestial phenomena to relics rumored to contain unimaginable energies, from secret ceremonies that unlock esoteric wisdom to interventions that shape global discoveries, the Church's hidden operations reveal a continuity of purpose: to steward humanity's most profound secrets while mediating their impact on society. This vast network of hidden knowledge is staggering in scope. The Vatican archives alone reportedly contain millions of documents, some accessible only to the most trusted scholars, while others remain so secret that even high-ranking officials rarely see them. These documents include ancient texts from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Americas, manuscripts detailing anomalous technologies and unexplained phenomena, codices filled with coded astronomical and mathematical knowledge, and treatises that hint at spiritual, metaphysical, and consciousness-enhancing practices. The sheer scale of these archives suggests that the Church has functioned as both a historian and gatekeeper, preserving discoveries across cultures and eras while determining when, how, and to whom this knowledge might eventually be revealed. Equally fascinating are the Vatican's relics and artifacts, which may possess not only historical or symbolic significance but also latent technological or energetic properties. From crystals, amulets, and ancient devices to relics encoded with sacred geometry or astronomical alignments, these objects appear to bridge the material, intellectual, and spiritual dimensions. Scholars suggest that many artifacts were carefully curated to serve multiple functions, as vessels of hidden knowledge, as tools for ritual activation, and as protective mechanisms to ensure that their transformative potential was accessible only to those trained to understand them. The integration of relics with manuscripts, coded texts, and ceremonial practices reveals a multi-dimensional system of knowledge preservation, in which human interaction with objects and symbols becomes both practical and initiatory. Central to this system are the Vatican's secret rituals and initiations, which provided structured access to forbidden knowledge. Far beyond conventional religious ceremonies, these rites were designed to teach, test, and prepare initiates to engage safely with the Church's most powerful secrets. Participants reportedly learned to interpret symbolic languages, read complex astronomical and geometric codes, and interact with artifacts whose properties may have been metaphysical, technological, or both. Rituals acted as living conduits, activating knowledge embedded in texts, relics, and sacred spaces while ensuring that it remained controlled and safe. Initiations, therefore, were not merely ceremonial. They were a method of cultivating the intellectual and spiritual capacity necessary to steward forbidden wisdom across generations. The Vatican's oversight extended beyond internal practice to its interactions with the wider world. Scholars, explorers, archaeologists, and missionaries often operated under subtle or overt supervision when their work intersected with sensitive knowledge. Access to archives, guidance on interpretation, and regulation of publication allowed the Church to mediate the dissemination of transformative information. Historical reports suggest that discoveries of advanced technologies, anomalous artifacts, or lost civilizations were carefully curated before entering public awareness. By controlling the flow of information, the Vatican functioned as both protector and regulator, ensuring that humanity encountered hidden knowledge gradually, responsibly, and within a framework that preserved social, scientific, and spiritual balance. The Church's interventions in global events further underscore its influence. By shaping the interpretation of exploration, archaeology, and scientific progress, the Vatican was able to preserve hidden knowledge while simultaneously influencing cultural, political, and intellectual outcomes. Missionaries and scholars provided intelligence that allowed Rome to monitor discoveries worldwide, subtly guiding which findings were amplified, which were delayed, and which were absorbed into ecclesiastical archives. Even modern reports indicate that the Church continues to exercise oversight over sensitive research, using its historical networks and influence to manage discoveries that could challenge established narratives or reveal knowledge with disruptive potential. Taken together, these layers of secrecy, archives, relics, rituals, oversight, and intervention form a cohesive system of custodianship. The Vatican has not merely collected artifacts and documents, it has created a structured, multi-century strategy for preserving humanity's hidden history, controlling access to powerful knowledge, and mediating its societal impact. From the mysterious relics with potential energy or technological properties to manuscripts describing lost sciences or advanced celestial calculations, the Church has maintained a delicate balance between revelation and containment, allowing humanity to advance while protecting it from knowledge that could destabilize, overwhelm, or challenge existing belief systems. The implications of this system are profound. If the Vatican's secrets were fully accessible, humanity might gain insights into ancient technologies, advanced medical practices, lost civilizations, or even spiritual methods for enhancing consciousness. Civilizations may have accelerated technologically and intellectually, if this knowledge had been revealed earlier. Yet, the Church's careful mediation suggests an awareness of the responsibility inherent in knowledge, acknowledging that some truths, no matter how enlightening, can also be dangerous if misunderstood or misapplied. In this light, the Vatican's secrecy is both protective and strategic, safeguarding humanity while slowly shaping the narrative of discovery and comprehension. Beyond practical knowledge, the Vatican's hidden archives and practices hint at a profoundly different understanding of human history and potential. If codices, relics, and ceremonial practices reveal interactions with advanced civilizations, anomalous phenomena, or lost technologies, they challenge conventional timelines, scientific paradigms, and philosophical assumptions. Humanity's understanding of itself, its capabilities, and its place in the cosmos may be far more limited than the curated narrative suggests. The Church, in preserving and regulating access to these secrets, effectively functions as the guardian of a parallel history, one in which hidden knowledge and transformative discoveries have quietly guided human progress across centuries. The enduring mystery of the Vatican is not simply about power or authority. It is about stewardship of forbidden knowledge. Every manuscript, relic, ritual, and intervention contributes to a system that is simultaneously protective, selective, and extraordinarily sophisticated. By integrating archival preservation, ceremonial practice, global oversight, and strategic intervention, the Church has created an unprecedented model for the management of humanity's most profound secrets. In doing so, it ensures that humanity's encounter with hidden knowledge is measured, contextualized, and safe, while still retaining the potential for radical transformation when the time is right. In conclusion, the Vatican's forbidden archives, relics, rituals, and interventions represent the ultimate intersection of history, spirituality, and human potential. They reveal a hidden narrative of human civilization, one in which knowledge has been carefully curated, protected, and transmitted across generations. From ancient manuscripts describing celestial events to relics encoded with enigmatic properties, from secret initiations teaching esoteric wisdom to interventions shaping global discoveries, the Church has maintained a multi-dimensional system of stewardship. For scholars, explorers, and seekers of forbidden truth, the Vatican is not merely a religious institution. It is a gateway to understanding humanity's hidden past, untapped potential, and the profound mysteries that could one day rewrite the story of civilization itself. The allure of the Vatican lies in this tension between revelation and secrecy. Each codex, relic, and ritual is a thread in an intricate tapestry of hidden history, waiting to be unraveled by those who are prepared to interpret it responsibly. While much remains concealed, the fragments that have emerged, through manuscripts, whistleblowers, art, architecture, and oral tradition, offer tantalizing glimpses of knowledge that challenges the very foundations of conventional history. Humanity stands at the edge of discovery, aware that the Vatican holds keys to